The mythical empire of civilization. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326. I don't like being beaten. Lead the army to fight in person. Blue Dragon God Envoy Weapon Talisman, a golden quality ultra rare weapon talisman, which is originally a 4th level supernatural power. It has some of the magical talents and abilities of the Azure Dragon Beast, can call the wind and rain, thunder and lightning, has extremely strong combat power, and can even transform into a Azure Dragon to fight the enemy. Level: 4th level supernatural power. Number of people who can be included: 100 people. Inclusion requirements: life level reaches the 1st level supernatural power, and the body contains Azure Dragon blood. Abilities: call the wind and rain, control thunder and lightning, transform into a Azure Dragon, swallow clouds and spit out fog, swallow and draw rivers, thunder and lightning for thousands of miles. Azure Dragon swings its tail, and a 100-foot divine body. The golden quality weapon talisman is naturally extraordinary. As for the issue of Azure Dragon blood, Qin Yu can use the Azure Dragon Jade Niche to solve it. It is a 4th level supernatural weapon at the beginning. With this magical object, Qin Yu's promotion to the silver level in that invasion war is considered stable. After turning off the introduction of the weapon talisman, Qin Yu took another look at the 20 kinds of pill recipes. These 20 kinds of pill recipes are all produced in this world of cultivation, and the most important ones are the 3 kinds of body training, spirit training, and soul training. Increasing physical fitness, increasing spiritual power, increasing mental power, and even divine consciousness. Almost a dozen kinds of pill recipes are cultivation pills. In addition, there are also Bigu pills, soul boosting pills, foundation building pills, etc. Unfortunately, some of the medicinal materials recorded in the pill recipes may not be collected in Qin Yu's world. Qin Yu used the 10 character cards directly and took away all the disciples with better talents in taking Daoist. Among them were the 2 brothers Huangying and Huanghang. Now Huangying is already a Daoist priest of the 3rd level, and Huanghang has also broken through to the 9th level of key training and will soon reach the foundation building stage. After a long time, everyone has arrived, and everyone has several storage bags on their bodies, which are also full of items. Qin Yu tried his best to take back some wool, and the Daoist soldiers refined in the dungeon were also put into the military altar and taken away. With Qin Yu's consciousness moving, he confirmed to exit the dungeon. A strong spatial aura enveloped everyone, and then one figure after another disappeared from the dungeon world. After Qin Yu's soul left, Liu Ren in the dungeon world regained consciousness and felt a sudden increase in memories. He pulled over a eunuch and asked excitedly, "Really? My dear, Yu civilization?" The western Great Marsh near Zimu County was surging in this area at this time, and the storm that had been hidden for a long time gradually emerged. The western Great Marsh is called this by the tribes in the grassland and Angshan areas. The local clans in the western Great Marsh call this place Shenmuzen. Shenmuzen is a place of outstanding natural beauty. Not only is the weather excellent, but the fertility of the land is also high. The plants grow very lush, and there is a lot of food. It is a treasure land. The only drawback is that there are many snakes, insects and poisons. This is a plain, and it is also the junction of many rivers, with many lakes. The total area can reach tens of thousands of square kilometers. Clans are everywhere, and there are no less than foreign races left over from ancient times. If it is Dangshan, grassland, or Shenmais, which of the 3 places is more suitable for people to live and reproduce? Shenmais ranks 2nd, and the other 2 are always the last. There is no comparison between the 3. At this time, in the outer area of the western lake, the 3 major clans gathered in a village. Chief Wensheng, the army of Minanki clan has been assembled, with a total of 30,000 armored soldiers, including 10,000 totem warriors. Mijing clan has assembled 50,000 armored soldiers this time, and also 10,000 totem warriors. The man called Chief Wensheng was a middle-aged man. He was dressed in tiger skin and his face was painted with mysterious patterns with unknown dyes. After listening to the two people, Wensheng nodded slightly and said, my Yuan clan has put all its strength into this clan, sending 80,000 soldiers, including 20,000 totem warriors. This time, our three clans will work together to take down the border city of Qin. The three people clenched their right fists together. The three major clans have a total of 160,000 armored soldiers, ready to march to Zimu County at any time. In the royal palace, in the capital, Qin Yu looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar environment and buildings and couldn't help but sighed from the bottom of his heart. I'm finally back. As soon as he came back, Qin Yu summoned all the officials and held a 6-hour court meeting. Before Qin Yu left, he gave the position of the Dean of the National Academy of Officials to Yu Qian. After he left, Yu Qian was responsible for all the big and small things in Kyoto. All the officials reported all the big and small things that happened in the past 2 months since Qin Yu left. Qin Yu also knew about this. He was mainly concerned about two aspects. One was population resettlement, and the other was the recruitment and training of the army. Yu Qian's ability may not be seen in trivial matters, but in governing the country and the military, Qin Yu saw that Yu Qian showed his excellent ability in just 2 months. Hundreds of thousands of people were all properly resettled, and the economic development of each city increased several times. The most important thing is the military. Qin Yu once said that the grassland and Dongshan, with a population of more than 1 million, simply did not need so many laborers, and the domestic grain production was enough for the expenses of more than 1 million people, so the army could be developed on a large scale. Yu Qian did not disappoint him. The number of troops is incredible. It has exceeded 300,000. The garrison and the elite troops have also been separated. The garrison of the 4 counties of Moscow is nearly 90,000. Dongshan County has been changed to Dongshanzhou, and the garrison of several counties in the state is also nearly 90,000. The garrison is mainly composed of archers and Thunder Copper Spear Army. The two together are nearly 180,000 troops. As for the main battle army, it is divided into several military camps around Kyoto, forming a protective force for Kyoto. First of all, the number of separately trained archery battalions is 20,000. The number of elite Thunder Copper Sword and Shield Army is 10,000. After replacing a wave of top-level equipment, the number of Dragon Cavalry Battalion cavalry is 30,000. Yes, you heard it right. That's 30,000. 30,000 cavalry. The number of Shigu's dinosaur cavalry is 10,000. The number of giant beast cavalry is 10,000. And the number of Blood Covenant wolf cavalry has increased to 3,000. The number of giant tiger cavalry, which uses the giant saber-toothed tiger of the alien beast as a mount and the elite soldiers with extraordinary combat power as knights, has also increased to 3,000. After the militia training camp, the number of new troops who have awakened their physical spirits and equipped with top-level equipment produced by the Elemental Forging Workshop has reached 50,000. Among them, the number of Thunder Sword and Shield Army is 30,000, and the number of Lihuo Sword and Shield Army is 20,000. In addition, there are more than 30,000 guards in Kyoto. The elite army of the main battle strengthens the guards and strengthens the defense army. The total number of troops in the country has reached 350,000. Shigu has recently migrated from the dinosaur world. Nearly 100,000 people, most of whom are young and strong. The population in the civilization has now exceeded 1.1 million, reaching 1.18 billion. Not only that, the population is mostly young, and the elderly have poor survival ability and have died before joining the Qin state. Especially the population in the dinosaur world. Most of the elderly in the tribe, if they cause a burden to the tribe, will consciously leave the tribe and commit suicide. In addition to these, there is also the important news intelligence from the Shadow Guard division. The clan in the western days has once again set its sights on Zimu County, and Qin Yu does not understand. Why don't you stay in such a good place with water, land and plains, but come to the grassland to get involved? You can't farm. But if you want to know what the other party thinks, you have to wait until you catch him. Your Majesty, most of the people in the Western Marsh are large clans with totem inheritance, so they should not be underestimated. The Shadowhead was dressed in a domineering purple tank snake suit. Every time he raised his hand, he could give the officials around him a strong sense of oppression, as if he was stared at by a poisonous snake or a tiger. Qin Yu would naturally not be affected at all. He nodded slightly and said, I don't like to be beaten. I think my people think the same as me. I just came back, and it's just right for me to show my hands and feet. Notify the Ministry of War and the Military Affairs Office to mobilize the army to follow me to the Western Marsh. I will only give you 3 days. After 3 days, we will send troops to the western border. Your Majesty, I obey your order. The news that the king wanted to lead the army to the expedition was quickly conveyed to the Ministry of War and the Military Affairs Office. Since the main battle troops were stationed in Kyoto, the speed of mobilizing the army was extremely fast. Qin Yu only gave 3 days, but in fact half a day was enough. These elite troops can only be mobilized by the Ministry of War with Qin Yu's royal order. There are also some special troops that can only be mobilized by Qin Yu himself. For example, shadow guards, wind catchers, wizards of the witch hall, Daoists, powerful beasts bred, and tens of thousands of imperial guards, etc. These all need to be mobilized by Qin Yu himself. Qin Yu didn't need to worry about the planning of the expedition. He ordered someone to call Yu Qian. In the courtyard of the Yangtze Palace, with the sound of footsteps, Yu Qian slowly walked in and saluted respectfully. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Dean Yu, come and sit down. Qin Yu smiled and waved, then signaled the palace maid beside him to pour tea for the other party. Yu Qian, try the tea first, then we can talk about business. Yu Qian nodded slowly, raised his hand, and drank the tea in the cup, then sighed. This tea is extremely sweet and fragrant. It's rare. Qin Yu also took a sip and then said, this time I ordered you to come, mainly to discuss some things with you. Your Majesty, just say it directly. Qin Yu nodded and said, I have 3 methods. One is martial arts, the second is immortality, and the third is Taoism. I want to pass on the methods to the people, but I'm a little worried. Yu Qian thought for a while and then said, Your Majesty cares about the people. I thank your grace on their behalf. I think if they knew your thoughts, they would be extremely grateful and want to repay your grace. But I'm afraid of a few points. First, if such a method to strengthen the people is leaked to the enemy, it will be too annoying. Second, if evil people learn it, there will be a danger of causing unrest in the country. Therefore, I suggest that the state should take the lead in establishing an academy to collect talented people from an early age and instill the concept of patriotism. Qin Yu smiled brightly after hearing this. The concerns that Yu Qian mentioned were exactly what Qin Yu was thinking, but as a monarch, he naturally couldn't say it directly. Only with Yu Qian's explanation could the monarch not lose face outside. Qin Yu was also very satisfied with the following proposal, which was absolutely the best policy. To put it bluntly, it is not yet time to announce the way to enter the extraordinary to the whole people. Why? There is no need at all. There are many ways to enter the extraordinary, but each one requires talent. It is impossible to let the whole people enter the extraordinary level, and the announcement will basically expose the hostile forces 100%, so there is no need for this. It is better to establish a sect and an academy in the name of the country, and recruit talented disciples for training, as Yu Qian said. This is a better plan. Let's put this matter aside for the time being, and wait until I come back from the expedition, but I will send a team of people to you, and you will take them to find talented people in the country, and bring them to Kyoto, which can also save time in searching. Minister, obey the order. Yu Qian responded respectfully. Qin Yu nodded slightly, indicating that Yu Qian could leave. 3 days later, at the west gate of Kyoto, there were constant vibrations and roars. One after another, the terrifying Qin Thunder cannon vehicles drove out like tanks. There were as many as 50 of them, and each only needed a junior wizard to operate it, but the intermediate wizard could exert the maximum power of the Qin Thunder cannon vehicle. Behind the Qin Thunder cannon vehicle were thousands of Qin troop transport vehicles, each of which was carrying dozens of soldiers. For a time, the momentum was like flying sand and rocks, a violent storm, and wherever it went, the weeds were low and the beasts avoided it. Behind the convoy were tens of thousands of cavalrymen, and Qin Yu's chariot was in the middle, guarded by 1,000 Qinglang school generals, or 1,000 human emperor guards cavalry, and 20,000 imperial guards. This expedition was to let the forces of the Western Great Marsh know that the empire on the grassland was not something they could mess with, and secondly, Qin Yu also wanted to see the strength of his own army. The number of troops was nearly 100,000, and Qin Yu brought another 10,000 Yin soldiers and 10,000 rampant soldiers to join the expedition. No matter how many troops the clans in the western days used, they would have to flee in panic when they encountered Qin Yu's Lidup. After Qin Yu came back that day, he re-enlisted 5,000 Yin soldiers, so the number of Yin soldiers now reached 13,000. He also appointed 3 more Yin generals. The Yin soldiers are very strong against ghosts and souls, and they are also not weak against human armies. After all, it is an extraordinary army, and naturally it is not a soft persimmon. The terrifying momentum swept across the grassland, but when the people in the passing cities learned that it was the army of the king's capital, they all came out excitedly to greet it, to welcome this king's army from the capital of the Qin dynasty. Since Qin established itself, it has never been defeated, so the people of the Qin dynasty are extremely proud, and even have 100% confidence in the army. The impression of an unmatched army is deeply imprinted in their hearts. Since the 100,000 troops are either cavalry or troop carriers, it took less than 2 days to rush to Ximu County. Although the war had not officially started yet, both sides had already deployed their troops. The army of the Western Great Marsh was on the edge, but had not entered the grassland. As the governor of Ximu County, Lin Shi, and the commander of the garrison, Han Yu, they had already recruited nearly 40,000 troops from the entire Ximu County and stationed them in the frontier town. When Qin Yu personally led an army of 100,000 to arrive, the two excitedly led the soldiers out of the city to welcome them. Chapter 327. The 3 tribes surrendered, and 3 more laws were added. Take us as a soft persimmon? Let the thunder cannon convoy bomb him for half an hour first. Qin Yu shouted angrily in the military tent. As soon as he finished speaking, the city gate slowly opened, and a number of Dakin thunder cannon vehicles, also known as Dakin Tiger thunder cannon tanks, with 3 gun muzzles drove out of the city gate and drove towards the direction of the western lake. The Dakin thunder cannon vehicle has 3 barrels containing extremely high thunder essence, and the spiritual patterns of thunderstorm bombs are engraved on the top to increase the power. If we only calculate, based on the energy of the thunder cannon vehicle itself, it can continue to fire for about half an hour. The 3 barrels can fire continuously, about 5 times per minute, and it will be nearly 150 times in half an hour. More than 50 huge thunder cannon vehicles, controlled by the wizard team, slowly approached the western lake. The sound of the huge wheels turning roared. It took the thunder cannon convoy just over an hour to reach the destination of dozens of miles. A commander of a thunder cannon convoy leaned out of the hatch of the vehicle and looked at the western swamp. He saw dense figures surrounding a river. The enemy troops were all in uniform armor and looked extremely elite. The commander of the enemy army felt a chill rising from behind when he saw dozens of iron lumps suddenly moving over from the opposite side. He did not dare to order the army to act rashly, but wanted to see what means the enemy would use. Attack. The commander of the thunder cannon convoy shouted loudly. One by one, the Qin thunder cannon vehicles slowly aimed their thick and long gun barrels at the troops around the river in front. The surroundings were suddenly filled with lightning and thunder. Dark clouds and bursts of harsh vibrations sounded. Buzz, boom. A series of thunderstorm bombs condensed with violent thunder and lightning power were fired from the barrels of the thunder cannon vehicles. Boom boom boom. The dense thunderstorm bombs drew lines in the air, and the whole sky seemed to be covered with a large lightning net. Totem power. The army in the western swamp was in a panic, shocked by the totem power that was so powerful in the air. In the blink of an eye, thunder fell, and the area within a kilometer was filled with a destructive aura. Those warriors who had not awakened the totem power were instantly turned into dust by the terrifying thunder power. More than 50 Qin thunder cannon vehicles continuously sprinkled thunder rain, baptizing those enemies who showed disrespect to Qin. In the area around the river, thunderstorm bombs fell rapidly, one after another, and the wailing sound continued. There were even many soldiers who were turned into ashes by thunder before they could even make a sound. The densely packed tens of thousands of troops were scattered all over the place in an instant and suffered heavy losses. The artillery bombardment lasted for a full half an hour, and nearly 5,000 thunderstorm bombs were bombarded into the enemy's array. The power was as terrifying as the sky falling and the earth collapsing. The morale of the armies of the three major clans instantly fell to the bottom. Although only 30,000 soldiers were lost in the 160,000 man army, countless people were injured, and more people had no intention of fighting again, frightened by such a terrifying momentum. Half an hour later, the Thunder artillery convoy, which frightened the enemy, slowly left. Tens of thousands of cavalry rushed to the border, 30,000 Dragon Cavalry Battalion Iron Cavalry, 10,000 Giant Beast Cavalry, 3,000 Giant Tiger Cavalry, 3,000 Blood Covenant Wolf Cavalry, and an average realm of the third level of the Extraordinary Beast Army with more than 100 people. The terrifying momentum instantly enveloped the enemy camp, and a dark cloud covered the sky and the sky floated in the sky. Countless figures appeared above the dark cloud, and tens of thousands of ghost soldiers appeared in the dark cloud with a fierce momentum. What is that? The patriarchs of the three major clans were stunned. They seemed to have greatly underestimated their opponents. Qin, how dare you, a small countryman from a remote area, offend the great Qin? Why don't you kneel down and surrender? Wang Liang and Li Yuan, two Yin generals, shouted loudly. Their voices were like the roar of a tiger, spreading across the mountains and rivers. Endless Yin Qi rolled in, instantly knocking down thousands of soldiers. Wensheng held a fine iron sword that symbolized the status of the clan leader, and the look in his eyes suddenly revealed a hint of fear. This great Qin actually has the ability to communicate with ghosts and gods, he exclaimed in his heart, and his face had already retreated. The Yuan clan has more than 200,000 people, and is considered the overlord outside the Shenmu Lake. It has two clans, Nanqi and Jing. The total number of people can add up to more than 700,000, and the army can gather 200,000 to 300,000 people. But looking at the means in front of him, plus the strength he had shown before, Wensheng suddenly felt that, even if he pulled all the hundreds of thousands of troops, it would be difficult to win. The two sides are not only different in strength, but also in the competition of the highest end combat power. They did not say much about the chances of winning. The aura of the Yin general, who was tens of meters tall, was so terrifying that people dared not look directly at him. Shenmue Zen is full of dozens of clans, big and small. No matter how strong your kin state is, do you dare to be enemies with hundreds of clans in Shenmue Zen? A roar instantly penetrated the crowd and spread to the distance. Can your few clans represent the clans of the entire Shenmue Zen? You three major clans have gathered troops with ulterior motives. You want to sneak attack my great kin territory and hurt my great kin people. You must not stay. Take the initiative to show respect while I still have the patience to say a few words to you. If you can't show respect, I will make you passively show respect. Qin Yu walked slowly on the towering vines and wandered in the air. Wensheng's eyes shrank and stared at the figure in the air. This person must be the king of Qin. This aura, this strength. It's not simple. He silently gave up the plan of a group of dragons without a leader. Looking at the dense cavalry figures around him, Wensheng's scalp was numb. Looking at the group of terrifying beasts in the air, he was suddenly confused. Do you really want to surrender? But if you don't surrender, the Linup in front of you is definitely not something he can deal with. Clan leader Wensheng. The difference in strength between the enemy and us is too big. I heard that Qin treats prisoners well. Let's surrender. The clan leader of the Nanqi clan whispered and persuaded him, while winking at the clan leader of the Jing clan. Yes, even if we continue to fight, there will be more casualties among the clan members, and the consequences may be more serious. The two of them fought, and they kept persuading Wensheng that they were all vassals anyway, and it didn't matter who was the vassal. After all, for them, clinging to a stronger force is definitely stronger than the current one. Alas. I wanted to fight to the death with my clan members, and I would rather die than surrender, but the two clan leaders persuaded me like this. It seems that I was wrong. Wensheng sighed and said slowly, our three clans are willing to surrender. The three finally knelt down slowly. Under the pressure of the 100,000 elite troops, Qin Yu finally experienced the pleasure of defeating the enemy without fighting. In the future, when dealing with enemies of average strength, he will directly send out a large army of tanks to carry out a comprehensive attack. The morale of the enemy army will be completely destroyed. Then, he will use the army to attack the border and defeat the enemy without fighting. This can barely be regarded as a good strategy. However, in modern times, this should be called a firepower coverage attack, and he will be bombarded directly. Truth is only within the range of the cannon. Are you talking to me about reason? Let's see if you are far enough from me first. Offer the totem stone. Wang Liang shouted loudly, and it was immediately as shocking as thunder. The patriarchs of the three major clans did not dare to disobey, and soon ordered people to fetch 3 totem stones. Yuan totem, law of fire. Nanqi totem, law of harvest. Jing totem, law of sharp arrows. This is the ability of the 3 clans' law. After Qin Yu absorbed it, he had a complete understanding of it. The slave beast law, the vine law, the puppet law, the spring rain law, the power law, the thunder and lightning law, the blue dragon law, the fire law, the harvest law, and the sharp arrow law. Unknowingly, Qin Yu has mastered 10 powerful laws. How can the Qin state not be strong and invincible? After collecting the totems, Qin Yu separated a phantom of the king's tripod and placed it in Shenmu Lake to illuminate the people here. From now on, this will be the second state of Dakin, Shenmu State, and the land of the 3 clans will be designated as Sanshi County. Qin Yu quickly decided on the territory, and the territories of the 3 clans were all included in the territory of Dakin. The nearly 700,000 people of the 3 clans were all transformed into Qin people. With the population of the 3 clans, the population of Dakin has reached more than 1.8 million. However, it will take some time for these 700,000 people to integrate into Dakin. It will take at least a month. Through past experience, the Ministry of Revenue has sufficient experience in integrating new citizens. The first thing is to build cities, allocate jobs, drive the economy, increase livelihood industries, and entertainment industries. When a country can make you live comfortably and make you feel happy, the past is nothing. There is an old saying, since ancient times, that orcs will never be slaves unless they are provided with food and accommodation. This passage is not only useful for orcs, but also for creatures in the primitive era, who are still struggling to survive. Qin Yu's consciousness was silently immersed in the energy sea in the king's cauldron. At this time, various laws of different colors were embodied in the space in the king's cauldron. 3 new ones were added, one of which was a red sea of fire. The second was bright yellow rice crops. The third was a sharp mountain of arrows flashing with cold light. The flame law is a 5-element law. Needless to say, the harvest law is an auxiliary law that can increase food production to achieve a good harvest, which is not a small role. As for the sharp arrow law, it can make any long-range attack like a sharp arrow, sharp, swift, and penetrating. This sharp arrow law is one of the branches of the law of the ancient god Hal-ie. It is a powerful law with a name and nature. Once upon a time, 10 golden crows played in the sky, emitting terrifying heat. Wherever they passed, there was no rain or dew, the earth was dry and cracked, and the riverbed dried up quickly, like a disaster. Living beings were charred, and corpses were everywhere. The great god Hal-ie couldn't bear the hardships of the world's living beings, so he shot down 9 suns with 9 arrows. The credit for this was the sharp arrow law. Qin Yu heard that the Jing clan actually had such a connection, and he no longer looked down on them. In that case, all the totem warriors of the Jing clan can be incorporated into the army and taken to Kyoto for training. From now on, all of you 3 clans are the people of Dakin. You are not allowed to have any small countries or families within the country. Once discovered, you will be severely punished. Imprisonment at the lightest, and beheading at the worst. Explain the matter of Sanshi County to the neighboring clans. If you dare to violate the border, my army will attack you. I will obey the king's will. Qin Yu nodded slightly and left. Zhu Yi will come to take charge of the matter of Sanshi County in person. In addition, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Personnel will send people. According to Qin Yu's plan, the population of Sanshi County will probably be relocated by nearly 300,000 people, leaving only 400,000. And Sanshi County with a population of 400,000 will probably need at least 50,000 to 80,000 garrisons. The army is easy to handle, and it can be fully mobilized in about half a month. The total area of the 3 clans is barely 8,000 square kilometers. Qin Yu probably needs to reclaim 1 million acres of land in Sanxi County. There are many river branches here, and most of the land is fertile and good fields, which is rare. Even if the yield of the fields here is only 400 kilograms per mu, if there is a harvest law, each mu can at least double to 800 kilograms. If you grow rice, you can plant 2 seasons a year at the current level. Then the ideal annual yield is 1.6 billion kilograms of grain. It can feed 2 to 3 million people. This is the horror of the planting industry. The long-term development and survival of agricultural civilization will always be dozens of times higher than that of primitive civilization. They don't need to worry about food every day and go out hunting every day. They just need to plant in spring and harvest in autumn and wait for the harvest. Such a high yield makes Qin Yu attach great importance to the Sanxi County. Although 1 million acres of land will definitely take a long time to reclaim, and the workload of agricultural tools, fertilizers, seeds, transportation, planting, harvesting, etc. is very large. But it's not difficult to say it's difficult. If only 250,000 people of the 400,000 people are engaged in farming, it is actually enough for each person to get 4 acres. This workload is not high, not to mention that Qin Yu can ask Wudian to develop a planting machine puppet that can automatically sow seeds. A puppet law allows Qin Yu to experience the speed of industrial development in advance in another way, but it is not so exaggerated. After passing a lot of memorials about the construction of Sanxi County, Qin Yu returned to Kyoto with most of the troops. There are more than 20 days left before the end of the exemption card, less than a month. In order to successfully pass the invasion war to advance to silver, Qin Yu needs to improve his ability and foundation, while increasing his trump cards during this period. For example, the Qin Thunder Cannon Car, also known as the Qin Tiger Thunder Cannon Tank. This kind of killer must be manufactured in large quantities. If there are thousands of them, what is Qin Yu afraid of? Wherever I pass, it is all scorched earth. The direction I point to is the territory of Qin. Thinking about it, Qin Yu quickly wrote a royal order and ordered Wudian to start forging the Qin Thunder Cannon Car with all his strength. Within 20 days, I don't ask for more, as long as I can reach more than 100. In addition, after the law of sharp arrows was established, Qin Yu replaced all the soldiers who were operating weapons such as the large yellow bed crossbow with totem troops who mastered the law of sharp arrows. Chapter 328. I would like to call you the strongest bronze. Since the sharp arrow law can increase the sharpness, penetration, and accuracy of arrow-like wind long-range attacks, Qin Yu allowed the totem warriors of the Jing clan who mastered the sharp arrow law to join the army directly. First, they must go through a training period in the militia training camp, and second, they must go through a training period in the sharpshooter training camp before they can officially join the army. After joining the official military, there are 2 paths for them to choose. The first is to join the main battle elite sharpshooter unit. The second is to join the long-range weapon unit. As for the defense unit, they are all second-level archers who have undergone 2 trainings, but have no awakening talents. But even if they are second level, they are still elite. After returning to Kyoto, Qin Yu took a sedan chair all the way back to the palace. In the bedroom, Qin Yu took a bath, changed into a new robe, and lay on the bed to start checking the cultivation technology tree obtained in the previous copy. Cultivation technology tree, or a birth eye. 1 cubic meter of aura is born every hour in the civilization territory. Unlocking consumption. 1000 civilization points, or a birth second. 3 cubic meters of aura are born in the territory of civilization every hour. Unlocking cost. 5000 civilization points, or a birth third. 5 cubic meters of aura are born in the territory of civilization every hour. Unlocking cost. 10,000 civilization points. The technology unlocked in the cultivation technology tree is an upgrade effect, rather than a superposition effect. Qin Yu waved his hand, and directly spent 16,000 civilization points to upgrade the birth of aura to level 3. After reaching the top level, the following technology was revealed. Aura quality I. The speed of aura quality improvement in the territory of civilization is increased by 5%. Unlocking cost. 1000 civilization points aura quality. Second, the speed of aura quality improvement in the territory of civilization is increased by 10%. Disbanding cost 5000 civilization points. Aura quality. Third, the speed of aura quality improvement in the territory of civilization is increased by 20%. Disbanding cost 10,000 civilization points. Ecological evolution. Third, in the territory of civilization, ecological plants and animals absorb aura and their evolution speed is increased by 10%. Cultivation. Spiritual root. Third, the probability of spiritual roots being born in the territory of the civilized people is increased by 10%, and the speed of spiritual roots being born is increased by 10%. Cultivation. Perception. Third, the perception of the cultivators in the territory of the civilized people is increased by 10%. Cultivation. 100 arts. Third, the development speed of cultivation 100 arts in the territory of the civilized people is increased by 10%. Spiritual beast evolution. Third, the probability of beasts in the territory of the civilized people evolving into spiritual beasts is increased by 10%. Spiritual medicine. 100 materials. Third, the speed of medicinal materials in the territory of the civilized people evolving into spiritual medicine is increased by 20%. Cultivation. Formation. Third, the probability of creating formations in the territory of the civilized people is increased by 20%. Cultivation. Magical instrument. Third, the probability of creating magic instruments in the territory of the civilized people is increased by 20%. Cultivation. Pill. Third, the probability of creating pills in the territory of the civilized people is increased by 20%. Cultivation. Mineral material. Third, the speed of spiritual ore formation in the territory of the civilized people is increased by 30%. Qin Yu has unlocked more than 20 technologies, and he has consumed nearly 500,000 civilization points. All of the more than 20 technologies have been upgraded to the top level. In an instant, Dangshan County, Muzhou, Shen Muzhou, and all the territories of the Qin state in this world suddenly underwent a huge change silently. A clear and elegant green air rose from the earth. Many people went out to breathe the air and were puzzled. Today's air seemed particularly fresh. At the same time, the faint spiritual energy slowly generated from the ground and then continued to surge into the air. After upgrading the technology, Qin Yu's family assets were less than 500,000 civilization points. The technology tree has not yet fully unlocked all technologies. It's not that Qin Yu doesn't want to, but it's approaching the war. He still has to train the army to improve his strength, and he needs to set aside some civilization points. Therefore, he didn't continue to unlock technology. Countless buildings require him to spend civilization points to operate, so he can't spend them recklessly. In the remaining 20 days of the war-free period, Qin Yu will continue to increase his military strength. The Daoist lineage and the witch hole will have to enter the power to refine rampant soldiers and forge puppets. According to the subsequent extraordinary development, Qin Yu founded the academy mainly focusing on Taoism, martial arts, and immortality. This matter could not be delayed. So, he ordered someone to summon Yu Qian. After a long time, Yu Qian slowly walked into the courtyard of the Yangtze Palace. Your Majesty, I'm Yu Qian, and I pay my respects to you. Please stand up. Please stand up. Qin Yu smiled and helped Yu Qian up. After helping Yu Qian up, the two came to the stone pavilion and slowly sat opposite each other. Yu Qian, I already have an idea about the establishment of a supernatural academy. For the time being, we will name them Wuyan, Daoist, and Xianyuan. Dangshan County, Muzhou, Kyoto, Shen Muzhou. Each of the four places will establish a Wuyan, Daoist, and Xianyuan. Your Majesty, does the Witch Palace also need to establish a Witch Academy? Yu Qian asked. Qin Yu was stunned. Witchcraft is also a supernatural power. It is indeed possible to establish a Witch Academy to cultivate talented witch seeds. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu replied, okay, then let's add a Witch Academy. Collect seeds from all over the place to practice in the academy. You will be responsible for building the academy and recruiting students. As for the teachers in the academy, I will send people to teach there. I obey your order. Yu Qian bowed and left. Qin Yu looked at Yu Qian's back as he left, then turned back to the bedroom. It was already dark. It was time to rest. Qin Yu lifted the quilt and slowly lay down, and when he waved his arm, he actually touched something soft. Ah. A cry came from the quilt. Natasha blushed and poked her head out of the quilt, hesitating. My lord, why are you going to bed so early today? I haven't warmed up yet. Recalling the deeds of fighting 3,000 concubines at night in the copy, Qin Yu naturally hugged Natasha. Touching the smooth white skin, Qin Yu said softly, "It's okay, I want to rest early today. By the way, how is the training of the 10,000 rangers of the elves going?" Natasha turned around with a red face and blew out the candle beside her, then shrank back into the quilt and responded, "Reporting to the Lord, the 10,000 rangers have completed the training, and the equipment they use is also shipped from Kyoto. The combat power will definitely not be lower than the elite troops in the main battle." Qin Yu's fingers brushed across Natasha's snow-white back, and then whispered, "You did a good job. I remember that you can awaken people into Templar Knights. Tomorrow I will summon the 10,000 elf rangers to Beijing. You will be responsible for awakening each of them into a Templar Knight. This can greatly improve their combat power. If the elves can awaken their spirit seeds, I will let them master stronger power." The next morning, Qin Yu got up at almost noon for the first time and glanced at the charming beauty sleeping beside him. Qin Yu shook his head and held back the thoughts in his mind. Government affairs are important. Qin Yu, you must not fall for beauty. After getting up, washing up and having breakfast, Qin Yu thought that it was past the time for the morning court, so he did not plan to convene it. Qin Yu ordered people to bring the group of people he brought out of the copy, because there are 4 academies, namely the Witch Academy, the Daoist Academy, the Immortal Academy, and the Martial Academy. A group of teachers and even deans are needed to teach students. There is no need to worry about the teaching resources of the Witch Academy, mainly the Immortal Academy. Because there are only 2 or 3 people practicing the immortal way, it is too few. Even if there are 5 or 6 people in the 5 academies, at least 1 teacher can be gathered from each academy. Qin Yu was a little dazed with a headache. After a moment of silence, he thought that he could only build an Immortal Academy in Kyoto. People from other places who want to practice the immortal way should rush to Kyoto to enroll. In order to prevent too many people from applying to the academy and insufficient teaching resources, Qin Yu has to come up with a way to test talents and only accept the best. Applicants who are rejected cannot apply again within 1 year. After a long time, Huang Hang and Huang Ying were called in. "Master." "Oh no, your majesty." The 2 looked dazed. Qin Yu silently opened their interfaces. Name, Huang Hang. Gender, male. Age 17. Strength/physique/agility. Extraordinary level 3. Intelligence. Command. Combat talent. One-handed weapon. Talent. Cultivation prodigy. Class A lower. Effect. Cultivation comprehension and speed increased by 50%. Talent 2. Master of formation. Extraordinary talent. Effect. Comprehension of formation increased by 50%. Formation creation increased by 100%. Satisfaction 80. Loyalty 88. Name, Huang Ying. Gender, male. Age 16. Force/agility/physique. Extraordinary level 3. Intelligence. Command. Battle talent. One-handed weapon talent. Divine power. Extraordinary talent. Effect. Born with divine power. Has a chance to awaken divine power once every 10 years. Talent 2. Alchemy master. Extraordinary talent. Effect. A rare alchemy genius in 1,000 years, with a very high success rate of alchemy, a 100% bonus to the understanding of alchemy classics, and an alchemy success rate of more than 80%. Divine power. Blood arrow divine curse effect. Can be exempted from the cost of the blood arrow curse once, and send a blood arrow divine curse that is 100 times more powerful than the blood arrow curse to the enemy, with a cooldown period of 1 year after use. Satisfaction 90. Loyalty 92. This is the attribute panel of the 2 people. This is also the main reason why Qin Yu consumed the character card, to bring them out of the dungeon world. Both of them have top talents, and Huang Ying's command talent has 4 stars. Both of them have extraordinary talents, and Huang Ying is stronger. She actually has innate magical powers, and she can have a new magical power every 10 years. In the future, Qin will create a Daoist Academy and an Immortal Academy, to teach talented students in the world, to practice Taoism and immortality. I want you two to be teachers. If you perform well, you will be promoted directly to the dean. In addition, Huang-Ying, you can practice the inheritance of the alchemist, and Huang-Hong, you can practice the inheritance of the formation master. I don't like to be rejected, so obey the arrangement. Looking at Qin Yu's tough eyes, the two brothers Huang-Ying and Huang-Hong nodded slightly and agreed. Later, Qin Yu met those people in the previous dungeon. Huang-Ying is a teacher at the Kyoto Daoist Academy. Huang-Hong is a teacher at the Kyoto Immortal Academy. Wang Jing is a teacher at the Kyoto Martial Academy. And Jiang Enan is a teacher at the Kyoto Witch Academy. Needless to say, the first two are Wang Jing, who is at the peak of the 4th level of the Outer Gang realm. He is a martial arts genius brought out by Qin Yu from the dungeon. Jiang Enan is Jiang Rang's sister, and she also has excellent talent. In addition, the Daoist lineage officially established the Daoist palace, with Zeduo Hong as the palace master and He Feng as the deputy palace master, whose status is equal to that of the Witch Hall and the Martial Hall. At the same time, all 360 talented primary wizards in the Witch Hall were accommodated by the newly established Daoist palace, and switched to practicing Taoism. With the powerful cultivation method evolved by Qin Yu using the Azure Dragon Jade niche, the cultivation speed of each extraordinary system has become faster than before, and the strength is also stronger. The number of Azure Dragon School generals has begun to approach 1,500 under full refining. Because the Yanxi has been constantly capturing evil ghosts before, the number of rampant soldiers is also very considerable, and the number of rampant soldiers has begun to approach 30,000. The combat power of Qin Yu civilization has begun to grow violently and exponentially in just a few months. Players who secretly pay attention to the rankings of the 50th district will be shocked if they open the rankings at this time. Because the top spot had been occupied for several years, it suddenly changed. Jiang Yan, who was originally ranked first, has begun to slide down to the 2nd place. If someone clicks to check, they will definitely see that the name of the 1st place has been changed to Qin Yu. This ranking is refreshed every month. If it is refreshed every day, Qin Yu's name would have rushed to the 1st place long ago. However, Qin Yu obviously wins by quantity. Players in the silver rank will not have too many armies. They care more about quality. Of course, the previous undead civilization is an exception. The next morning, Qin Yu was awakened by the message in the chat channel. He rubbed his eyes and silently opened the chat channel. Wow. Friend request. 99 plus. Private chat message. 99 plus. 6 of the top 10 in the ranking sent him messages. Among them, Wen Zhao sent the most messages. The second was Yi Lina. Qin Yu first glanced at Wen Zhao's message. Wen Zhao, I got up to pee this morning and took a look at the rankings. It would have been better if I hadn't looked at it. I was so scared that I peed. Wen Zhao, from now on, you are the big brother. Just call me Zhao. I dare to ask, how did you reach a combat power of more than 600,000 in the bronze rank? Wen Zhao, damn. It has not been a year since you finished your novice period, right? Wen Zhao, I guess the 50th war zone has exploded now, and everyone's eyes and all the alliances are looking at you. Taking advantage of this gimmick to establish an alliance is definitely the best time. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment and then replied. Qin Yu, don't you need to advance to the silver rank? Wen Zhao, in less than a year, the bronze rank, more than 600,000 combat power, surpassing the mythical Jiang Yan, the top of the whole zone. Which one is not more attractive than silver? Wen Zhao, I'm willing to call you the strongest bronze. Chapter 329, Civilization Qianqi, 50 consecutive draws. Boom boom boom. Gold. Qin Yu, since we are going to establish an alliance, let's think of a name together. Wen Zhao, now you are the eldest brother, you can decide on any name. Qin Yu, I can't think of a suitable one for now. My civilization rank is about to break through to the silver level. I will establish an alliance after I break through to the silver level. You should first look for suitable people to invite to join the alliance. Wen Zhao, okay, I will do whatever you say. Qin Yu closed the private chat channel with Wen Zhao and then opened Yi Lina's. Yi Lina, oh my god. It's unbelievable, Yelena. Jiang Yan has dominated the top spot for several years, but you squeezed me out in less than a year. Reading the message at this time, Qin Yu could already imagine Yelena's surprised expression. Yelena, but this is not a good thing. You are only one person. Jiang Yan has great ambitions recently. He wants to unify the 50 war zones with the Myth Alliance. Many small alliances have expressed their opinions. Only our top 10 alliances are still divided. The war in the war zone is very fierce and can be said to be on the verge of breaking out. If you encounter difficulties, you can join Violet. Sister will protect you. Looking at Yelena's message, Qin Yu thought about it thoughtfully and then replied. Qin Yu, we are always good partners. After closing the private chat panel with Yelena, Qin Yu replied to the messages of others one by one and agreed to the friend request carefully. After processing, he closed the chat channel of the system. As the war is approaching, Qin Yu wants to use all the civilization gold coins accumulated in recent times to draw rewards. In a trance, the surrounding pictures are scattered and broken, and then gathered and reorganized. On the edge of the steep and cold cliff, there is a dense and deep jungle behind, and a 1,000-foot waterfall in front. His consciousness moved, and dozens of civilization gold coins were thrown out in an instant, colliding in the air, and producing waves of pleasant crisp sounds. Plop, as the civilization gold coins fell into the reward pool below, streams of light suddenly shot up into the sky, dazzling. You consume 1 advanced Victor gold coin, and get rune code XX1, gold quality. You consume 1 advanced Victor gold coin, and get Fairyland Secret Realm X1, gold quality. You consume 1 advanced Victor gold coin, and get Building Upgrade Card X1, gold quality. You consume 1 advanced Victor gold coin, and get Sword Casting Immortal Pond X1, gold quality. You consume 1 advanced Victor gold coin, and get Ore Smelting Furnace X1, purple quality. You consume 1 advanced Victor gold coin, and get Purple Heart Earth Fire Alchemy Hall X1, purple quality. You consume 1 advanced Victor gold coin, and get the prop card Thick Fog X1, purple quality. You consume 1 advanced Victor gold coin, and get the prop card 10,000 Arrows X1, purple quality. You consume 1 intermediate Victor gold coin, and get Red Flame Cannon X1000. Purple quality. You consume 1 intermediate Winner's gold coin, and get Red Flame Crossbow X1000. Purple quality. You consume 1 intermediate Winner's gold coin, and get Fierce Oil 1 liter X1000. Blue quality. You consume 1 intermediate Winner's gold coin, and get Emperor Dragon Soul Sword X1. Purple quality. You consume 1 intermediate Winner's gold coin, and get 9 provinces 10,000 miles mountain and river. Machine Cannon X1, purple quality. You consume 1 intermediate Winner's gold coin, and get 5 element basic Talisman X1, blue quality. You consume 1 intermediate Winner's gold coin, and get Mohist Mechanism Thunder Puppet Forging Manual X1, blue quality. Qin Yu drew more than 50 items, and he couldn't see them all. He selected some items that were currently of great use to civilization, and began to check them. This time, a total of 4 golden items came out, and the number was indeed enough to cover the lack of explosion rate. If he drew a few more times, gold items would definitely come out. Rune Kodai, deep in the 18th parallel universe, the peak product of the ancient Esraelan civilization, Rune Kodai contains a total of 18 runes with powerful rule abilities, which can be engraved on weapons to make them more powerful, but this requires a skilled engraving master. The higher the level of the engraving master, the more powerful the rune engraved. Of course, whether the engraving can be successful also depends on whether the material of the weapon can withstand the power of the rune. Rune Kodai records the following hundreds of runes: Bloodthirsty, Rage, Precision, Strength, Ice, Red Flame, Agility, Guardian, Differentiation, Fear, Desire, Mountain, Soaring, Manipulation, Space, Breeding, and Seclusion. Rune Kodai. Qin Yu looked at the system introduction above, which seemed to mean that this rune code seemed to have second and third, and even fourth and the 18 runes all had different rule powers, which seemed to be similar to the law. For example, Baki can restore vitality, and Bloodthirst can absorb the opponent's vitality to restore one's own vitality. Rage consumes vitality to become stronger and crazy without pain, and precision improves perception and increases accuracy. Strength increases one's own strength. Ice freezes the opponent. Red flame burns the opponent. And Guardian increases defense and even converts damage to friendly forces. The stronger and more perverted the rune, the harder it is to engrave it successfully. Although this item is extremely useful, Qin Yu cannot use it directly. He still needs to train an engraver. However, it is really strong, and the ability of each rune is very strong, but it is a pity that it can only be engraved on weapons. Qin Yu put the things away and continued to read. Xianta Secret Realm. The Secret Realm covers an area of 10,000 mu and contains very rich spiritual energy. It has a different time flow rate from the outside world. The normal flow rate is 10:1, and it can be adjusted by consuming civilization points. The soil in the Secret Realm can reduce the maturity period of spiritual medicine by half, and the efficacy will double. The soil in the Secret Realm contains fairy spirit, spiritual energy and time energy. If it is used for long-term planting, it will take civilization points to restore it. Looking at the introduction of the second golden item, Qin Yu quickly understood it. In short, this is used for farming. Oh no, it is used to grow spiritual medicine. It is not easy to grow spiritual medicine, and the age is often decades or hundreds of years, which requires a huge time cost, but everything is different with Xianta Secret Realm. You can spend civilization points to adjust the time flow rate in the Secret Realm, so as to quickly obtain high-year spiritual medicine for alchemy, which can be regarded as a magical object of cultivation civilization. The area is nearly 10,000 mu, which is very useful. Building upgrade card can upgrade the quality of the building by 1 level, and the highest cannot exceed gold. This is similar to the previous item upgrade card, and it is also very useful. Qin Yu collected it with satisfaction, and continued to check. Swordcasting Immortal Pond. The swordcasting pond of the Immortal Gate in the Cultivation world, which contains the immortal spirit of the immortal world, can effectively refine the impurities in the sword, so that the quality of the sword is improved by 1 level. The higher the quality of the sword, the more likely it is to awaken the sword magic power. This golden item has some limitations, but the upper limit is quite high, but it cannot be used in a short time, and it cannot improve the strength much. Qin Yu silently collected it and continued to check other items. Ore smelting furnace contains the strange fire of heaven and earth, which can melt the ore into any shape. It is simple and convenient, and can also refine the mental power. This is a purple item. Qin Yu thought for a moment and found that it is most suitable for making puppets and can be used to refine puppets. Not bad, a bit interesting. Qin Yu sighed. Purple Heart Earth Fire Alchemy Hall. This hall is a hall refined from the heavenly fire, earthly fire and purple heart fire. It contains 3 kinds of flames and can be used by dozens of alchemists to refine pills at the same time. The purple heart earth fire can improve the quality and success rate of pills and the stability of the pill furnace. The building used for alchemy is also what Qin Yu is in urgent need of at present. With the secret realm of the immortal mansion and the pill recipe Qin Yu obtained in the copy treasure chest before, it can be used to improve the civilization. Thick fog. After use, a thick fog will be summoned to fill the battlefield area, which will last for 3 days, and can be cancelled at any time. 10,000 arrows. After use, when in a state of war, the arrows fired by the archers of your side will be split into 2. The effect lasts until the end of the war state, and there is no cooling period during this period. Both prop cards have war auxiliary effects, and Qin Yu is also very satisfied. Red Flame Cannon, one of the 5-element weapons produced by the Red Flame civilization. It is expensive and extremely precious. It is also one of the main weapons of the army. The advantages of the Red Flame Cannon are that it is easy to carry and light. It can use kerosene as a dye to spray and launch flame bombs, rain of fire, etc., with a range of 120 meters. Red Flame Crossbow, one of the 5-element weapons produced by the Red Flame civilization. It is expensive and powerful. It is one of the main weapons of the light infantry army. It uses arrows and fierce fire oil as dyes and can continuously fire 100 flame arrows. The 2 items come from the same civilization. It is a pity that there is no blueprint. However, 2 special armies can be formed. For example, it is allocated to the terrace or cavalry, to use it to attack the enemy from above. Emperor Dragon Soul Sword. It is the human sword held by the human emperor in the Nine Heavens world. It has the function of suppressing the emperor's luck and emitting dragon power. At the same time, it seals 3 dragon souls and also has 3 magical powers. The first is the Dragon Roar, which can deter all evil enemy soldiers and can make the enemy afraid, crazy, or even kill each other. The second is the Dragon Soul Bodyguard, which protects the whole body with the Dragon Soul and is invulnerable to all kinds of attacks. The third is the Dragon Soul Slash, which contains boundless dragon power in the sword energy. Wherever it passes, no grass will grow, and all living things are afraid of it. Note that this introduction is only for the introduction within the Nine Heavens world. Outside this world, the final effect may be different. Looking at the introduction of this sword, Qin Yu suddenly wanted to laugh. The so-called Nine Heavens world, whether it is a mortal world or a low-level martial arts world, or a world of cultivation, Qin Yu is not sure. But looking at the last sentence, Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh, fearing that this effect may be greatly reduced when encountering a high-level extraordinary power. Jiaozhao Li Shan Machine Cannon, a machine artifact produced by the 3rd level machine civilization. This is the ancient peak machine artillery technology. There are as many as 100 gun muzzles, and the total weight is as high as 60,000 pounds. Once placed, it cannot be moved. Jiaozhao. The range of the Shan machine cannon can reach a radius of 10,000 miles. Even if this cannon is placed in the capital, it can bombard the border. It is one of the artillery with the longest range in ancient times. Its permanent artillery positioning symbol, after placing the strike area, can automatically bombard the position of the symbol with 10,000 high explosive gunpowder shells. Good guy. You are simply the ancient version of the Shenzhou missile. Damn, a radius of 10,000 miles. That area is 70 million square kilometers. Qin Yu can completely do the real direction of the finger, that is, the bold words of scorched earth. 70 million square kilometers. What concept? The current area of Qin is only tens of thousands of square kilometers. It's too scary, but the power is only as great as that of ordinary artillery, and it can only be used for defense, and cannot be used when invading other players. Also, if this Jiaozhao Li Shan machine gun is damaged or destroyed, there is no way to repair it. After all, once this weapon is placed, it cannot be moved. However, Qin Yu did not think much about it. The effect is already amazing, and we must know how to be content. However, in order to prevent it from being destroyed, it must be placed in a very secret place, and it must not be discovered by the outside world. And it cannot be used too many times, otherwise the location will be easily discovered. Another disadvantage is that, if you want to bomb somewhere, you still need to insert the symbol, which is a bit troublesome. But with the Shadow Guard, it is not too difficult to do. In addition, Qin Yu's current civilization does not have gunpowder. If you don't have enough materials, let alone making it, you can't even experiment. Qin Yu shook his head and continued to look down. 5-element basic talisman code, Daoist talisman code, which records the drawing methods and formulas of 9 basic 5-element talismans, including wind talismans, flame talismans, water binding talismans, golden knife talismans, earth escape talismans, wood armor talismans, lightning talismans, golden light talismans, and yellow sand talismans. There are 9 kinds of talismans in total, each with its own ability. The wind talisman is to speed up walking, the flame talisman can summon flames, and the water binding talisman can summon water to trap the enemy. The golden knife talisman summons a golden knife to attack the enemy. The earth escape talisman is to escape underground, and the wooden armor talisman condenses several layers of wooden armor around the body to enhance defense. The lightning talisman can only be used on cloudy days, to attract thunder from the sky. The golden light talisman is used to dispel evil spirits, and the yellow sand talisman summons yellow sand all over the sky, to confuse the enemy's vision. The effect of this set of basic 5-element talismans has greatly exceeded Qin Yu's expectations. After all, it is only a blue quality item. The Daoist lineage has one more method, and Qin Yu is still very happy in his heart. Because the only method of refining rampant soldiers is too monotonous. Mohist Mechanical Thunder Puppet Forging Manual. One of the ancient mechanical puppet forging techniques of the Mohist mechanical puppet, the mechanical thunder puppet. The mechanical thunder puppet has the ability to manipulate lightning to attack the enemy, but it requires thunder attributed or for forging. Chapter 330. Total War begins. War with silver players. The next morning, in the dim basement, the vast space was dark and damp, and was covered with sticky insect fluid. In the Zerg mother nest in the middle, Zerg creatures were still hatching. Qin Yu looked at the environment in the basement, and felt a little disgusted. He frowned and said, "Let the burrowing worms dig the cave longer and wider." The shadow guard next to him responded, "I understand." Qin Yu retracted his gaze, and a golden light appeared inexplicably on his right hand. This building card should be the most cost-effective for the Zerg mother nest. He thought to himself, and silently recited to use it. With a sharp sound, the stream of light in Qin Yu's hand flew out instantly, and crashed into the Zerg mother nest. Soon, a golden light wrapped around the mother nest. The size of the mother nest slowly increased, and spread to the surroundings. The surrounding Zergs kept trembling around the mother nest, as if expressing joy. After a long time, Qin Yu looked at the new Zerg species on the page and his face suddenly became happy. Swift Worm Strength, Ability, Limb Attack, Introduction. It is the size of a puppy, but the 3 long horns on its mouth can definitely make the enemy pay a heavy price. Hatching cost: 30 kilograms of meat. Venomous Bee. Strength, Ability, Poison Needle Spray. Introduction. It is the size of an eagle, flies fast, and can produce a 1 meter long finger-like poison needle out of its tail. It has a very strong toxic and paralyzing effect, and is a basic air force of the Zerg. Hatching cost: 50 kilograms of meat. Underground Worm. Strength, Extraordinary First Level. Ability, Drilling, Devouring. Introduction. The worm is nearly 1 meter in diameter and as thick as 7 or 8 meters or even more than 10 meters in length. They can shuttle quickly underground, appearing and disappearing in the center of the enemy's array. A bloody mouth can swallow more than a dozen people in an instant, and the corrosive effect of the worm's stomach acid is 15 times that of ordinary humans. Hatching consumption: 500 kilograms of meat. Venom Worm. Strength, Ability, Venom Spray. Introduction. As a small-sized Zerg, it also has its advantages. Venom worms are agile and not easy to be attacked. The poison sac at its tail stores a large amount of venom. When encountering an enemy, it can spray venom at the enemy. The venom has a paralyzing and very strong corrosive effect. After killing the venom worm, the corpse will explode, and the venom strength will double. Hatching consumption: 50 catters of meat. Ground Spike Worm. Strength, Ability, Shrinking the Ground and Stabbing. Introduction. The ground spike worm is of medium size among the basic Zerg. It is good at burrowing underground, and can quickly shuttle underground. There is an extremely sharp ground spike on the top of its head. The moment it breaks out of the ground, it can instantly penetrate and kill several enemies. Hatching consumption: 100 catters of meat. Tip: the Zerg mother nest is still in the process of advancement. More Zerg genes will be slowly unlocked. The current building improvement level is 3%. 5 new Zergs have been added, and all of them are Zergs with offensive capabilities, and can be used on the battlefield. Moreover, these Zergs only need meat to hatch, and can completely use the enemy's corpse as nutrients to feed the war. How much of the previously frozen and stored venison is left? Reporting to the Lord, the warehouse records show that there are more than 700,000 catters left. Listening to the report of the official on the side, Qin Yu nodded slightly. The hatching cost of the swift worm is the cheapest, but it is a melee Zerg, but it can't be considered bad if its strength can reach 3 stars. If you hatch 5,000 swift worms, only 150,000 catters of meat will be enough. The poisonous bee is a long-range air force, and it is also very useful. If you hatch one with 50 catters of meat, you only need 100,000 catters of meat to hatch 2,000. The underground worm is huge in size, and it is also the only one with extraordinary strength. It has a miraculous effect on dense formations. Let's hatch 100, which requires 50,000 catters of meat. The effect of the venom worm is also not small. Not only can it attack from a distance, but it can also self-destruct. If it takes 50 kilograms to hatch one, then hatch 1,000 worms first, which requires 50,000 kilograms of meat. The last ground thornworm seems to be quite powerful, but it requires 100 kilograms of meat. Qin Yu thought about it and decided to hatch 500 ground thornworms, which also requires 50,000 kilograms of meat. In the end, he added it up and found that a total of 400,000 kilograms of meat was needed. With a storage of 700,000 venison, it was more than enough to hatch the Zerg. There are a total of 5,000 swiftworms, 2,000 poison bees, 1,000 venom worms, 500 ground thorn worms, and 100 underground worms, which together are a Zerg army of less than 10,000. I hope it can be hatched before the war comes. At present, Zergs such as communication worms, reconnaissance butterflies, and ground worms have been popularized for both official and military use, and only civilian use has not yet been popularized. Qin Yu is worried that the overly advanced communication capabilities will cause chaos in the current territory. Although the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, Qin Yu does not want to see that impossible thing become possible. However, communication is a good thing after all, and the effect it can bring is also huge. Therefore, Qin Yu ordered people to build communication buildings in various cities. If you need to contact friends and relatives in other cities, you can use communication to pass on what you want to say and the address of the contact. The staff of the communication building on the other side will write down the letter for delivery, and of course you can keep it in the communication building and wait for the contact to come to the door to inquire. After dealing with the matter of the insect nest, Qin Yu went to the witch hall. He handed the forging manual of the Mohist mechanism thunder puppet to Jiangrong and ordered him to be responsible for searching and forging. Just write a letter and hand it in if you need anything. Qin Yu looked at the introduction of the Mohist mechanism thunder puppet. It is indeed very strong. The strength can reach 5 stars or even the first level of extraordinary. There are many attack methods in the record of the thunder puppet, melee and long range annexation, and with the existence of the puppet law, Qin Yu thinks it is not difficult to forge a thunder puppet. Even if the key step fails, it is the same to use the puppet law directly. After leaving the witch hall, it was dark, and Qin Yu ended today's itinerary and returned to the palace to rest. The next morning, Qin Yu opened the space door and went to the dinosaur world. He asked Shigu for 2,000 pterosaur cavalry and brought them back. It was just enough to equip 1,000 red flame cannons and 1,000 red flame crossbows. Qin Yu planned to keep these 2,000 pterosaur cavalry in Kyoto temporarily, and when the war started later, he would provide support wherever needed. With his current reserve of troops, to be honest, an inexplicable confidence rose from his heart. Not only was his force very strong, but the ability and strength of his troops were also diverse and extremely rich. He could deal with the invasion of many different civilizations. Therefore, Qin Yu was not very worried about the invasion war later. At noon, Qin Yu ordered someone to notify the county magistrate of Coal City to clear out an open and hidden area deep in the Coal Valley, and no one would be allowed to approach in the future. At the same time, a special team of 300 people was selected to form the Jiuzhou Guard Institute, and they followed Qin Yu all the way to the Coal Valley. After the warm welcome of the county magistrate of Coal City, Qin Yu brought the 300 members of the Jiuzhou Guard Institute to the open space cleared by the county magistrate. In the future, order people to build high walls in this area, and no one is allowed to approach without permission. At the same time, send troops to guard outside. I will obey the order of the king. The county magistrate of Coal County responded respectfully. Qin Yu nodded slightly and led 300 people to walk deeper. Most of these 300 people were from Langhuian, and each of them had at least the strength of the first level of transcendence. Qin Yu looked at the open space around him, waved his right hand, and a purple light suddenly spread out and fell on the open space in front. A terrifying rumble sounded around, the earth trembled violently, and a magnificent phantom appeared, followed by countless light and shadow fragments condensed, and the phantom slowly solidified. Qin Yu's expression showed a trace of surprise. The eyes of others were even more shocked. It was simply a miracle. In the blink of an eye, a steel forest that looked like an inverted forest appeared in front of everyone. One by one, the vertical gun barrels that were more than 10 meters long stood densely in front of them, and below them, the mechanical turrets that looked extremely complex and magnificent, and countless secret mechanisms were turning. The area can reach tens of thousands of square meters, and there are thousands of gun barrels. Among them, there are hundreds of gun barrels that seem to soar into the sky, which have the longest attack range, and the rest are gradually reduced. The gun barrels used for different attack ranges are also different. Therefore, these thousands of gun barrels cannot be launched at the same time. Qin Yu looked at the mechanical behemoth in front of him, revealing a cold light, and he actually felt a little scared. He retracted his gaze and looked at everyone and said, "In the future, your task is to guard this place and prevent anyone from approaching or destroying it without authorization. This is the foundation of my Qin country in the future, and there must be no loss. Is it all clear?" "Clear," everyone shouted in unison. After the voice fell, Qin Yu nodded slightly with satisfaction and left. The firing mechanism of the Jiaohuanli mountain and river machine gun is in Qin Yu's hand, and he can control it from a distance, so the people here only need to guard it. 10 days later, Qin Yu opened the system screen and saw that there were only 2 or 3 days left in the civilization's war-free period. He thought for a moment and took out 2 items. 1 total war order and 1 silver rank upgrade order. Total war order. Use it on targets that have not been invaded and have not used the war-free card. After using it, a total war will be launched. All citizen settlements with inhabitants of both players will be thrown into the new world. The area of the new world will be divided into 2 parts, divided into 2 territories. Players can move their respective towns at will at the beginning. They will not be able to move them after the war begins. The total war will last for 12 months. After the time is up, players will obtain the occupied enemy cities, including the population in the city and the captured population. If all the cities of the opponent are occupied, the total war will end in advance. The occupied cities will disappear in the original world and appear in the world of the winner. The winner can freely plan the landing position of the city or choose to destroy it, and the population in it will remain. The winner of the total war will not receive any other rewards, except all the civilization points of the opponent and 5 times the rank points. Silver rank upgrade order. After using it, you will accept an invasion war from a silver player. If the invasion war is successful, the rank will be directly upgraded to the silver rank, and 50% of the opponent's civilization points will be obtained, and a silver treasure chest of the corresponding level will be obtained, based on the battle record score. According to Qin Yu's understanding during this period, these 2 props can be used at the same time and take effect at the same time. The total war order will change the mode of war and can obtain the opponent's population, all civilization points, and 5 times the rank points. For the silver rank, winning can directly upgrade to the silver rank and obtain a silver treasure chest of the corresponding level. This makes up for the shortcoming that the total war order cannot obtain a treasure chest. Qin Yu thought about it, and it was actually worthwhile. This did not increase the difficulty, but reduced the difficulty. If the war is in Qin Yu's territory, it is actually not good for him. He is too passive at that time. After all, the opponent only has the army coming, and there is nothing to worry about. Just like last time, if you can't beat it, you will slaughter a few citizens and disgust you to death, but there is no way. But the total war order is different. The population of the cities of both sides will be uniformly placed in the newly constructed world. The world is randomly generated. After entering, players on both sides can adjust the location of the city at will. The person who captures all cities or the most cities after the war will win. Population is also a reward and a factor in judging victory, so it is a good thing that they will not be killed excessively. Qin Yu thought for a moment, and according to the method he had recently inquired, he first used a silver rank upgrade order. System prompt. You have successfully used the silver rank upgrade order. System prompt. Number 69583 silver sequence player Chuzhou has invaded your civilization. About 10 minutes after using the props, Qin Yu really received an invasion prompt. And when he received the invasion prompt, he immediately used the total war order against the player Chuzhou by default. Wow, the surroundings flashed instantly. In a trance, Qin Yu came to a dark space. But a light curtain suddenly lit up in front of Qin Yu's eyes. Prompt, total war order confirmed to be used successfully. Hint, new world is being generated. Please wait. Hint, new world panel is being generated. Please wait. Total war world map area. 600,000 square kilometers. Terrain factors: grassland, mountains, forests, rivers, plains, mountains, deserts. Hint: the New World generation gives priority to simulating the territorial environment of both civilizations. Hint: only land in cities with a population of more than 10,000. Hint: there are a total of 16 cities with a population of more than 10,000 under your civilization. Hint: you have 10 minutes to move the location of the city. The screen turned, and a 3D holographic map appeared in front of Qin Yu. Below are 16 icons representing 16 cities. They are Xingqian City, Panhu City, Coal City, Xianggu City, 4 counties in Dongshan, Dongmu County City, Bimu County, Nanmu County City, Zimu County City, Wangdu, Jing City, Nanqi City, Yuan City, and 4 small counties. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331: The War Begins. The Red Flame Pterosaur Aerial Cavalry. The map of the entire Total War world was created by imitating the terrain of the territories of the civilizations of both players. The map is divided into 2. The map on the Chuzhou side is on the left. First, there is an endless plain area with several large rivers interspersed in the plain. To the right of the plain is an endless desert, a vast desert with almost no other colors. Across the desert are magnificent and steep mountains and rivers, with golden luster reflected on the steep stone walls. To the right of the mountains and rivers is Qin Yu's territory. It should be constructed in imitation of the terrain of Dongshan. Connected to the mountains and rivers are the mountains and forests that used to be full of green, and their peaks are not as high as the mountains and rivers connected to them. The terrain is from low to high, with forests at the bottom and mountains and forests above. After the mountains and rivers, to the right is the endless grassland, and to the right of the grassland is a river plain, a plain area interspersed with many rivers. There are a total of 16 cities. Qin Yu stroked his chin with his right hand and considered the placement of each city. He certainly would not consider the mountainous forest area because it was difficult to support that place and the transportation of materials was slow, so it was better to keep it to delay the enemy. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Qin Yu placed the 4 cities of Dongshan on the far left of the grassland area on the map. The 4 cities formed the Iron Four Corners, and each city was 15 miles apart. Panhu City was guarded by Hu Pio and Mu Hu. Xianggu City was guarded by Yanli. Xingqian City was guarded by Jiangli, Panli and Yunyi. Coal City was guarded by Yuming and Ji. After the 4 cities, there were the 4 county cities of Muzhou in the east, west, south, and north. All the way from the left to the right on the map, they were arranged vertically in a row, with each city 30 miles apart. A small county town was inserted in the middle as an auxiliary. Dongmu County City was guarded by Yukon and Zaotei. Nanmu County City was guarded by Muyun, Yunwu and Yunyin. Linxi and Hanyu were stationed in Zimu County City. Shigu and Yaozan were stationed in Bimu County City. The remaining 4 cities, Jing, Nanqi, and Yuan, were placed together in the river plain at the back. The 3 cities formed a triangle, each 20 miles apart, and Jingdu was in the center, guarded by the 3 cities. After confirming, Qin Yu silently clicked confirm. Then the screen turned. The icons of the cities below instantly fell on the map. Hint: the locations of the cities of both sides are in a foggy state. If you attack, you need to send soldiers to scout the location. Hint: please mobilize troops for each city below. Thunder Copper Spearmen. 140,000. Archers. 80,000. Dragon Cavalry Battalion Cavalry. 30,000. Sharpshooters of the Sharpshooter Battalion. 30,000. Elf Temple Rangers. 10,000. Elite Thunder Copper Sword and Shield Army. 10,000. Dinosaur Cavalry. 10,000. Giant Beast Cavalry. 10,000. Blood-Packed Wolf Cavalry. 3,000. Giant Tiger Cavalry. 3,000. Red Flame Winged Dragon Air Cavalry. 2,000. Thunder Sword and Shield Army. 30,000. Liho Sword and Shield Army. 20,000. Starry Iron Wall Army. 20,000. Royal Guards. 30,000. Clan Alliance Army. 30,000. Windcatcher. 100. Shadow Guards. 300. Sling Army. 5,000. 500 Trebuchets, Big Yellow Crossbow Army. 3,000. 1,000 Crossbows, Wizards. 900. More than 8,000 Puppets, 100 Qin Thunder Cannon Carts, 1,500 Qin Troop Carts. Daoists. 300. Rampant Soldiers, more than 30,000. King Lang School Generals, more than 2,000. Yin Soldiers, more than 20,000. Exotic Beast Army, more than 100. Human Emperor Guard Cavalry, more than 1,000. Zerg Army, more than 8,000. Shield Axe Army, more than 10,000. Dragon and Tiger Guard. 1,000. Militia, more than 10,000. Dog Warriors, more than 10,000. Grizzly Warriors, more than 3,000. The total force reaches more than 500,000. If the army is included, the total population of Qin Yu civilization is more than 2 million, of which 1/5 are soldiers. Among them, one is due to the large number of young and middle-aged people, and the other is that the militia training camp can provide high-quality soldiers. The second is that the various grain-producing lands do not require a large population, but can produce high amounts of grain. This also resulted in the vacancy of many labor forces, and Qin Yu could afford it. Therefore, the army continued to develop vigorously, creating a miracle of more than 500,000 troops. This consumed a large amount of civilization points and the joint efforts of dozens of buildings. Qin Yu quickly mobilized more than 500,000 troops to various cities, and then chose to confirm. Hint, the army was mobilized successfully. Please select the city where you landed. Qin Yu thought about it, and chose Nanmu County. First, Nanmu County is only separated from the 4 cities of Dangshan that are connected to the enemy by Dongmu County City. He can quickly and conveniently receive intelligence from the front line. Second, the distance is close, which is convenient for him to command and mobilize the army. Third, Nanmu County City is considered a central area. After all, it is safe. You can lead the army to attack in front and retreat to protect yourself in the back. Hint, the time of this total war is 10-1 with the main world. After confirming, the light curtain turned into countless light spots and slowly dissipated. In a trance, Qin Yu's consciousness went black. When he woke up again, Qin Yu had already appeared in Nanmu County City. Greetings, Your Majesty. Mu Yuan, Yun Wu, and Yun Yin knelt respectfully. Qin Yu nodded slightly and waved his hand, signaling several people to stand up. This is a year-long war. I will pass on what I'm going to say to each city. First, the enemy will cross the Dangshan area and attack our city. Order the 4 cities of Dangshan to take strict precautions and send more troops to investigate. Second, the enemy's city will continue to move eastward across Dangshan. Order the 4 cities of Dangshan to send scouts to investigate the enemy's position. Third, there are only enemies in this world to the east. Each city does not need to worry about other factors. Fourth, the army will continue to train for a month. After a month, we will take the initiative to attack. Fifth, send all the drill worms to dig an underground passage from under Dangshan all the way to the east. The passage should be 10 meters wide and 5 meters deep. Sixth, once there is any intelligence, it should be quickly passed to each city, with priority given to Nanjing City and Kyoto. Qin Yu waved his hand to indicate the end. After the voice fell, several people responded and turned to leave to convey the recorded orders to each city. Looking at the backs of the 3 people leaving, Qin Yu also turned back to the mansion to rest. He did not intend to mobilize troops first. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy is the key to victory. If you don't even know the enemy's situation, and you rush to send troops, who will lose if you don't? Some people also say that war is full of tricks, and you should take the enemy by surprise, and speed is the essence of war. If it was an ordinary war, forget it, but now it is a total war. Both sides know that they are fighting, and the enemy may rush out at any time, so the so-called surprise. Speed is the essence of war, and it can't achieve a positive effect at all. So now we can only wait. Wait for news from the enemy. Wait for intelligence from scouts. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Anyway, there is a time flow rate of 10:1. Even if 12 months have passed here, only about 40 days have passed outside. Time has passed for half a month. At this time, in the Daoist area, armies were shuttling through the mountains. What's strange is that these troops only wear light leather armor and hold something like a wooden lump in their hands. Report: the mountains have been searched and no trace of the enemy has been found. Well, immediately establish an outpost base to prepare for the arrival of the follow-up army. Understood, sir. This is an army of 10,000 people. In 15 days, they crossed the mountains and reached the mountain range and searched the entire mountain range. This speed was somewhat surprising. Each of the 10,000 soldiers wore leather armor and held a wooden lump in both hands. The upper part of the wooden lump seemed to be a cold and slender iron pipe. Their leather armor also had many pockets, which were filled with unknown things. A noise was found in the west, which is very suspicious. Very suspicious. The command has identified it as an enemy scout. The command has issued an order to surround and eliminate them. Repeat again. The command has issued an order to surround and eliminate them. A series of violent sounds that seemed to be from a trumpet resounded in the East Mountain. Teams of soldiers wearing leather armor and holding wooden lumps quickly rushed towards the west. Attack. Bang. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. The soldiers instantly raised their wooden guns, and one after another, like sharp fire snakes, they fired from the iron pipes. Puff. Ah. Several screams suddenly rang out in the bushes, and blood splattered on the surrounding leaves, dyeing them blood red. Sure enough, there are people. One row will go around from the right, the second row will go around from the left, and the rest of you will follow me to charge head on. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. A man wearing a square hat, who looked like an officer, pulled out 2 pistols from his waist and rushed over with everyone. Several figures in the jungle in the distance had already fallen to the ground and were no longer breathing. A scout looked at the old captain whose legs were gushing with blood and had lost the ability to move. He shouted loudly with a red face, "Run. Don't worry about me. Run quickly." The other 2 young scouts looked at the old captain who had been leading them with tears in their eyes full of stubbornness, wanting to carry him away. The middle-aged man looked at the enemy getting closer and closer, and he pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it towards his neck. "Go, pass the information back." The hoarse voice seemed as if sand was stuck in his throat, making it impossible for him to make a sound. The intermittent voice fell. Soon, the middle-aged man was no longer alive. The 2 teenagers gritted their teeth and supported each other and left, running down the mountain. At the same time, they silently took out 2 bone whistles. Sharp sounds continued to sound, which was to alert other scouts around and signal them to retreat. Nanmu County City, County Governor's Mansion. Minister Qin Yu greets the king. "Please stand up, but is there any news from the front line?" Qin Yu slowly stood up and looked at Qin Yu with hope. "Your Majesty, the scouts have sent intelligence that there are traces of enemies in Daoist, with a scale of about 10,000 people, and the weapons in their hands are very strange. The intelligence describes that an iron pipe is inserted into a wooden stick, and it can also attack from a distance." Qin Yu couldn't help but look solemn when listening to Qin Yu's report. An iron pipe is inserted into the wooden stick. Is it a gun, a firearm, or a musket? No matter which one it is, the opponent's strength should not be underestimated. Qin Yu sighed silently in his heart. I'm afraid he has met an opponent this time. If the opponent is all firearms, then most of his troops will be sitting ducks if they charge head on. Your Majesty, the intelligence also mentioned that the opponent seems to have no intention of attacking, but is preparing to build a camp in Daoist. Qin Yu nodded slightly. This is easy to understand. The distance between the 2 sides is far, and transportation is inconvenient. If you want to attack, you must have strong logistics. The opponent wants to use Daoist as a supply point for the attack, or an outpost base, and use the base as a springboard to continuously mobilize troops to attack. Qin Yu stroked his chin with his right hand, thought for a moment and then said, "Order the scouts to keep an eye on the situation in Daoist. Forget it. Let the shadow guards go out, and the enemy's follow-up army will immediately pass on the information as quickly as possible. In addition, let the Red Flame Pterosaur Air Cavalry go to the coal city closest to Dangshan, and wait for orders. I obey your orders. Mu Yuan bowed and responded, then turned and left. Qin Yu looked at Mu Yuan's back, his eyes burning. Since the enemy wants to use Dangshan as an outpost base, and since the enemy is equipped with firearms, then he will not attack head-on. When the enemy's army arrives, he will set fire to Dangshan. Let them suffer heavy losses. However, in order to prevent the fire from spreading to the grassland, he had to order people to dig a buffer zone in advance to block the fire. After the last encounter with local scouts in Dangshan, the enemy troops in Dangshan were quiet for 7 days. 3 bases, each capable of accommodating 10,000 people, have been built, and the 4th and 5th bases behind are still under construction. Division Commander Cheng's army has now arrived at the foot of the mountain. The Grand Marshal's order is to send 3 divisions there to launch a tentative attack on the enemy. In the wooden house in the center of the base, the adjutant was reporting the situation to the main commander of this operation. Send a battalion to pick them up. Although there will be no danger, you must be polite, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. As the bloody hand of the Empire, he is as famous as the Iron Wall of the Empire. One is good at attacking, and the other is good at defending. If he had not been too inexperienced, he would not have been just a division commander. If this operation can create merit, he can be directly promoted to army commander and lead an army alone. However, this time it is a bit difficult. Due to the terrain, those heavy weapons cannot be transported here. This makes the subsequent siege battle very likely to increase the difficulty. The scouts found in the mountains a few days ago made him realize that his opponent was not a drunkard. A tough battle is waiting for him in the area across the mountains. I will send someone to pick up Division Commander Cheng right away. The adjutant bowed and retreated. The man nodded slightly, then continued to slide the pen in his hand across the paper, formulating the next attack plan. Chapter 332, Fire Attack. Let's all be buried in the sea of fire. 5 days later, 30,000 firearms troops fully equipped with firearms all arrived in Dangshan. Among these 30,000 people, there are 27,000 firearms soldiers and 3,000 grenade throwers. In addition to these 30,000 people, there is also a baggage regiment of 3,000 people, responsible for escorting and protecting the baggage, providing daily living and food for the 3 divisions, and some auxiliary work, such as building camps, with the baggage regiment as the main force. The commander-in-chief of the 3rd Division, Yang Wenlin, is currently holding a military meeting in the headquarters. In the headquarters, there are a total of 3 division commanders, 9 brigade commanders, a total of 12 people. Yang Wenlin is wearing a leather military uniform, with a cloak on his shoulders, that symbolizes the status of a senior commander, holding a command sword in his hand, and a leather map is hung on the wall behind him. In addition to the terrain of his own side, there is also the general terrain of the entire Dangshan. The enemy this time is not simple, so I plan to use conservative tactics. First, I will establish a solid defense line in this mountain range, and then expand the defense line to the entire mountain range in regiments. To be honest, in my opinion, it would be better for this battle to be commanded by Commander Jiang Chengqi of the Empire's Iron Wall 5th Army. After all, he is better at defense than me. But since the commander-in-chief has sent me here, we can't just defend. While building a defense line, each division will send out scouts to conduct reconnaissance in the enemy's territory and draw maps. The people in the audience nodded, agreeing with the tactics and strategies formulated by Yang Wenlin. The Commander Cheng in the 3rd Division said, "The tunnel has been dug halfway. The Grand Marshal has made it very clear that our mission is to delay the enemy until the tunnel is dug." Yang Wenlin squinted his eyes and looked over and said in a deep voice, "The Grand Marshal has also made it very clear that I'm the commander-in-chief of this operation. If any of you have any questions, go back to the Grand Marshal. If you disobey the military order now, I will only be able to punish you by military law." The voice fell heavily, and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly condensed and became extremely quiet. With Yang Wenlin's call to adjourn the meeting, everyone left one after another. However, what everyone didn't know was that there were other people listening in on this meeting throughout the whole process. In Nanmu County City, Qin Yu looked at the content of the letter above and nodded with satisfaction. Shadow guards are indeed the most skilled branch of the military and intelligence work. According to the intelligence sent from the border, the enemy has an army of about 30,000 people and will set up defense lines and regiments in Dongshan and send scouts to collect intelligence. The key point is that the opponent's main task is to delay time and build tunnels, to delay time for the mountains and rivers behind. Qin Yu looked at the information recorded in the letter and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This is a division and a regiment, firearms and tunnels. Could it be that the opponent's technology has reached the steam age? Can they quickly dig tunnels and pass steam trains? This gap in technology cannot be made up by Qin Yu in a short period of time. This development takes time, many years. Qin Yu can only say that he suffered a loss due to the lack of time. Qin Yu frowned. The opponent's tunnel cannot be built. If the tunnel is built, it will make it faster to transport troops, and then this battle will be difficult. And if you want to prevent the construction of the tunnel, you must first eliminate the enemy troops in Dongshan. Even if you can repel them. Come here, pass on my military order. Let the Red Flame Pterosaur cavalry go out. Cover Dongshan with flames according to the position provided by the Shadow Guard. Let the 3 red-fire dragons and 20 white-winged giant lizards go out. The goal is to bury all the enemy troops on Dongshan in the sea of fire. I obey the order. As Qin Yu's order fell, one after another, the communication was transmitted to various communication stations and finally stopped in Coal City. After receiving the order, Yuming immediately mobilized 2,000 red flame pterosaur air cavalry, 20 tall white-winged giant lizards and the 3 super large red fire dragons from the fantasy world. In the 3rd hour after the order was conveyed, a dark shadow like a dark cloud passed over Coal City and attacked Dongshan. From time to time, bursts of heart-pounding screams were heard. The captain of the Red Flame Pterosaur Air Cavalry followed the position provided by the Shadow Guard and led the army to circle in the air all the way while looking for the target position. Captain, where is the smoke? A cavalryman riding on a pterosaur wearing leather armor and holding a red and shiny crossbow flew over, pointing in a direction and saying, "Go over and take a look. Lower your flight altitude." As the voice fell, the pterosaur cavalry began to turn around and fly towards the direction of the smoke. Yes, we are not far from the target location, and there are many people below. Everyone, get ready, pour kerosene. As the captain shouted loudly, 2,000 pterosaur cavalry scattered in an instant, and they all poured down the 2 barrels of fierce kerosene on both sides of their mounts in advance. Tick tick tick, the liquid with a pungent smell flowed down along the branches and leaves of the trees. Some of it was directly poured onto the ground. Is it raining? The soldiers who were waiting for lunch below slowly stood up and looked up into the sky. The towering trees around were extremely dense, almost completely blocking the view of the entire sky, and everyone could only vaguely see some blurred shadows. There seemed to be a lot of bird creatures in the sky, and they are not small in size. PFFT. Why does this rain smell strange? No, it seems to be oil, kerosene. No, enemy attack. Notify the commander. A large number of soldiers were immediately panicked, and the officers around them hurriedly informed the commander of the news. The entire camp had more than 10,000 people, and it seemed a little panicked. Yang Wenlin heard the noise and understood the situation. He immediately ordered officers from various departments to gather different troops and prepare to disperse to the surroundings. Once the enemy used fire attack, the denser the team, the greater the casualties. He frowned, and he had thought about the fire attack. After all, the mountain forest was so dense, with plants and trees everywhere, and the soldiers on a large volcano would be burned to death. Therefore, he ordered people to dig a fire break nearby early, and there was a small stream 2 miles away. But the premise of all this is that the other party set fire from the outside, and the flames gradually shrank inward. What he never expected was that the enemy could actually pour kerosene in the air and then launch a rocket. His eyes shrank and stared at the sky. Even if it was a rocket, even with the influence of kerosene, the fire would not grow instantly. As long as the command was proper, the loss would not be too great. However, just as the thought came to his mind, he saw thousands of meteorites falling from the sky in an instant, like burning meteorites. There were also countless fire arrows raining in the gaps. Wow, the fire suddenly started without any warning. What surprised him was that there was even magma seeping outward from the flames. His father, Yang Wenlin, was sweating coldly. The flames around him were like walls of fire, building up in all directions, making him lose his direction for a while. Screams soon rang out continuously. The panicked soldiers in the sea of fire were running around, wrapped in flames, and even explosions were heard from time to time. What was even more terrifying was that the flames continued to expand from the inside to the outside. The group of demon-like enemies in the air did not stop casting flames, but increased the flames in the inner circle, while continuing to expand the range of the flames. Adjutant, notify all the troops, all the organized troops, to do their best to gather the troops from all departments and find a place with water to station. I understand. Wait a minute, let the soldiers pour the water in their canteens on their clothes to wet them. Those who don't have water can urinate on me. Understood, sir. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Wenlin poured the water in his canteen on his clothes until they were all wet. Then his guard company followed suit. Gather the troops while retreating towards the stream. The fire came too unexpectedly. Yang Wenlin couldn't help but be terrified at this time. The enemy commander he had never met had formed a devilish image in his mind. While retreating, he gathered the soldiers who had fled in panic and fled all the way to the stream. Among the 3 divisions of the army, only 4 regiments were spared from the fire and were sent out early to set up defenses. The remaining more than 20 regiments plus the baggage regiment, a total of more than 31,000 people, were all affected by the fire and suffered casualties. The terrifying flames swept across most of the mountains and forests. The red flame-winged dragon air cavalry did not leave until all of their kerosene reserves were consumed. At the various streams in Dongshan, groups of embarrassed soldiers poured water into the surrounding flames. With continuous efforts, the flames in the forest were finally extinguished before dark. The 3 division commanders met by the stream. Among them, only Yang Wenlin looked respectable, while the other 2 were all charred black by the smoke, turning into black charcoal faces. Yang Wenlin, the number of losses today may ruin your military career if you tell it out. Tens of thousands of soldiers have lost their lives because of your poor command. Division Commander Cheng was full of anger and loudly accused Yang Wenlin, but if you didn't look closely at his face, that looked like black charcoal, you really couldn't tell if he was angry. At this moment, he was filled with rage and had no way to vent it. He said sarcastically, I'm afraid that all the baggage and food have been burned in the fire. My commander-in-chief, why are we still staying here instead of going back in disgrace and waiting for the marshal to punish you? Yang Wenlin glanced at him and said, the enemy is throwing fire from the air. This is an extraordinary disaster. According to the marshal's order, it can be dealt with as appropriate. Besides, I have already sent out the foremost elite regiments in my division to set up defenses, and they were not affected by the fire. Most of the 10,000 casualties you mentioned were soldiers from the baggage battalion and those cowardly deserters. I guess Commander Cheng is so angry because your soldiers suffered the most losses. As for the baggage and food of the baggage battalion, I dug underground caves to store them early on. I'm afraid that Commander Cheng will be disappointed if I say we go back. Now, as the commander-in-chief of the operation, I order you to lead your troops down the mountain to attack the enemy. Yang Wenlin drew out his command sword, facing Division Commander Cheng, and shouted sternly, what? Our division commander's army has just experienced an encounter, and morale is low. How can we continue to fight? Yang Wenlin, I will sue you for abuse of power. Division Commander Cheng said angrily. Yang Wenlin looked down at him and said coldly, you can sue me, but you have to wait until after the event. If you disobey the military order now, I can chop you directly. Division Commander Cheng's forehead was immediately covered with cold sweat. He found that the other party was serious. Looking at the other party's tough eyes, his momentum suddenly weakened. Even if it is an attack, the enemy's position and the location of the city must be reported truthfully, right? Yang Wenlin immediately pulled out a map from his arms and threw it over. During the afternoon, when the fire lasted, several scouts from outside came back and brought back the drawn maps. The map recorded the 2 cities closest to the mountain range. After the mountain range is a flat grassland, and going east for more than 10 miles is the location of the enemy city. It was impossible to ask him to retreat. Since the enemy was using fire to burn the mountains, he might as well not defend it and directly occupy a city first. There were the enemy's citizens inside. I don't believe they would dare to use fire. There were about 6,000 people left in the army of Division Commander Cheng, that is, 2 brigades. There were only more than 3,000 people in a brigade. Each soldier was equipped with normal armaments. A Wolf-style long-barreled rifle had a range of 350 meters, and a maximum of 5 bullets could be loaded. The total length was 1.2 meters. The caliber of the bullet was small, the damage was average, the accuracy was average, and it was difficult to penetrate the armor, but it also contained a lot of blunt injuries. Each soldier was equipped with 50 rounds of bullets, 4 landmines, a bayonet, and a set of leather army uniforms. In addition, there was an artillery unit of 1,000 people. However, there were only more than 400 people left at this time. Each group of 2 people, one was responsible for adjusting the position, and the other was responsible for throwing bombs. Some were similar to light mortars, grenade launchers, etc. However, due to backward technology and limited technology, the artillery's grenade launchers were simple and extremely inaccurate, and they needed people with enough experience to operate them in order to barely find the target. The limited range of the shell is 1 meter in diameter, and the damage is not bad. It is definitely dozens of times stronger than the bullet, but the premise is that it must be accurate. The accurate range is within 150 meters, the limited range is 200 meters, and the maximum range is 380 meters. See the city on the left side of the map? Your task is to continue the attack for 5 hours, to buy time for the main attacking army. Yang Wenlin, who had already torn his face, could hardly give a good face to Division Commander Cheng at this time. The other party also nodded silently. If he made a small move involving military operations, he would not have a good end, even if he did not die. As Division Commander Cheng led the army to march towards the target on the map, Yang Wenlin quickly summoned the 4 main regiments back and let 2 of them rebuild the defensive position. The remaining 2 regiments will become the main force for this siege. At present, there are more than 22,000 troops with combat power. Excluding the 6,000 people of Division Commander Cheng, there are only 16,000 people left. Among them, his division has more than 8,000 soldiers, nearly 9,000 people. Another division led by Li has more than 7,000 men. He has already sent a signal to the rear to request reinforcement. Before the reinforcement arrive, he is confident that he can take down a city. Chapter 333 The Terrifying Yang Wenlin. Night Attack. This is really a mistake. Let Li Yuan lead 5,000 Yun soldiers and 10,000 Chang soldiers to block the enemy on the way down the mountain. In the county governor's mansion in Nanmu County City, as soon as the voice fell, an order was passed down instantly. Half an hour later, Li Yuan led 5,000 Yun soldiers and 10,000 Chang soldiers to hide their own aura and left Panhu City, rushing towards Dangshan. On a small road down the mountain from the grassland in Dangshan, a team like a fire snake meandered in the mountain and marched quickly down the mountain. The so-called night attack must be fast, fierce and quick. Division Commander Cheng was promoted to the position of Division Commander, so he was naturally not a drunkard. The team of 6,000 people was divided into 3 parts. The first was the vanguard team, with a number of 1,000 people, separated from the rest of the team by a distance. One is to play the role of exploring the situation in front, and the other is to give the main force behind time to react if encountering a situation. The second team is the main force, including artillery, and the third team is the rear army, to prevent the enemy from attacking from behind. The 3 teams were about a mile apart, not too long or too short. Division Commander, did our division become cannon fodder in this night attack? The Deputy Division Commander asked quietly beside Division Commander Cheng. Division Commander Cheng glanced at him and said, a general is not subject to military orders when he is away from home. If this young guy really dares to do this, what should I be afraid of? How far is it to the foot of the mountain? The Deputy Division Commander took out the map and looked at it for a while, then responded, about half an hour. Division Commander Cheng nodded slightly and said, the enemy this time is not simple. Tell the soldiers not to let down their guard. In addition, I suspect that the enemy is likely to have extraordinary biological soldiers. Tell the soldiers to prepare soul-breaking bullets. With so many years of experience in the military career, Division Commander Cheng gave a voice order. I understand. 10 minutes later, many soldiers of the Vanguard Army looked at the foot of the mountain and their faces were immediately happy. The mountain road is difficult to walk on. It will be a big trouble if you keep walking. Boom, boom, boom. Gap, gap, gap. Just as everyone was rejoicing, a series of shouts of beating gongs and drums rang out in the darkness around them. Enemy attack. Puff. A soldier had just shouted 2 words when he was pierced by a yin arrow. Then countless yin arrows were accurately shot out from the dense forest, and the surrounding yin qi suddenly became strong. Countless fierce soldiers like evil spirits poured out of the forest and killed the enemy. Because the enemy was coming fiercely, the Vanguard Army had no time to react, and casualties began to increase rapidly. Counterattack. Counterattack. The commander of the Vanguard Army roared angrily. The 2 pistols in his hands kept shooting at the evil ghost-like enemies in front. Bang, bang. The deafening gunshots alerted many soldiers, and the rational soldiers clearly understood that, if they continued to panic like this, they would only die. Calmly, they reacted quickly. They took out a few soul-breaking bullets from the bullet bag and quickly loaded them into the gun chamber. Then the bullets were loaded and aimed. Bang, a bullet with strange runes and fierce flames instantly shot at a disheveled soldier. The bullet hit the chest of the soldier, and then his body began to break into pieces and finally disintegrated into a black smoke. The remaining soldiers around saw that the soul-breaking bullet could actually destroy the enemy, and they calmed down immediately. They took out the soul-breaking bullets and loaded them into the gun chambers, then aimed at the evil ghost-like enemies and shot. One by one, the fierce soldiers were hit by bullets and turned into a black smoke and dissipated. However, as the soldiers continued to approach the crowd, the battlefield became a mess for a while. Most people's guns did not have time to fire, and they were scratched in the chest or crushed in the head by the disheveled soldiers. The main force 500 meters away also quickly discovered the news that the Vanguard Army was attacked. Commander Cheng picked up a monocular telescope and looked forward, and immediately took a breath of cold air. The tragedy of the Vanguard Army in front was like a horror movie. The blood dyed the land red, and the evil ghosts were killing wantonly. His guess was right. The enemy did have an extraordinary army. Notify the artillery unit to use soul-breaking bombs to cover the front battle area. Division Commander, but our soldiers are still inside. They are great. A moment later, more than 400 artillery barrels of the 1,000-man artillery unit were added within 300 meters of the battlefield. Fire. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom, one after another. The sound like muffled thunder streaked from the ground to the sky, and then fell densely on the battle area. Boom. Boom. Bang bang bang. Huge explosions sounded continuously, and terrifying airwaves swept around. Countless soldiers and Vanguard soldiers were baptized by artillery shells and their bodies were wiped out. Sharp screams broke the quiet sky, and Division Commander Cheng looked at the area covered by artillery fire with deep eyes. Notify Yang Wenlin that our division was attacked by the enemy and cannot move forward. Perhaps this attack was also a good thing for him, avoiding a situation where he was doomed to die. The whole army retreats, occupies favorable terrain, and blocks and counterattacks the enemy. After the artillery fire had been pouring down for a full quarter of an hour, Division Commander Cheng quickly issued an order to retreat. The remaining 5,000 soldiers quickly ran out, with 200 people in a row, and 5,000 soldiers quickly built a wide defense line, waiting for the enemy's attack. In the air below the mountain, Li Yuan looked ahead with a dark face. Just now, he did not send out the Yin soldiers, but only the Changbin team. He did not expect that the enemy's long-range means were so powerful that the Changbin team lost more than half. Seeing that the enemy behind did not support him, but even killed his own people, he was dumbfounded by the scene. At this time, his originally dark face became even darker. The order given by the monarch was to annihilate the whole army, and the goal of the mission was not even half completed at this time, and 1/3 of the troops had been lost. At this time, Li Yuan was hesitating whether to retreat or continue to attack. No, we must not retreat. Let me rush in as the vanguard. As a 4th level extraordinary Yin general, Li Yuan still had some confidence. It was dark again, the time when the Yin Qi was the strongest, and also the time when the Yin soldiers were the strongest. The enemy's vision was blocked, which was also beneficial to them. The Chang soldiers attacked from the front, and the rest of the Yin soldiers killed from the left and right wings. Charge the whole army. As soon as the voice fell, the remaining thousands of Chang soldiers shuttled through the jungle like ghosts. The 5,000 Yin soldiers were divided into 2 groups, stepping on the dark clouds to kill the enemy above. Li Yuan held a Yin Qi sword, and his body gradually grew, and finally reached a height of more than 20 meters. The whole person was as magnificent as a mountain. At the same time, bursts of rumbling sounds came from the mountain, and countless artillery fire suddenly fell from the sky and overlapped to the ground. The light caused by the explosion instantly illuminated the Chang soldiers and Yin soldiers rushing up around. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The rapid gunfire rang out continuously, and many soldiers looked at the terrifying face without time to aim and fired continuously. The main point is a firepower coverage, suppressing quality with quantity. When the soul-breaking bullets were used up, ordinary gunpowder bullets were used. Soon, countless sharp fire snakes formed in the night sky, devouring the lives of many rampant soldiers. But when everyone saw the ferocious face of a huge figure in the distance, their faces suddenly revealed a look of fear. The magnificent body slowly moved, and a sound of shaking the earth and mountains came from all around. Countless Yin Qi gathered in that figure, and the huge momentum instantly oppressed everyone, so that they could not lift their bodies. Cut. The sound was like a tiger's roar, and a sword Qi that gathered endless Yin Qi like a natural moat suddenly rushed over. Boom. Wherever the sword Qi went, sand and rocks flew, and there was a rumbling sound. Countless boulders broke and rolled down. When the sword Qi chopped the enemy's position in front, hundreds of figures were instantly torn into pieces, and wherever they fell, they were all blown away by the airwaves generated by the huge force. The sound of artillery fire and the gun line of bullets suddenly stagnated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the surrounding rampant soldiers and ghost soldiers instantly rushed to the position and fought with those soldiers. No, it was just like a massacre, a brutal massacre. Countless broken arms and flesh mixed with blood were scattered all over the ground. Looking at those bloodthirsty and terrifying rampant soldiers like ghosts, and now it was a close combat. Most of the soldiers had already lost their morale and the courage to continue fighting. Hundreds of soldiers began to throw away their weapons and flee. At the same time, bursts of sharp sounds came from the distance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of shells dragged the flaming tail from the sky and then fell down. Most of them exploded around Li Yuan, and the rest bombarded the position, blowing those soldiers and rampant soldiers to pieces. Many ghost soldiers were bombarded, and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. Even Li Yuan's face changed, and he quickly recovered his normal body shape and evacuated the area on the dark cloud. The attacking army just now was not as powerful as before. It was stronger than before. Even as a 4th level supernatural, he suffered some minor injuries. The rampant soldiers suffered heavy losses, but what was even more tragic was that the enemy soldiers were bombed to the point that not even their bodies were left. Everyone says that the rampant soldiers are ugly and scary, but the hearts of these enemies are uglier than the rampant soldiers. Li Yuan couldn't help but curse as he watched the enemy attack his own people again and again. Hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, Yang Wenlin surrounded the entire battlefield with more than 20,000 troops. All artillery enter the attack range and immediately start artillery fire coverage. His eyes were cold, and he did not hesitate at all, because of the friendly troops in the battlefield. At this time, he was like the god of death watching on the edge of the battlefield, waiting for the countless dead souls on the battlefield. In addition to those ordinary bomb tubes, his artillery unit was also equipped with long-range supernatural psychic mortars. The precision distance can reach 350 meters. The special shells are not only more damaging than gunpowder, but also very effective against extraordinary armies. It can even be said that they are shells specially used to restrain extraordinary armies. The psychic shells use the psychic energy extracted from the psychic mine to compress and seal it, and then wrap a layer of gunpowder on the surface to make shells. After firing, the burning and explosion of the gunpowder will detonate the unstable psychic energy in it, causing large-scale explosion damage. As thousands of artillerymen entered the attack range, more fierce cannon fodder continued to cover the entire area of the battlefield. The psychic shells are specially taken care of those Yin soldiers who seem to be more difficult to eliminate. Nearly 20,000 armed soldiers surrounded Li Yuan and his troops from all sides, forming an encirclement. Li Yuan gritted his teeth. This was the first time he felt the irritability and powerlessness of war. It was as if he had a strong power, but nowhere to release it. There were only a few soldiers left in the rampant army at this time, and continuing to fight would only result in more losses. Li Yuan looked unwilling. He held the yin blade in his hand, and the surrounding yin ki gathered immediately. A series of gloomy sword ki slashed around. Each sword ki could kill dozens of enemies. He stopped, only after killing nearly 1,000 people. The road leading down the mountain had been forcibly split open by him to block the surrounding enemies. Retreat. Li Yuan shouted angrily, and then flew away with the Yin soldiers on the dark clouds. The remaining less than 2,000 soldiers could not fly, so they could only run quickly through the gap. Along the way, they were naturally hit by fierce enemy artillery fire. In the end, only 1,000 soldiers escaped. The battlefield gradually quieted down. Yang Wenlin looked at the back of the enemy who disappeared and left, and his eyes lingered for a long time. Division Commander Cheng and his troops were all killed, leaving only less than 100 wounded soldiers. Yang Wenlin slowly turned around and looked at the adjutant reporting the casualties. He nodded slightly and said, Division Commander Cheng sacrificed himself for the country and is a hero. Remember to bury him with honor. The adjutant saluted and then left in fear. He had been with Yang Wenlin for nearly 3 years, and he had been the adjutant for 3 years. He didn't know about the other side's personality, but if anyone dared to annoy him, they would probably be buried with honor. This siege order was Yang Wenlin's conspiracy. He knew very well that the enemy was not easy to deal with, so how could he use such a small force to launch a sneak attack? The enemy's sudden attack during the day made him suspicious. The enemy's intelligence system seemed to be extremely fast and accurate, but he was not sure. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But after tonight's battle, he couldn't help but feel terrified. He ordered Division Commander Cheng to lead his troops to attack at night, but as expected, he was attacked just as he was about to go down the mountain. His intuition has always been accurate, and it was not wrong this time. He used this opportunity to eliminate part of the enemy's army and used this to deduct the casualties of the previous army, thus exempting himself from the punishment of the Grand Marshal, and his merits and demerits were offset. He also used this opportunity to eliminate officers with similar identities, but different opinions in the army. He did not want the army under his command to be uncoordinated. Secondly, it also verified that the enemy had an extremely terrifying intelligence system. It can even be said that there may be enemies spying in the dark. Then, following this line of thought, the tunnel incident may have been exposed. When Yang Wenlin thought of this, his face suddenly changed. He immediately asked someone to bring paper and pen, and wrote a letter to the Grand Marshal, writing down the situation and speculation in detail. Chapter 334 Send out 50,000 troops. Stop the enemy. Fight. Fight. The news of the defeat was quickly transmitted back to Nanmu County City. When Qin Yu received the intelligence, he couldn't help but frown. 10,000 Chang soldiers, 5,000 Yin soldiers. When they returned, only 1,000 Chang soldiers and 3,000 Yin soldiers were left. This casualty was already a disastrous defeat. The worst news was that the enemy had the means to attack the extraordinary, which made Qin Yu feel pressured. But it made sense to think about it. Players who could break through to the silver level were also the best in the war zone back then. Naturally, they would experience extraordinary opponents and must have the means to deal with them. It seems that active attack is not advisable, but airstrikes are very effective. Qin Yu stroked his chin with his right hand and fell into deep thought. This is a very difficult opponent to deal with. According to the intelligence of the Shadow Guard, there are less than 20,000 enemies left in Dongshan at this time. Active attack is contrary to Qin Yu's initial tactics of withdrawing from Dongshan. His original idea was to use the terrain advantages of Dongshan as much as possible to consume the enemy. But the enemy's firearms disrupted his plan. Even if he continued to send troops into Dangshan to consume the enemy would be able to minimize the losses of both sides by using the advantage of firearms. However, if the enemy's army passed through Dangshan to attack the city, the casualties would not necessarily decrease. No. We still have to control the battlefield in Dangshan. Got it. Zerg. Those Zerg that can attack from underground are definitely a nightmare for the enemy. Qin Yu suddenly thought of the latest types of soldiers that appeared in the Zerg nest. So, Qin Yu quickly formulated the next strategy. First, the main goal is to consume the number of enemy troops. The more the enemy is consumed, the less resistance will be encountered when launching an attack later. Second, deploy a large number of troops to enter Dangshan and eliminate the enemy with absolute force, thereby putting pressure on the enemy in the rear. Third, there is no need to block the construction of the tunnel. When it is completed, it will be convenient for Qin Yu's army. After a while, he ordered people to quickly mobilize the army. 10,000 elf temple rangers. They are the chosen sons of the forest, flexible and agile, mainly for sneak attacks and harvesting the enemy. 10,000 hunting soldiers, as soldiers suitable for both long and short distances, are suitable for encircling and capturing the enemy. 10,000 thunder copper spearmen, as semi-long range soldiers, their powerful lightning attacks can instantly destroy the enemy. 10,000 giant beast legion, as giant beast cavalry, are suitable for searching in the mountains and forests, and their terrifying borders can cause great mental pressure on the enemy. Finally, there are more than 8,000 Zergs, among which 500 ground thorns and 100 underground worms have the function of drilling into the ground, which can destroy the enemy's position and disintegrate the opponent's firepower remotely. With an army of nearly 50,000, besieging an enemy of less than 20,000, Qin Yu felt that it would be difficult to lose, even if they fought with their feet. Pass on my military order. Order Li to be the commander-in-chief and Pan Li to be the deputy commander, leading 50,000 troops to besiege the enemy in Dangshan, and the shadow guards to provide effective intelligence for this expedition, and set off immediately. As soon as the voice fell, the messenger on the side immediately communicated with a communication bug to convey the order to each city. Troops were mobilized from various cities to the foot of Dangshan Mountain. Li and Pan Li soon gathered at the foot of Dangshan Mountain with two armies. In Dangshan Mountain, the enemy's garrison. Call the officers above the group level to come to the military tent for a meeting. Yang Wenlin shouted loudly in the garrison. The adjutant beside him was surprised and said, "Division commander, let me report this matter." Yang Wenlin glanced at him sideways and then retracted his gaze and walked into the military tent. Soon, more than a dozen regiment commanders and brigade commanders and other officers walked into the military camp. Seeing everyone sitting down, Yang Wenlin began to speak. According to the news from the headquarters, 100 tons of ammunition supplies have been dropped into a valley in the southwest, about 12 miles away from our army, but the road is difficult to travel, and the actual journey may take 4 hours to arrive. Beifeng, the soldiers of your regiment have always marched very fast. You lead your troops to the target valley first to guard the supplies. Most of them will arrive tomorrow. Before that, there must be no mistakes in the ammunition supply. Yes, division commander. Ensure that the mission is completed. Yang Wenlin nodded slightly and continued. The 8th, 9th, and 10th divisions of the Marine Corps will arrive at the valley at noon tomorrow. After moving the supplies, they will join our army in launching a siege against the enemy. Everyone, get ready. Except for Beifeng's regiment, the rest of the troops will set off early tomorrow morning. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, the meeting was dissolved. That afternoon, Beifeng led his regiment, more than 980 people, well equipped, to the valley shown on the map, and they arrived in just over 3 hours after a quick march. The shadow guard who had been following the enemy team saw the enemy enter the valley, immediately confirmed the intelligence, and initiated communication with the army at the foot of the mountain. In the outer area of Dangshan, Li led the army to station around, waiting for the information from the shadow guard. Not long after, a communication soldier hurried over and said, "Report to the commander, the shadow guard has sent intelligence." "Present it," Li shouted in a deep voice. The soldier hurriedly handed the letter over. Li opened it and read it one by one. The content of the letter was that the enemy would transport a batch of important supplies to the valley, shown on the map, and more than 1,000 people had been sent to guard it. More than 10,000 people would rush to the valley the next morning, and at noon, the enemy's subsequent reinforcement would rush to the valley to collect the supplies, and then prepare to go out of the mountain to attack the city. After reading the contents of the letter, Lee hurriedly got up and walked out. The enemy must not be allowed to get this batch of supplies. Otherwise, with the subsequent reinforcement, this battle would be difficult to fight. If this batch of supplies can be destroyed, the enemy's strength will certainly be greatly weakened, and it will be easy to defeat the enemy. Bring the map, Lee shouted in a deep voice. The soldier beside him hurriedly took the map and spread it flat on the wooden table. Lee looked at the location of the valley on the map and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The distance was nearly 18 miles. If an ordinary soldier marched on the mountain road, it would take at least 5 or 6 hours. After thinking for a moment, Lee immediately called Pan Lee and said, "Pan Leo, take the map and bring 10,000 soldiers, 10,000 giant beasts, and the Zerg troops to the valley as quickly as possible to destroy all the enemies in the valley and the supplies. The smaller the noise, the better. It should not alarm the enemies more than 10 miles away. But even if it alarms them, it doesn't matter. I will take the rest of the troops to help as soon as possible." Pan Lee nodded and said, "Don't worry. I'm old, but I'm still strong." So, soon Pan Lee led the fastest marching giant beast cavalry in the army, the Zerg and the 10,000 soldiers to the target location. Although the giant beast cavalry is a cavalry, its speed is the slowest among the 3 teams. This shows how fast this team is. The journey that ordinary soldiers take 5 or 6 hours, this team only needs 1 or 2 hours. 2 hours later, Pan Lee rushed to the valley with nearly 30,000 troops. According to intelligence, there are about 1,000 people in the valley? Yes, Deputy Commander. The other side used some kind of airdrop to drop supplies, and then sent troops to guard it. The soldier on the side responded. Pan Lee nodded slightly and then said in a deep voice, "Let the Zerg sneak in and fight the enemy in close combat, and then the rampant troops will be dispatched to suppress them from a distance. Finally, the Zerg will withdraw, and the behemoth cavalry will clean up the battlefield. I obey your orders." In the valley, Beifeng led more than 900 people to search around the valley. "Captain, no supplies were found." "Captain, no supplies were found here either." "Report, there are no supplies here either." "Report, Captain, no supplies were found here either." As everyone searched almost the entire valley and found no supplies, Beifeng suddenly had a headache. Could it be that the intelligence was wrong? The supplies have not arrived yet? If it was military ammunition supplies, which could equip 3 divisions, the quantity should be huge. Even if the enemy stole it, it is impossible that there would be no bullets left, right? Even if it was blown up, not to mention that they didn't hear any sound along the way, there was no trace of explosion at the scene. Beifeng, puzzled, had to treat this situation as a mistake in intelligence. Find a favorable terrain to set up positions, and wait in the valley until tomorrow noon. Yes, sir. As soon as the voice fell, more than 900 people instantly began to mark out a terrain conducive to defense in the valley. This valley is not very large, but the cliffs on all sides are terrifyingly high. There are no roads on 3 sides, so it is not a good place. If you encounter the enemy, you can only defend it hard and break through from the front. Everyone carried tools and began to dig trenches, and teams of people worked enthusiastically. Rumble. Everyone was startled. There was only a slight vibration sound from the ground, and the sound became louder and louder, coming from all directions. Earthquake? Beifeng couldn't help but think of a terrible idea. Bang! The ground cracked instantly, and sand and rocks flew all at once. Huge insects staring at sharp bone spurs instantly broke out of the ground under everyone's feet. The bone spurs instantly pierced the bodies of soldiers one by one, and blood flowed for a while, and the scene was miserable. One by one, the terrifying ground thorn worms suddenly emerged from the ground, devouring fresh life and flesh. What's more terrifying is that after these worms devoured the flesh, their bodies would become even larger. Monster! Monster! Captain, retreat quickly. There are monsters in this valley. As soon as the panicked voices sounded, a terrifying roar instantly came from underground. Boom. One by one, the worms, which were more than 1 meter thick in diameter and more than 10 meters long, opened their bloody mouths and instantly swallowed the surrounding stones and the enemy into their stomachs, and let out a fierce insect roar in the air. Bang bang, bang bang bang. The panicked soldiers fired randomly, their faces were terrified, and their deaths were extremely miserable. Sharp roars came from the dense grass. One by one, the ugly black swiftworms, which were as big as puppies, opened their bloody mouths and pounced on the enemy. The long horns like fangs on their mouths instantly pierced the enemy's chest. Suddenly, a group of poisonous bees as big as eagles flew in the air, continuously shooting nearly 1 meter long poisonous needles at the enemy. There were also venomous insects as big as palms that sprayed venom at the enemy. The moment the highly toxic green venom adhered to the enemy, a mist suddenly came. The rotten spots of flesh and blood corroded, a burst of hot air rose up, and they screamed, and their organs were quickly disintegrated and dried up by the venom, losing their functions. As they continued to eat flesh and blood, the swift insects, that were originally the size of a puppy had advanced to the size of a fawn, with a mouth full of sharp fangs, which was extremely terrifying. One worm even devoured more than 20 enemies, and its body grew to more than 20 meters long. The diameter was more than 1.5 meters. Beifeng watched the soldiers around him fall down one by one, and was swallowed by the monster. The whole person suddenly felt like falling into an ice cellar. Whoosh, a poisonous needle instantly pierced his neck, and blood gushed out violently. He looked at the figure of the monster in the air, and fell slowly in disbelief. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless yin arrows attacked from all directions, shooting and killing the enemy soldiers one by one. The Zerg quickly dispersed, and a violent and intensive vibration sound came from the mouth of the valley. At once, hundreds of beasts roared, and tens of thousands of giant beast cavalry rushed over, and almost in the blink of an eye, they trampled the remaining enemies into meat paste. To be honest, the last 2 waves were completely redundant. More than 1,000 enemies could destroy the Zerg. The appearance of the rampant soldiers and giant beast cavalry behind them may just be a formality. Clean up the battlefield and find supplies. Panley immediately ordered. As soon as the voice fell, everyone began to search in the valley. Half an hour later. Report to the deputy commander. There are no supplies in this valley. Report to the deputy commander. There is nothing. Nothing? Panley frowned immediately. Impossible. The Shadow Guard's intelligence has never been wrong. If it is wrong, what happened to these more than 1,000 enemies? Could it be bait released by the enemy? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Panley felt a chill on his spine. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom, boom boom boom. A huge and dense roar suddenly sounded outside the valley. A series of artillery shells, like meteorites, mixed with flames, smashed into the valley. Boom, boom, bang. The shells fell into the valley, and a series of dense explosions suddenly rang out. The artillery fire covered the entire valley and bombarded continuously. Scatter. Scatter quickly. Panley was shocked. Damn, we were ambushed by the enemy. They actually used the lives of more than 1,000 people as bait. Even a tiger will not eat its own cubs. This group of vicious and insidious enemies. Panley gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Send the intelligence from here immediately," saying that the intelligence is wrong and our army was attacked by the enemy. The artillery fire wiped out countless rampant soldiers, and waves of wailing of giant beasts rang out continuously. The horrible heat wave engulfed the Zerg, turning them into ashes. Let the Zerg attack the enemies outside the valley from underground. If this continued, the whole army would be annihilated. Panley was quick-witted and immediately ordered the Zerg that could burrow underground to attack the enemies that were attacking the valley, so that the enemies would stop firing. Then he led the remaining troops to break out from the front, and there was still a glimmer of hope. Chapter 335. 100,000 troops are at the gate of the city. The artillery fire exploded in the valley. The miserable sound spread in all directions. Plumes of black smoke rose and dissipated, and the insect corpses were burned to ashes. Hundreds of giant beasts were charred by the explosion, and died of serious injuries. The army in the valley suffered heavy losses for a while. Hundreds of meters away from the valley, Yang Wenlin was commanding the artillery unit to cover the valley with artillery fire. He would not stop until all the ammunition was used up at once. At this time, the adjutant looked at Yang Wenlin with an unbelievable look. Where are the supplies? Where are the ammunition? This valley is empty. Sending a regiment to guard it was actually to lure the enemy into a trap. Thousands of soldiers became his pawns. It is true that there will be death in war. It is also true that there will be sacrifice. But those soldiers could not have thought before they died that they would be used as bait by their own people, deceived, and died with doubts. They died indirectly at the hands of their own people, as expected of Yang Wenlin, who is known as one of the two pillars of the empire. His methods are so ruthless that they are really frightening. After the artillery ammunition is used up, let all the infantry troops push into the valley and wipe out all the enemies, Yang Wenlin said coldly. The adjutant was stunned and then asked, Division Commander, the enemies may not only be those in the valley. Isn't it too risky for us to push all our troops in? Yang Wenlin glanced over and said in a deep voice, if we don't do this, how can we attract the enemy's reinforcement? The 8th, 9th, and 10th divisions are no more than 2 kilometers behind us. Hearing Yang Wenlin's answer, the adjutant was shocked. You used yourself as bait? As soon as the voice fell, before Yang Wenlin could answer, a violent roar of insects suddenly sounded all around. The earth trembled, the rocks collapsed, and the terrifying insect shadows broke out of the ground and swallowed the soldiers on the ground into their stomachs. Monster! Such a scary monster. It's coming. Run. The giant worm, which was more than 10 meters long, destroyed the enemy's position in an instant. A dozen people were swallowed before they could even make a sound. One by one, hundreds of worms broke out of the ground. What a scene. The terrifying appearance instantly made the enemy psychologically collapse. Hundreds of ground thorn worms then drilled out of the ground. They would feel the temperature of the surface above and judge whether there was an enemy. Then the sharp ground thorn smashed the rocks and broke out of the ground. The powerful bouncing ability increased the power of the impact, so that after smashing the rocks, they could instantly pierce the enemy. For a while, the enemy's position became extremely chaotic, and the sound of gunfire was accompanied by screams and insect roars. In the valley, more Zerg rushed out of the valley and pounced on the enemy. Countless enemy soldiers died miserably, and the sudden change in the battle situation also made Yang Wenlin's face change. The enemy had monsters that could attack from the ground, which was a bit beyond his expectation. Whoosh 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 whoosh, countless arrows instantly shot towards the enemy from the dense jungle, turning into an endless rain of arrows, rushing towards the enemy. These arrows were not only dense, but also extremely accurate. Each arrow could accurately hit the enemy's vital points. Yang Wenlin looked at the large number of soldiers who fell down after being shot by arrows, and his originally tense face relaxed at this time. Order people to fire cannons into the sky, and then gather the troops to evacuate backwards. As soon as the voice fell, the adjutant hurriedly assembled a team of soldiers to control the muzzles of the cannons to the sky. Then he led everyone to evacuate backwards. Yang Wenlin, the adjutant and the remaining officers gathered nearly 5,000 troops and quickly withdrew. The remaining 10,000 people either fled in all directions, died tragically, or were abandoned there to delay the enemy. At this time, Li brought 10,000 Templar Rangers and 10,000 Thunder Copper Spearmen to support quickly. As the Zerg were evacuated from Panli, 10,000 Templar Rangers entered the battlefield and used their superb archery skills to eliminate all the remaining enemies in a very short time. Then tens of thousands of corpses were devoured by thousands of Zerg, making their bodies several times larger. Commander, we have found enemies behind us. Several shadow guards ran over and bowed in response. Commander, there are also enemies in other directions. Several more shadow guards ran over and said. Li frowned and said in a deep voice, the enemy's remaining troops are less than a few thousand. If they want to form an encirclement, it must be the enemy's reinforcement that have arrived. What a good plan. First, they used 1,000 people to lure our army to the valley, then ambush them and use themselves as bait to lure the follow-up troops to rush to support. Finally, they used the reinforcement to form an encirclement and planned to eat up all our troops. What a chain of tricks. The enemy's long range means are too strong. We must attack instead of defend. Notify Panli to leave the valley quickly. We will break out to the east and wait for the next order from the Lord. Yes, I understand. The signalman beside him immediately passed the order to the army in the valley. In the valley, the signalman hurried over and said, "Report to the deputy commander. There is a military order from above, ordering our troops to leave the valley quickly and join the main force to break through the enemy's encirclement to the east." Listening to the order repeated by the signalman, Panla's face suddenly became extremely solemn. He looked at the countless wounded soldiers on the ground. If you want to break out, it is difficult to take the wounded away. Some of the wounded soldiers had lost their limbs, and some parts of their bodies had been blown to pieces. There were even more seriously injured monsters. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everyone who can move, follow me and kill them. Those who can't move, find a place to hide and wait for the Qin army to come back and kill them. Leave the medicine to the wounded, and everyone follow me and rush out." As the words fell, the silent soldiers turned the depression in their hearts into strength and desperately moved their legs to run out of the valley. The remaining wounded took the medicine and looked at the backs of the army leaving in silence. 10 minutes later, the two armies successfully joined together. It was easy for an army of nearly 40,000 to break through. With the Zerg leading the charge and sneaking through the underground, the enemy's defense line could collapse in an instant. The army could take this opportunity to break through. The reason why they did not choose to continue the attack was mainly because the number of reinforcement for the enemy was unknown, and making a rash decision could easily pay a painful price. As the breakout began, hundreds of Zergs that can burrow into the ground rushed towards the enemy positions in the east. Boom, the ground shook, and then the rocks broke and collapsed. One by one, the terrifying and huge Zergs broke out of the ground in an instant, devouring the surrounding enemies. Taking advantage of the panic of the enemy, 10,000 Templar Rangers quickly shuttled through the jungle and shot arrows at the enemy accurately. In the blink of an eye, they broke a gap. "Break out quickly." As the order was conveyed, the team quickly passed through the gap and ran down the mountain. The soldiers who blocked the enemy in the east did not even kill the enemy, and rarely had a chance to fire their guns. Thousands of soldiers were almost eaten up. Before evacuating, Li also ordered some soldiers to carry many enemy weapons back. "Maybe we can try to copy the opponent's weapons." Next to a river in Dongshan, Yang Wenlin listened to the battle report and couldn't help but secretly say it was a pity. This was not because his plan was wrong, but because the enemy's methods were too powerful. There is a classic saying that any conspiracy will be crushed to pieces under absolute power. But now that we know, we will always find a way to deal with it. However, Yang Wenlin used tactics to force the casualties of both sides to be 1-to-1. How many troops does the Empire have? Does it depend on the number of troops? No, it depends on the number of weapons and equipment. What about the enemy? The opponent's elite troops should be dead if they die. For him, a 1-to-1 casualty ratio is definitely an advantage for their side. This is because the opponent used a fire attack and caught them by surprise. Otherwise, it would definitely be more than 1-to-1, and it might be 2-to-1. After the army withdrew, Yang Wenlin held a meeting with the 3 division commanders who had just arrived. Outside the military tent, the soldiers surrounded it in a circle, guarding it tightly, and not even a mouse had a gap to get through. "Captain Yang, the Grand Marshal has decided that you will remain the commander-in-chief of this operation, and will be promoted to the commander of the 1st Main Army. The troops participating in the siege will be unified into the 1st Main Army. Here is the appointment letter." A middle-aged man took out a document from his arms and handed it over. Yang Wenlin took the document and took a look at it. He was delighted, but his face was expressionless, and he put the document down calmly. Seeing this, another division commander said, "The tunnel has been excavated, and the next step is to lay the track. In a few days, 2 more divisions plus an armored brigade should arrive, and then it will be time to officially launch the attack." Yang Wenlin nodded slightly after hearing this. The 8th division should have 15,000 people, including 2 artillery regiments with very strong firepower. The 9th division has 12,000 people. Although there is no artillery unit, your division is most famous for hand-to-hand combat. Everyone is good at close combat and has a strong physique. The 10th division has 16,000 people, all of whom are young and strong soldiers. They are very powerful and all of them are warriors. Although the range of the firearms they are equipped with is only 120 meters, the caliber is large. The other 2 division commanders nodded slightly to indicate that this was correct. The commander of the 9th Division smiled and said, "Brother Yang's news is a little outdated. My 9th Division has now added a reinforced regiment of 3,000 people, equipped with triple-barreled rifles. The firepower is far beyond the past." "Oh. Triple-barreled infantry?" Yang Wenlin asked in surprise. The commander of the 9th Division nodded slightly and explained, "This batch of firearms has been produced for a very short time. It should be the batch developed the year before last that has started mass production. Our 9th Division lacks firepower, so it is equipped to our division first." Yang Wenlin nodded slightly with satisfaction after hearing this. Yes, there are 46,000 troops in just 3 divisions. After the follow-up troops arrive, the main combat army should be able to gather 100,000 people. By then, we will be able to go all out to carry out siege warfare. There is one more thing you must remember. The enemy has extraordinary troops. You should know this. After all, I have passed on the information before. But there is one thing. I suspect that the enemy has a type of troops that can be invisible and gather intelligence. Is this true or false? I have been able to confirm it, so you must be careful. First, don't reveal the information easily. Second, be careful of the enemy's assassination. The 3 division commanders looked at each other in shock, and they couldn't help but start to feel worried in their hearts. Just increase the number of guards. Don't worry too much. Wait for the follow-up troops to arrive. Send more scouts out recently to complete the map. Understood, Commander Yang. The meeting lasted for more than half an hour. The 46,000 troops did not camp together, but each found a river and set up camp beside the river to prevent the enemy from using fire attacks in the air again. By the way, Division Commander, what should we do with the thousands of enemy wounded soldiers left in the valley? Kill them all. Why do you want us to keep them? Yes, I understand. Li led the remaining 38,000 troops to evacuate all the way to the foot of the mountain. This operation lost about 10,000 troops. The enemy's losses should be more than 10,000, but not much different. He ordered the signalman to transmit the battle situation and the causes and consequences of this battle to Nanmu County City in detail, and then he led the army to camp at the front foot, waiting for follow-up orders. Nanmu County City, County Governor's Mansion. Qin Yu looked at the frontline battle situation that was transmitted and couldn't help but sigh. This enemy is so cruel and difficult to deal with. You hold the battle situation on paper in your hand. Although there are only numbers written on it, it feels very heavy to read. Those are real and vivid lives. Seeing how the enemy gambled with the lives of his own people, Qin Yu seemed to see a cold-blooded chess player. Perhaps, it is worth it for him to exchange the lives of a few people for the victory of a war. But it is extremely unfair to those soldiers who are kept in the dark. They did not die on the way to charge, and did not get the glory they deserved, but were betrayed and died. Qin Yu was silent for a moment, knowing in his heart that it would not be worth it to continue to use troops to Dongshan at this time. The enemy should have known about the existence of the Shadow Guards, so if there is no accurate intelligence later, Qin Yu will not send out troops again. Order Li to lead the army back, and order the Shadow Guards to keep an eye on the movements in Dongshan. If the enemy is about to leave the mountain, immediately pass the information back. At the same time, mobilize troops from various cities to rush to the border and keep an eye on the enemy's movements. Transport 50% of the meat from all places to Kyoto. The signalman on the side held a pen and quickly recorded every order Qin Yu said. Go down and pass on the order just now. I understand. The signalman bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Looking at the back of the signalman leaving, Qin Yu fell into deep thought. The enemy's firearms are not scary. What is scary is that the enemy's range is farther than ours. In addition to the attack range of the Qin Thunder Cannon Cart, which can touch the enemy, there are currently no other long-range and large-scale weapons that can pose a threat to the enemy. Chapter 336, Disgusting Tactics. Track mountain artillery vehicles appeared in Dongshan. The thick gun barrels with a cold glow were daunting. Dongshan, which had been quiet for 5 days, was about to set off an uproar. With the arrival of the next 2 divisions and an armored brigade, the war began completely. Yang Wenlin's original army had more than 6,000 people left. The 8th, 9th, and 10th divisions had a total of more than 46,000 people. The subsequent 6th Independent Division and the 12th Independent Division had a total of 32,000 people. The Armored Brigade newly incorporated into the 1st Main Combat Army had a total of more than 4,000 people. There were more than 300 tracked mountain artillery vehicles in total. This was a type of artillery vehicle that could travel in the mountains. However, due to the difficulty of the terrain, the weight was reduced and the defense was reduced, which allowed the mountain artillery vehicle to move unimpeded on the mountainous terrain. There were 120 flame-type fire-breathing vehicles, which were military combat vehicles with detachable bodies and weapons, making them more convenient for transportation. The flame-type spraying vehicle, as its name suggests, its main ability is to spray flames, and the spraying distance of the flames can even reach 5 or 6 meters. The vehicle body can be installed with wrought iron with a thickness of more than 2 decimeters, thereby increasing the defense power to an extremely exaggerated degree. In siege warfare, it can replace soldiers and achieve the role of opening the way. 50 long snake-type lifting vehicles. This is a more advanced combination of siege ladders and siege towers. It is foldable and has a large lifting space. As long as it is attached to the city wall, it can quickly transport soldiers to the enemy's city wall. In addition, the Armored Brigade also has a special combat company with more than 100 people. All members are equipped with a full set of psychic technology, which is specially used for combat teams targeting extraordinary arms. Everyone has a very strong physical fitness, and the equipment they are equipped with is extremely threatening to extraordinary people. In addition to the baggage and logistics team, the main battle First Army has a force of as many as 90,000 and close to 100,000. The sharpest and hardest weapons can penetrate deeper. Order the Special Operations Team to cooperate with 200 mountain artillery vehicles to open the way. Before the sun sets today, I will set up camp outside the enemy's city and build a position. Let's go. As soon as the voice fell, the divisions, brigades, and regiments of the 1st Main Combat Army began to march down the mountain in an orderly manner. The vanguard was led by 200 tracked mountain artillery vehicles. If they encountered an uneven and impassable section of the road, they would directly fire and flatten the road. For a time, the 100,000-man army rushed down the mountain in a heroic and high-spirited manner. At the same time, the news that the enemy troops in Daoist had moved soon reached Qin Yu's ears. According to the plan, all the Qin Thunder cannon vehicles will be placed around Daoist Mountain. Once the enemy is found, they will open fire immediately. Has the trench been dug? Reporting to the Lord, the earthworms are very fast. A trench 3 meters deep and 5 meters wide has been dug around Daoist Mountain. Qin Yu nodded slightly with satisfaction after hearing this and said, if the enemy wants to cross, it must be filled. Once the enemy sends soldiers to fill the pit, order the Air Force to attack with fire. In recent days, Qin Yu has summoned the leading figures responsible for guarding each city. With Nanmu County City as the general command center, he conveyed orders to the surrounding areas to deal with the enemy's siege. Qin Yu judged through intelligence from several battles that the enemy had enough firepower to instantly smash the city gate. Therefore, the battle to defend the city will definitely not last long. If the enemy is allowed to get close, it will only be a matter of time before the city is captured. And most importantly, Qin Yu's troops are limited, unlike the enemy who can continuously arm a large number of troops, as long as they have enough firearms. Daoist is on the hillside 3 miles away from the foot of the mountain. Yang Wenlin followed the soldiers down the mountain on foot, surrounded by hundreds of guards who were guarding him closely. He picked up the map. There were 2 enemy cities closest to him, and 2 more behind them. The 4 cities formed a square. No matter which city he attacked, the other cities could quickly support him. After thinking for a moment, he took out a pen from his waist and drew circles on the 2 cities on the map. The 2 cities were Coal City and Fairy Valley City. The 2 cities were arranged one after the other. We are about to reach the foot of the mountain. Everyone is on alert. The Special Operations Team immediately issued a reminder to the surrounding troops. Let the artillery team lead the way. Understood, sir. As soon as the voice fell, bursts of violent engine noises spread all around. One after another, mountain artillery vehicles drove into the grassland from the foot of Daoist. As soon as the vision opened up, many soldiers saw the muzzles of the cannons hundreds of meters away pointing at them. Report. Encountered. Enemy. Attack. Report. Encountered. Enemy. Attack. The intermittent and crude intercom was filled with panicked voices. Return fire. Return fire. The intercom equipped in the artillery vehicle responded. Fire. As the order was passed, hundreds of mountain artillery vehicles fearlessly rushed towards the group of tanks in front. The two sides were 300 or 400 meters apart. As the mountain artillery vehicles advanced, fierce flames emanated from the muzzles, and shells fell from the air and exploded violently in the open space in front. Attack. A senior wizard in charge of controlling the thunder artillery vehicle conveyed the order to the minds of the other wizards. Then, a shadow of a green dragon flashed in the sky, and suddenly dark clouds gathered and lightning flashed. The Qin thunder artillery vehicles with 3 muzzles instantly condensed lightning and gathered in the muzzles. On a rainy day, the law of thunder and lightning is the most intense, which can also make the power of the thunder artillery vehicle reach its peak. Rows of thunder and lightning vehicles were arranged in a crisscross pattern, and all the muzzles were uniformly aimed at the foot of Dangshan Mountain. As the order was issued, lightning flashed and streaked towards the sky, and then fell towards the enemy area like a meteorite. The muzzle was engraved with the running pattern of the thunderstorm bomb, and all the lightning power emitted was condensed into a giant thunderstorm bomb. Thunder bombs with a diameter of more than half a meter fell to the ground, and then exploded violently. As the violent thunder and lightning power exploded, all the mountain chariots affected were almost paralyzed. Many artillery vehicles were blown away in an instant. The dense thunder and lightning artillery fire seemed to be fired non-stop. The opponent's mountain artillery vehicles also joined the battlefield continuously, and the distance between the two sides was infinitely shortened, and the artillery fire was fiercely bombarded. On one side was the Qin thunder and lightning vehicle, and on the other side was the tracked mountain artillery vehicle, and the two sides continued to bombard each other. Since the Qin thunder artillery vehicle has 3 barrels, the opponent's mountain artillery vehicles with weak defense are somewhat defeated, even if they are numerous. But it still caused losses to the Qin thunder artillery vehicles. However, 5 vehicles were damaged in the battle, to barely replace 1 thunder artillery vehicle. This is also related to the solidity of the forging material of the thunder artillery vehicle. This is not an ordinary metal ore, but an ore that can carry the power of the law. And when the enemy advanced to a certain distance, they found that there was a very deep trench blocking their way forward. The news soon reached Yang Wenlin's ears. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "We can only bear the blow and fill it." The large loss of mountain artillery vehicles did not bring unimpeded follow-up troops, which made Yang Wenlin a little depressed and irritable. He likes to exchange price for price, but when he paid the price and did not receive the harvest, he would be extremely irritable. Order the logistics troops to fill the trenches. Order the 9th Division to send a regiment to drive a ladder across to delay time for the logistics troops. Yang Wenlin quickly issued an order. As the fastest and best hand-to-hand combat division, the 9th Division took on the responsibility of delaying time. Soon, the commander of the 9th Division sent a regiment of more than 1,000 people. They rushed to the trenches at a high speed with rifles and ladders. They put up a ladder and then quickly crossed the trenches and rushed to the front area. The thunder cannon vehicle instantly exploded with lightning, covering the enemy troops rushing over. At the same time, the logistics troops in the rear rushed to the trenches with tools and began to fill the pits. Many soldiers rushed forward fearlessly in the face of surging thunder and lightning. Suddenly, there were bursts of sharp roars in the air. A large number of pterosaurs flew out quickly from the air in the distance. At an altitude of 100 or 200 meters, the pterosaur cavalry held weapons and launched a fire attack on the enemy below. Countless flaming arrows mixed with flaming bombs and kerosene barrels fell down. The moment the flames touched the ground, screams suddenly rang out continuously. The pit suddenly turned into a sea of fire and swept around. The heat wave rushed in all directions, and countless soldiers were buried in the sea of fire. The battlefield became spectacular and desolate. The soldiers in the rear quickly shot into the air with guns, and the pterosaur cavalry in the air quickly retreated after setting fire, not giving the enemy any chance to counterattack. However, even so, more than 20 pterosaur cavalry were shot and fell to the ground and buried in the sea of fire. Yang Wenlin sat in the rear, looking at the sea of fire in front, and was immediately disgusted by the enemy's tactics. There was lightning strike in front, trenches in the middle, and air fire attacks in the back. Are you a second tier county squad? You can block so well, don't you want to die? Exclamation mark. Because there was a sea of fire around the trench, the soldiers who rushed over could no longer withdraw. After being covered and hit by lightning artillery fire, the remaining hundreds of people rushed to the vicinity of the thunder cannon car. But when they rushed over, they found that there was no one inside to control the thunder cannon car. While they were terrified, the movement around them instantly startled them. There were dozens of mysterious figures in grey robes standing 100 meters away. The group of figures were surrounded by golden lights. Then the ground began to tremble, and thick vines with spikes instantly broke out of the ground and attacked the surrounding soldiers. Hundreds of soldiers were quickly swallowed by the vines. A wizard in a robe slowly pulled off his robe. The leather armor he was wearing and the longbow behind him were revealed. I recently awakened the fire totem and the arrow totem. Leave some for me to try out their power. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him tacitly stopped summoning vines. The man slowly took out the longbow and then quickly ran towards the enemy while arrows were placed on the bowstring. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the arrows were shot out, they suddenly exploded with a brilliant and dazzling flame. He had not experienced much archery training, but after using the power given by the arrow totem, at that moment, his vision, perception, and skill were instantly improved. The arrow flew through the air and instantly hit an enemy. The flames enveloped his entire body, burning him to ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. The power of the law of fire is much stronger than that of ordinary flames. In ancient times, there was the power of burning mountains and boiling seas, which was the power of the awakening of the law of fire. In the blink of an eye, rivers and seas can be burned to ashes. The man in leather armor looked at the remaining 20 or so enemies and continued to shoot arrows continuously. Several of them raised their rifles and slowly aimed at the wizard who was shooting arrows. The wizard rolled forward, as if he had foreseen the danger in advance, and then waved his right hand, and a fire snake instantly entangled the enemy. While the opponent's vision was blocked, he quickly drew the bow and arrows, and then even shot 3 consecutive arrows. The arrows mixed with flames hit the enemy accurately one by one and devoured them. After a moment, more than 20 enemy soldiers were all turned into ashes. The arrow totem is so powerful. That is the fusion of the arrow totem and the fire totem. Remember that there is no difference between strong and weak totems. The difference lies in the people who use them. Those who can awaken the power of multiple totems and use them in fusion are all geniuses of the wizard. The senior wizard sighed and said a few words. Continue to stop the enemy. After the voice fell, a group of wizards continued to remotely control the thunder cannon vehicle. Each of them had a dozen golden jade in their waist pockets, which could replenish their strength and drive the law. On the other side, after losing more than 2,000 people, Yang Wenlin was silent. After the silence, he ordered the team to continue filling the pit. This time he did not send troops to delay time. Because the facts were already in front of them, the troops sent out could only be said to be meat bun sitting dogs, and there was no return. And it did not achieve any practical effect, and the enemy did not even suffer any losses. Then a large number of logistics soldiers rushed out again with tools to fill the pit. Dense thunderstorm bombs also attacked again. The mountain artillery vehicles in the rear also rushed up to fight back. After a while, the pterosaur cavalry flew over again and launched a fire attack on the soldiers filling the pit below. The flames once again turned into a sea of fire and devoured the lives of the surrounding enemy soldiers. Yang Wenlin quickly ordered the army to withdraw and fired at the cavalry in the air. Seeing this, the pterosaur cavalry retreated quickly without delay. When the flames went out, Yang Wenlin continued to send troops to fill the pit with thunder bombs. The pterosaur cavalry also followed the rule of you dig, I come. If you leave, I leave, and repeated the fire attack in a cycle. This time was delayed until the sun fell to the mountainside. The pit was filled, but it was dark. The siege was definitely not advantageous, and Yang Wenlin did not dare to continue to go deeper with the army. Therefore, after the army crossed the trench, they set up camp around it for repairs. The thunder artillery vehicle also slowly retreated, and the sky gradually darkened. The sun set, and the moon rose. Chapter 337 War is miserable. At night, the siege army set up camp for repairs. Most of the soldiers fell asleep, and only a small number of soldiers in charge of patrolling were still on guard to prevent enemy attacks. A total of 100,000 people were divided into 4 large camps, densely packed in a very vast area. Looking from the air, it seemed vast and boundless, with rows of military camps neatly arranged, and teams of soldiers patrolling the camps. Sporadic bonfires brought a hint of brightness to the darkness. In order to prevent the enemy from using fire attacks again, many fire breaks were dug between the military camps. After a long time, teams of pterosaur cavalry flew in the air in the distance. They stayed above the enemy's military camp and began to wield fire rain, setting fire to the military camps and tents below. Their mission was simple: to create a big chaos, disturb the enemy's rest, and consume their energy. The fire instantly blazed in the military camp. Although the fire breaks dug in advance played a lot of roles and isolated the fire, how could the 100,000 troops continue to rest? There was bound to be a commotion. Yang Wenlin, who was originally in the military tent and was worried about the next siege plan, sighed when he heard the noise outside. He had long guessed that the enemy would not let them spend a quiet night. But what could they do? After a warm night, the next morning, the camp was scorched earth. When the casualties were counted and handed over to Yang Wenlin, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Even if the fire break was dug, thousands of people were still lost in one night. Break camp, advance. After a long time, with a loud shout that spread throughout the army, the siege army slowly continued to advance. After marching 100 meters, a loud shout came from Yang Wenlin's mouth. I saw a trench exactly the same as the previous one appeared in front of me again, blocking the army's way forward. Damn enemy. Yang Wenlin almost spit out a mouthful of blood. If it continues like this, I'm afraid that, when the team reaches the city, they will have been tossed and lost their ability to fight. No, this cannot go on. As the saying goes, an arrogant soldier will be defeated. In fact, a tired soldier is more likely to be defeated than an arrogant soldier. Although an arrogant soldier is arrogant, he still has morale and energy. The saying that an arrogant soldier will be defeated does not mean that an arrogant soldier will be defeated as long as he fights, but that an arrogant soldier will always fail in a war. But it is different for an exhausted soldier. Without sufficient spirit, physical strength, and energy, how can he have high morale? How can he be brave and invincible? Therefore, an exhausted soldier is the most terrifying. Therefore, Yang Wenlin secretly decided in his heart that he must not let the enemy continue to toss like this. Let all members of the special operations team go out and make sure to repel the enemy. The anti-aircraft team will keep an eye on the air at all times and shoot and drive away the enemy as soon as they find it. The logistics team will continue to fill the trenches. As soon as the voice fell, the teams quickly took action. There were a total of 100 people in the special operations team, and each of them had the ability to remain unscathed under gunfire. After receiving the order, the team set off at full speed. In front of a trench 4 or 5 meters deep and 3 or 4 meters wide, everyone jumped up and easily crossed over, and then rushed towards the thunder cannon vehicle in front. Their mission was simple, either to destroy the enemy or to drive the enemy away. The many wizards who were controlling the thunder cannon vehicles in the distance immediately launched an attack when they saw the enemy rushing over. I saw that the thunder copper barrels of the Qin thunder cannon vehicles began to condense a strong thunder and lightning force. A shadow of a blue dragon flashed in the sky, and then dark clouds gathered, lightning and thunder roared. This is the power of the Qinglang law, which can control the celestial phenomena. As the thunder and lightning element in the air became more and more dense, the breath in the barrel of the thunder cannon vehicle below became more and more terrifying. Buzz! With a sharp sound, the muzzles flashing with lightning suddenly burst, and thunderstorm bombs were blasted towards the enemy's position. Be careful to avoid. The commander of the special operations team immediately reminded. Everyone ran faster. The soldiers behind rubbed their eyes and were shocked to find that they could not catch the figures of the special team members. It was really as fast as lightning in the legend. However, no matter how fast they were, they could not escape from the dense and wide lightning artillery fire network. Seeing that several members of the special operations team were hit by thunderstorm bombs, huge spiritual energy suddenly burst out from their bodies and finally condensed into an extremely white shield to block them. The moment the spiritual shield was bombarded by the thunderstorm bomb, there were bursts of crisp sounds, and finally it broke into pieces and shattered violently. But it also consumed most of the power of the thunderstorm bomb. The remaining power hit the body, causing several people to suffer minor injuries. Seeing that the enemy was not simple, the wizard team operating the thunder artillery vehicle was very cautious. The senior wizard, who was the leader, immediately issued an order to fight and retreat to prevent the team from suffering heavy losses. After all, the enemy has the strength to withstand thunderstorm bombs, which should not be underestimated and should be more cautious. At the same time, while the team was retreating, they passed the information back and asked for support. Seeing the enemy getting closer and closer, the senior wizard's consciousness moved, and the surrounding golden light was bright. One by one, golden vines with spikes broke out of the ground and attacked the enemy. Cut. The members of the special operations team quickly drew out the long swords behind them and cut the vines that were wrapped around them. The spiritual energy turned into airwaves and instantly cut the vines into pieces. "You guys go quickly, I'll delay," the senior wizard shouted, while urging more vines to come out. Although he only mastered the power of the Futeng totem, he was also extremely proficient and familiar with it. Few people can be more proficient in the Futeng totem than him. He casually took out a few golden jade from his robe and threw them into the air, and then a steady stream of energy was absorbed into his body. The ground began to shake violently, as if a dragon turned over. One by one, thick vines seemed to grow straight into the sky, with spikes flashing with cold light on them, rushing madly towards the enemy in front. The vines were like giant pythons with spikes. The cracks in the ground hindered the movement of the members of the special operations team, and their speed soon slowed down, as hundreds of vines entangled and attacked. The long swords in the hands of the people kept swinging, and the vines slowly turned into fragments and fell. However, due to the large number of people, more than a dozen people were tightly entangled by the vines. They released their psychic energy to form a shield to protect their bodies. As the vines contracted tighter and stronger, the psychic shields also cracked. A scream was heard, and several figures were quickly wrapped to death by the vines, and blood seeped out. But this is not over yet. The senior wizard slowly raised the thunder copper staff in his hand, and the endless thunder and lightning power gathered from the air on the staff, and then merged into the vines. The vines instantly became hard and swift as light, and the power of thunder and lightning was mixed around them. The 100 members of the special operations team were lost by 20% in the blink of an eye. Be prepared to die. At the same time, a member of the team holding a longbow gathered 3 psychic arrows on the bowstring and shot them at the wizard. The wizard quickly controlled the vines to block in front of him, but what was terrifying was that the psychic arrows actually bypassed the vines and finally pierced into the old wizard's body. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the spiritual seed in the old wizard's mind was shattered. The whole person aged at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally slowly lost his breath. The thunder artillery vehicle team also withdrew smoothly. In the sky in the distance, a large shadow emerged. A series of sharp dragon roars suddenly came, and the soldiers riding on the backs of pterosaurs in the air raised the red flame weapons in their hands and vented the flames crazily towards the bottom. The raging fire fell from the air and attacked the members of the special operations team. Bang 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 bang, bullets drew a series of flames in the air and then suddenly penetrated the bodies of several pterosaurs, and finally the pterosaurs lost their breath and fell. The soldiers on the side quickly controlled the pterosaurs under them to catch their fallen companions, and then the pterosaur cavalry retreated. The siege army took this opportunity to quickly fill the road and march forward. The news soon reached Qin Yu's ears. He sighed and said, "It's a pity that we only blocked them for one day. If it were a little longer, the other party would be defeated. However, the people in the 4 cities have been evacuated and transferred, and now there is no worry. Aren't they going to attack the city? Then give them one." Qin Yu sneered and quickly ordered someone to pass on the order. An hour later, under the coal city, it was pitch black. The dense army was like hundreds of millions of ants gathering together, which made people's scalps numb. Yang Wenlin no longer had the previous irritability at this time, but seemed a little high-spirited. "After going through thousands of hardships and dangers, we finally arrived at the bottom of the enemy's city." He laughed. General, the logistics team is located 3 miles behind us, so there is no need to worry. The adjutant on the side reported. In order to prevent the enemy from destroying the logistics supplies, food, ammunition, etc., Yang Wenlin ordered the logistics team to wait in the rear first, and sent a special operations team to protect the logistics supplies. At this time, through the telescope, Yang Wenlin saw the enemy on the city wall in front of him waiting for battle. I have been frustrated for so long, and it is finally my turn. Order all artillery units to launch a comprehensive attack on the city in front. As soon as the voice fell, artillery units quickly walked out and pushed the cannons to the city. Boom 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 boom. The artillery fire sounded continuously in an instant. From the air, dense artillery fire fell from mid-air, fell into the city, and then exploded violently. In an instant, countless rubble was blown away. There was a panic in the city. Hide. Everyone hide. Get down. Get down. Anxious shouts were heard everywhere. The artillery fire continued for half an hour. The enemy seemed to be attacking in retaliation, and it took half an hour to baptize the entire city. If the people in the city had not been evacuated, it is easy to imagine how many people would have died. It is easy to imagine that the enemy is even more vicious than the devil. Yuming was charred all over by the explosion, but he was at least a 3rd level supernatural warrior, and resisting a few shells would not threaten his life. Damn it, if it weren't for the order from the king, I would have to chop off the head of the enemy leader myself. Yuming roared with anger on his face. General, calm down. The time is not right now, but you will chop off the enemy's head sooner or later. The military advisor on the side comforted him. The king's order is for us to pretend, but we can't expose it, and the counterattack should still be more intense. After hearing this, Yuming nodded slightly and said, let the archer team counterattack. Use thunder copper arrows. The power is loud and loud. Yes, I understand. As soon as the voice fell, a group of archers emerged from the city in an instant. They quickly drew their bows and arrows and shot at the enemies under the city. Soon, large numbers of arrows flashing with lightning were shot down. The catapults on the city also began to move slowly with a creaking sound. A large number of huge stones were thrown into the enemy army. Screams suddenly rang out. Blow up the city gate for me. Yang Wenlin roared immediately. The surroundings immediately conveyed the order to the artillery. So, the artillery stared at the fierce rain of thunder arrows and bombarded the city gate. After losing hundreds of artillerymen, the city gate was suddenly blown apart. The flamethrower opens the way. The voice fell. The flamethrower with extremely strong defense was slowly driven to attack the city gate. The defenders at the city gate held long weapons, looked at the steel giant in front of them, and waited in full battle. The forward speed of the flamethrower was not very fast, but it gave people a strong sense of oppression. Look at the flamethrower tube, that is more than 1 meter long, gradually heating up, and the raging flames suddenly sprayed out towards the city gate. Retreat. Retreat. The flames instantly burned the defenders near the city gate into firemen. The terrifying high temperature made people feel miserable. Yuming frowned, suppressed his impulsive thoughts, and said in a deep voice, immediately launch a fierce counterattack against the siege team. As soon as the voice fell, the surging rain of arrows mixed with thunder and lightning rushed towards the enemy. The enemy who was charging towards the city gate was immediately blasted to pieces by this overbearing thunder and lightning force. But this still could not stop the enemy's actions at all. The artillery fire instantly locked on the city wall. Yuming watched the other side prepare to launch artillery bombardment again, and immediately ordered the troops on the city wall to retreat. One after another, fire engines poured into the city. All soldiers who dared to approach would be engulfed by the flames. Soldiers holding firearms aimed at the fleeing city defenders. Bang 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 bang, accompanied by the continuous sound of gunfire. One figure after another slowly fell down. War is miserable, filled with countless sorrows. Countless lives were lost, and families were destroyed. But at the same time, many were protected. Yuming looked at the fallen bodies and gritted his teeth while leading the team to continue retreating, and at the same time, he had to fight back against the enemy. This play must continue, and it must be performed well. Only in this way can we live up to our dead comrades. As the enemy rushed in frantically from the west gate, Yuming continued to delay time in the city with more than 8,000 soldiers defending the city, buying time for the other team to act. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, A Great Victory. Conquer people with virtue. The siege battle ahead was fierce, with artillery fire everywhere, and miserable screams drowned in angry roars. The enemies, excited about the upcoming victory, were holding rifles and killing like devils. Behind the siege army, a mysterious team was quietly passing by and surrounding the enemy's logistics team. At this time, in the rear camp, thousands of logistics soldiers fell down near the tents and closed their eyes to rest. They had not rested for 2 consecutive days and had done a lot of physical work, and their bodies were exhausted. The remaining more than 70 members of the special combat team kept wandering and patrolling near the supplies. Suddenly, dust and sand rose everywhere, and gusts of breeze blew slowly. "This wind is wrong." The leader of the special combat team frowned and said in a deep voice. As soon as the voice fell, the others also entered a state of alert. The wind around gradually became stronger, and the tent was blown to the point of collapse. Hua hua hua, the strong wind suddenly rose and swept over. Puff puff puff, the strong wind was mixed with deadly wind blades. The wind blades hid in the wind and silently slashed across the necks of the enemies. Blood instantly spurted out and was swallowed by the strong wind. Psychic shield. Everyone immediately activated their psychic energy to form shields to protect themselves. As for the logistics soldiers, they were not so lucky. The dense wind blades hid in the strong wind, making it difficult to defend against them. In the blink of an eye, one figure after another fell. The camp was in a panic, and the logistics soldiers fled in panic. The scene became a mess. However, the raging wind did not stop because of this. More dense wind blades arrived in an instant. A raging tornado blew up in the surroundings not far away. In the blink of an eye, the tornado surrounded the entire camp. The tornado was like containing countless steel knives, leaving countless marks on the psychic shield. Soon, the psychic shields of the special operations team members were covered with cracks. Bang, bang, with a series of crisp sounds. The psychic shields of the special operations team members were instantly shattered. The fragile bodies were turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood in the blink of an eye under the ravages of the tornado. More than half of the original 70 members of the special operations team were lost in the blink of an eye. The remaining ones were not enough to resist. Suddenly, 3 huge red dragons flew in from a distance. The raging flames suddenly gushed down and enveloped the entire camp. Boom boom boom. The sound of gunpowder explosions rose everywhere. The terrifying airwaves swept around in an instant, swallowing everyone. The strong wind suddenly dissipated. The red fire dragon in the air also turned and flew away. Only pieces of raging flames and explosions were left at the scene. Coal City. At this time, the enemy's 100,000 troops had all entered the city, and Coal City was completely captured by the enemy. After receiving the notice that the mission was completed in the front, Yuming quickly evacuated Coal City with the remaining 6,000 troops. At this time, Yang Wenlin was strolling in the garrison. His face was filled with a relaxed look and a joy that could not be concealed. He had thought that the siege would be difficult, so according to his original plan, he would first send troops to test the Coal City and wait for the city behind the Coal City to send troops for support. Then suddenly attack the city that sent the reinforcement. According to the plan, the attack on the Coal City was a feint, the purpose of which was to trick out the reinforcement from the city behind, so as to launch a main attack on the city with empty troops in the rear. But he did not expect that the city would be captured with just one feint. This was something he had never expected, because it was somewhat inconsistent with the cunning opponent he imagined. Send 2 regiments to escort the logistics team into the city. Yang Wenlin waved to a signalman and ordered. Yes, Commander. The signalman immediately passed on the order. After a while, an officer hurried in and shouted, "General, something bad has happened. The logistics team has been wiped out, and all the logistics supplies have been destroyed by the enemy." "What?" As soon as the voice fell, Yang Wenlin felt like a bolt from the blue. No wonder. No wonder. Exclamation mark. No wonder this city is so easy to capture. It turns out that they are waiting for me here. Yang Wenlin immediately had a bad feeling. The enemy destroyed the logistics and let him easily capture the city. What is this for? Besiege the city. The daily consumption of 100,000 troops is very terrifying. Without the supply of supplies, I'm afraid that it will not take a few days for the army to be in chaos and surrender. Soon, the news from another officer made Yang Wenlin despair. General, this is an empty city. No residents in the city have been found, and there are only a few hundred kilograms of food in the whole city. I'm afraid that those evacuated residents did not have time to take away the leftovers. This news made Yang Wenlin more certain that this was indeed an enemy conspiracy. Immediately call all officers above the group level to hold an emergency meeting. Yang Wenlin shouted in a deep voice. A moment later, dozens of officers of all sizes gathered in the hall of the garrison. Everyone, we are trapped in this city, Yang Wenlin said in a deep voice. When this was said, the officials present froze in their eyes, as if they couldn't believe that this sentence was true. What we have to do now is to send a signalman to inform the headquarters of our current situation. The second is to stabilize the soldiers below. The other is a backup plan. If the situation is not right, we can either break through and return to the mountains, or continue to attack and fight to support the war. When Yang Wenlin said the last sentence, he himself hesitated. He led the troops all the way from the empire to here, experienced mountains and rivers, walked through the mountains, survived the enemy's blockade, and finally captured a city after thousands of difficulties and dangers. Saying that he is retreating now? That has never been his style. He is a very greedy and unwilling person. Although this kind of personality is very easy to lose miserably. But obviously he used to have good luck and won most of his bets. Your Majesty, the army has been deployed. If the enemy dares to leave the city, it will be a dead end, Qin Yu said with a smile. Qin Yu nodded slightly. He originally thought that the cavalry would lose its effect in this duel of firearms. But now, the cavalry will be the protagonist of this war. 3 or 4 miles outside the coal city, teams of cavalry were everywhere, surrounding the entire coal city. 30,000 dragon cavalry battalion, iron cavalry, 10,000 dinosaur cavalry, 3,000 giant tiger cavalry, 3,000 blood covenant wolf cavalry, nearly 50,000 cavalry, led by 1,000 human emperor guard cavalry, were scattered around the coal city. Whether the enemy advances or retreats, they will be crushed to pieces by the cavalry's feet as hard as steel. And if the enemy chooses to shrink in the city and not go out, they will also face the deadly danger of being out of food and water. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. The enemy rested for a night with hunger. The next morning, Yang Wenlin held a meeting again. This meeting was mainly to discuss the issue of continuing the attack by fighting to support the war. Everyone has learned that there are ambushes all around the city. General, although the cavalry is fast, they may not be faster than our guns and cannons. We can break up the whole army into small groups, which is conducive to controlling the soldiers and preventing them from panicking, and can also effectively strike the enemy. Yang Wenlin nodded slightly and said, in theory, when the enemy cavalry rushes in front of us, the guns and cannons are enough to turn them into wreckage. However, there will always be unexpected things, so if we choose to continue to march, then everything behind, in addition to your excellent command ability, can only rely on luck. The meeting lasted for half an hour. Most officers agreed to the decision to continue to march. After all, if they hold on and wait for help, not to mention how far they are from the empire, how long it will take for the reinforcement to arrive, the remaining food is not enough to last for 2 days. They don't have time. Either advance or retreat. At this time, they are like turtles deep in their heads. If they stick their heads out, they will be cut by a knife, and if they shrink their heads, they will also be cut by a knife. It's better to use those fangs and maybe they can bite off something. The decision was quickly passed on to the various military officers. Then the army prepared to leave the city and attack the next city. Near noon, a large number of troops began to pour out of the city gate. The 100,000 strong army was divided into hundreds of combat formations in battalions and began to march towards the Xianggu city in the rear. The front and rear wings of the army were protected by highly defensive flame-type fire engines. If the cavalry really rushed to the front, there would be a certain buffer. Yang Wenlin sat in a mountain artillery vehicle, holding the command knife in his left hand, and watching the surrounding movements carefully with a telescope in his right hand. As the army slowly left the coal city 2 miles away, the sky suddenly became overcast. Lightning rolled from the clouds. As the first drop of rain fell on the ground, countless drops of rain followed. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the sky was getting darker and darker. Many soldiers were extremely heavy under the rain, and their vision became blurred. Even their hearing was turbid due to the thunder. Yang Wenlin looked at the changes in the weather around him, and felt something was wrong. The accident he mentioned happened. The ground around was shaking. Under the cover of the clouds, a sense of oppression increased exponentially. The sound of horse hooves gradually became louder and louder, and gradually surpassed the thunder in the sky. The sound of metal clashing was getting closer and closer. Many soldiers raised their rifles anxiously and fired randomly. But from time to time, the bullets would jam, or the guns would not fire. The fire engines wanted to spray flames all around, but they were ruthlessly extinguished by the heavy rain. Yumeng rode a red-blooded horse with a big knife in his hand, and 30,000 iron cavalry followed him like a shadow, like a deadly steel gun stabbing into the enemy's flank. After a scream, people and horses fell on the battlefield. Countless corpses were trampled into meat paste. Long spears flashing with lightning were frantically harvesting the lives of the enemy. On the other side, Shigu led 10,000 dinosaur cavalry to charge in from the other side, and his momentum was more domineering than the 30,000 dragon cavalry battalion. One after another, huge figures could take away countless lives just by running. Ji and Yeozan also led 3,000 cavalrymen each to charge into the army. When the outcome of a gamble is already determined, the loser is also destined to be tragic. The winner, however, made a lot of money. The army was completely disintegrated, and the 3 cavalrymen killed them to pieces. Many soldiers have begun to kneel down and surrender, but only the shouts of killing can be vaguely heard on the noisy battlefield. Soldiers who attempted to surrender could not escape the fate of death. The muddy and puddled ground was completely stained red. The air was filled with the smell of blood and the fragrance of soil. The killing lasted for 3 hours. The corpses were scattered all over the large grassland. The dark clouds retreated, and the sun illuminated the surroundings again. The cavalry escorted the captives to the nearest Xianggu city. Only 40,000 of the 100,000 troops survived. Countless firearms were seized, and then quickly sent to the witch hall for a search. The witch hall represents not only wizards, but also indescribable knowledge. Nearly 50,000 cavalrymen lost about 2,000 to 3,000 cavalrymen. If this loss is matched with the corresponding results, it is not high at all. It can be said to be a great victory. On the way to escort the prisoners, tens of thousands of prisoners were very silent at this time, and some were even pale and thin, exhausted. Their physical functions had declined sharply. Not only have they not had a good rest for a long time, they have not eaten for almost 2 days. Yang Wenlin, who was hiding in the crowd, was desperate at this time. He was ashamed. He had wasted his life and rarely suffered a defeat. Was his luck exhausted? Or was the enemy too strong? What would be his fate next? He was thinking wildly. In the city of Xian Valley, Qin Yu rode the dragon chariot and came to the city of Xian Valley to interrogate the prisoners. After hundreds of prisoners gave similar confessions, Qin Yu found a man named Yang Wenlin among the prisoners. According to the information obtained from the interrogation, this person is the commander-in-chief of this army and the commander of the main battle army. Although he is less than 40 years old, he has a temperament and vicissitudes of life with many experiences. At this moment, the whole person looks like he has lost his faith. It is undeniable that this person also has some talent in commanding troops. Qin Yu's consciousness moved, and he silently checked the other party's attribute panel. Name, Yang Wenlin. Gender, male. Age, 37. Force, physique, agility, intelligence, command, battle talent, long-range weapon, talent, 10 wins and 10 losses, class A upper level, effect, every time you accumulate 10 failed battles. In the next 10 battles, if the winning rate exceeds 30%, you will win. Talent, seek victory in danger, class A lower level, effect, fight against the sky, fight against the earth, fight against people, and seek life in the face of death. When you are in a desperate situation, take the most difficult and big road to increase the success rate by 60%. Talent, Lord of Power, lower grade A, effect. This talent is obsessed with power and is a tyrant. He can be cold and ruthless at heart, but power is the main thing in his eyes. When he falls into the battle of power and intrigue, his intelligence increases by 50%. Satiation. 50 loyalty, unknown. The other party has not pledged allegiance to you, so it cannot be checked. Qin Yu stared at Yang Wenlin with a burning gaze and said, you should know that, since you have been captured, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to go back. Why don't you pledge allegiance to me? Conquer people with virtue. Activate. Talent. Conquer people with virtue. Middle grade A. Effect. The probability of recruiting surrendered generals increases by 80%. Chapter 339. Breaking through the battle barriers. Thunder from the sky falls. Listening to Qin Yu's words of enticement, Yang Wenlin's heart was actually a little shaken at this time. He had already seen how powerful the enemy army was. Now that he was captured, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to go back. In the enemy camp, what was the point of pretending to be determined not to surrender? Who was he pretending for? Yang Wenlin had plenty of means and abilities. Who could not be successful in serving? Just like that, it seemed as if a strange force extended the thoughts in his heart infinitely, and finally became certain. I'm willing to be loyal to you. Yang Wenlin hung his right hand on his chest, and bowed his head deeply. Seeing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile and said, very good, you are a smart man. Tomorrow, the army will escort the tens of thousands of prisoners to the rear. Before leaving, you have to do some ideological work on them. Seeing that Yang Wenlin's loyalty had reached more than 50 points and was still rising, Qin Yu couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. As for you, if you want to make a contribution, tell me more about your intelligence. As you wish, sir. Yang Wenlin slowly stood up and began to talk about the intelligence he had learned. The Tang Empire is the name of their country. The country has a total population of more than 8 million, including soldiers. Among them, the army occupies about 1 million people. Of course, the army that can be mobilized at will can barely account for half of it. But even so, the number of troops is not small. The Tang Empire has more than 30 cities with more than 10,000 people. Firearms are very advanced, and each city has at least 10 heavy artillery. There is a 50,000 strong musket cavalry, that is a type of army that can be used both at a distance and at a short distance. However, due to the terrain, the musketeers could not cross the mountains to join the battle. Moreover, although the Tang Empire mainly developed firearms technology, it was not without extraordinary powers. One of them was the psychic team. Each city would select talented people to practice psychic power and join the psychic team. The most basic use of psychic power is to enhance the quality of the body without limit. Some people can enhance their strength without limit, and then they will have the great power of a giant to split mountains and rocks. Some people can enhance their spirit without limit, and then they can turn their mental power into substance to achieve the ability to control objects and even mental attacks. Some people can enhance their agility without limit, and then they can reach the speed of walking like wind and moving like thunder. There are also those who are gifted and awaken their supernatural powers in the process of absorbing psychic energy. Their abilities are all kinds of strange, such as splitting, controlling element, or manipulating consciousness and making their bodies bigger or smaller. Are there many people who have awakened superpowers like this? Not many. Only a few people with psychic talents can be selected from thousands of people, and this superpower is rare among those with psychic talents. It is probably difficult for the entire empire to gather 100 people. Listening to Yang Wenlin's explanation, Qin Yu gradually felt relieved. If superpowers can really be awakened at will, then the power of the laws that Qin Yu has mastered would be like the stuff that is common on the street. But fortunately, it is not. Go on. Qin Yu continued to urge. In addition to these, there are departments in the empire that specialize in the research and development of psychic weapons. For example, psychic ammunition that can cause multiple damage to extraordinary people. There are also armor and cold weapons forged with psychic energy, and powerful psychic cannons, etc. There is a railway in the desert of the Empire that extends all the way to the mountains and rivers. There is a kind of railway train that can burn coal and run quickly, which can carry the Empire's army across extremely far areas in a very short time. With Yang Wenlin's constant narration, Qin Yu also had a certain understanding of the opponent in this war. According to the time calculation, the opponent's railway should have been laid. The follow-up troops should arrive soon. The reason why Qin Yu did not stop the laying of the railway was because this thing could be convenient for the enemy. So why couldn't it be convenient for him? Wouldn't it be more convenient for me to grab the things you built and use them? Order the shadow guards to go deep into Dongshan to understand the enemy's intelligence. If the enemy is not found in a short time, quickly pass the information back. Yes, my lord. The messenger turned around and passed the order down. If the enemy does not arrive in Dongshan in a short time, then Qin Yu will send troops to arrange in advance to wait for the arrival of the enemy. A low hum continued to sound in the deep tunnel. Clang, 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 clang. The hundreds of meters long train moved quickly on the railway. Each carriage was loaded with hundreds of soldiers. In addition to carrying soldiers, the carriages also carry a lot of ammunition supplies, weapons, and equipment, food, etc. A train can carry nearly 10,000 people, and there are 5 such trains running on the railway at this time, crossing the desert and passing through the mountains and rivers and about to reach the destination. As the train passes through the deep mountain tunnel, a loud and piercing whistle soon echoes in the mountains. As the train slowly enters the station, the speed gradually slows down. The doors of the carriages are pushed open, and countless soldiers walk out in an orderly manner. A defensive camp has already been established outside the tunnel connecting the mountains and rivers deep in Dongshan. The scale of the camp is not small, just like an above-ground fortress. Cannons are mounted between the gaps of the battlements, and the muzzles are deep, cold and shining. A bunch of rapid-fire rifles are shot out from the shooting holes. There are more than a dozen watchtowers around to observe the situation. Teams of patrols armed with standard rifles patrol around the bunker. The strict guards make people sigh. The bunker is constantly storing supplies, ammunition, and food. The various camps in the bunker are also filled with soldiers. If Qin Yu were here, he would have to marvel at the enemy's rapid actions. This heavily defended bunker was obviously built for the safety of this tunnel. In order to ensure that the troops can be transported continuously to the enemy's territory in the future, the enemy is estimated to have spent a lot of money. Obviously, it is difficult to seize the control of the railway train. In the main military camp in the bunker, a seemingly domineering man wearing a military cloak and pure green armor with aura inside said at this time, "Has it not been possible to contact the main battle army?" The man's majestic voice resounded in the military tent. Reporting to His Excellency the Commander, "We have indeed lost contact with the main battle army." The officer next to him answered cautiously. "Pass the message back and say that the main battle army has been annihilated and the bunker is waiting for the marshal's next order." The man's deep eyes made it impossible to see what he was thinking. "Yes, I will do it right away." The officer bowed. After the officer left, the man called the commander also slowly stood up and walked outside. The breeze blew across his face, and he frowned. He grabbed his right hand to the side, and a huge black vortex like a black hole suddenly appeared in his palm. A strong suction spread out in all directions. A figure wearing a chainmail armor of the Teng snake suit appeared, and the man pinched his throat and lifted him up. "Run, quickly!" the shadow guard shouted with difficulty. The man in the cloak suddenly shouted angrily, "There is a supernatural person in the bunker. Everyone be alert. Search and arrest." Woo 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 woo. The shrill alarm sounded in the bunker in an instant. Dozens of patrol teams quickly blocked the entire bunker inside and out, and they were still blocking the outside of the bunker. At this time, the dozen shadow guards hiding in the corner of the bunker suddenly all looked solemn. Their ability to hide is rarely discovered, but they didn't expect to be discovered this time. The information here must be passed on. We will flee separately. Someone will be able to get out. Everyone, be careful. I will attract the attention of the surrounding enemies. Captain, you are the strongest and have the best chance of getting out. Let's attract the enemy. This is an order. Aang Shizan said in a deep voice, then drew out his two knives and rushed out. The psychic not far away instantly discovered that the wind speed in one direction was different and immediately shouted loudly, "The enemy went east. Chase." As soon as the voice fell, the psychic immediately released a powerful mental power and at the same time threw out more than a dozen sharp flying knives in his hand. The huge mental power was like a substance and instantly controlled more than a dozen flying knives to stab in different directions of wind speed. Ding 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 dang dang. A burst of sparks flew, and Eyeing Shizen slowly revealed his figure. His hands quickly shot down the dozen flying knives that stabbed at him. But at the moment of pause, more than 20 soldiers holding rifles raised their guns and aimed at him. The psychic who could control the flying knife said coldly, "If you kneel down and surrender now, I can kill you." Eyeing Shizen looked at him coldly and said, "Dream on." As soon as the voice fell, a puff of white smoke rose up around him. Bang bang bang. The soldiers around him also quickly pulled the trigger. Fierce fire snakes kept shooting into the white smoke. The psychic felt the changes around him and instantly controlled the flying knife to stab towards the left front. Ding ding dang dang. Another burst of sparks flew. Eyeing Shizen showed up again and gritted his teeth and said, "It's really difficult." But when he saw his companions quietly leaving, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He had to continue to buy time. He looked at the enemy soldiers chasing him with cold eyes. He instantly pulled out a crossbow in his hand and kept shooting at the back. Swish swish swish. A crossbow arrow with poison shot several soldiers. Eyeing Shizen quickly took out the Yunlong pipe and released smoke again to block the enemy's vision and then escaped in stealth. But he was soon forced out by the psychic using a flying knife again. "Damn it, I'll fight you." Eyeing Shizen was also very angry, holding 2 knives and killing the man in an instant. At the same time, the sleeve arrow tied to his wrist shot at him when the other party was not paying attention. The sleeve arrow was extremely fast and powerful. Coupled with the Shadow Guard's ability to avoid the sharp edge, it was extremely difficult to dodge this arrow. But soon the scene in front of him shocked Eyeing Shizen. I saw that the psychic didn't dodge at all. The white energy actually wrapped him up in the air at the moment when the sleeve arrow shot at his forehead and then slowly fell. Sure enough, I have to rely on the power of those wizards to deal with you. But you are lucky, I just happened to have awakened the totem recently. Eyeing Shizen smiled freely, and the Tengsh suit on his body actually began to flash a tiny electric current. He slowly stepped on the electric current to rise to the air, and the power of lightning continued to condense in his hands. The power in the spirit seed seemed to surge without restraint. This witchcraft is called the Fall of Thunder. Boom. A loud rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky. Eyeing Shizen waved his hands, and lightning bolts followed his palms and struck down. One of the thickest lightning bolts hit the psychic. The psychic felt the violent breath and was shocked. He began to frantically mobilize his mental power to resist this terrifying attack. Boom. With a loud bang, lightning fell suddenly. The huge mental power was as fragile as glass smashed by a giant hammer when it encountered the bombardment of lightning. The psychic was instantly blasted into ashes by lightning. And when lightning bolts fell into the enemy army, dozens of figures were blown away by lightning and fell to the ground half dead, but their life breath was also disappearing quickly. A dozen shadow guards who had already evacuated the bunker in the distance looked at the figure in the air, and their eyes could not help but turn red. Master 13 is actually a genius of Thunder Totem. We should rescue the master. We can't even save ourselves. How can we rescue him? Don't waste your thoughts. Let's pass the information back first. Let's see. Maybe Master 13 can come out? Everyone looked again. They saw that the ground around Shadow 13 was scorched earth, and the domineering power of thunder and lightning was like the power of gods in front of mortals. You do have some strength, but you only have this little skill, so you can't be so presumptuous in front of me. The domineering voice suddenly resounded around. A tall man in a red cloak slowly walked over. Shadow 13 stared at the other person intently. This person was not simple. It was him who crushed Shadow 42 to death with one blow before. The black vortex with huge suction force could not help but make people feel boundless fear. Eyeing Shizen silently took out 2 gold jades. These were given to him for cultivation by Jiangrong, the master of the witch hall, because he saw that he was gifted. Now they can only be used to replenish the spiritual energy in the spirit seed. The power of all things transformed from the majestic power of faith slowly merged into the spirit seed and then transformed into spiritual energy. After absorbing the energy of the 2 gold jades, the spirit seed was instantly full. Aang Shizen's face flushed, and the momentum around him suddenly rose sharply. Transcendent level 3. Senior wizard? He actually suddenly advanced to a higher level. The infinite power that suddenly surged out of his body gave him a surge of confidence at this time. Very good, I was annoyed with you just now. Aang Shizen stared at the man below with disgust, and lightning began to condense around him. Violent lightning condensed around Aang Shizen, and finally rushed towards the man. Just like the fall of thunder from the sky. Chapter 340 Demon Slaying Golden Sword Formation. Destruction Operation. Thunder Ord, with earth-shaking momentum. Dozens of lightning bolts as thick as arms suddenly and continuously fell downward at a high speed. The cloaked man's eyes froze, and his body retreated at a high speed. But no matter how fast he was, how could he compare to the speed of lightning? When the lightning fell quickly and exploded suddenly, a terrifying huge wave spread out in all directions. Smoke and dust rose from the ground, covering the man's figure. After a moment, the smoke and dust dissipated. The cloaked man stood there in a slightly embarrassed manner, staring at Aang Shizen in the air with burning eyes, as if looking at a dead person. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly changed, and the sky suddenly darkened. A strong suction force was generated around the man. He saw his right hand suddenly grabbing in the direction of Aang Shizen. A black vortex with a diameter of 1 meter appeared instantly, and a huge suction force spread out from his palm. Aang Shizen suddenly felt bad, and quickly condensed lightning, and blasted towards the black vortex. The violent lightning instantly blasted towards the black vortex, but the scene that was supposed to produce a violent explosion did not occur. The violent lightning was swallowed up by the black vortex the moment it came into contact with it. This was exactly the ability that the man had awakened. The Grand Marshal called it the devouring black hole. It could restrain most elemental attacks. Most elemental attacks would be swallowed up by the devouring black hole, and would even eventually be transformed into abilities to feed back to the body. The man's right hand suddenly clenched. Aang Shizen's face tightened, and the whole person instantly felt extremely suffocated, as if the whole person was being held tightly. The man's right hand fell again. Aang Shizen's body suddenly fell to the ground. Puff! The huge force instantly rebounded into his lungs, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of Aang Shizen's mouth. The whole person's breath became weak, his eyes were blurred, and it seemed that he was dying. If you can tell me what you know, I can spare your life. The man slowly drew out the long knife from his waist and pointed it at Aang Shizen. The tip of the knife slowly pressed against his eyeball. As long as he moved a little, the blade would pierce into his eye socket and pierce his eyeball. Don't think about it. Aang Shizen gritted his teeth and uttered 2 words with difficulty. The man soon lost his patience, slowly raised the long knife in his hand, and then suddenly dropped it to one side. Bang! A crisp sound suddenly came from the surroundings. The long knife in the man's hand instantly flew out. He looked up in a daze and saw a young man in a grey robe floating in the air. I want to take the person away. If you dare to stop me, you will die. What a big tone. The man was immediately laughed in anger, and a larger black hole vortex was condensed when he waved his hands. Can it be swallowed? Try it again. The young man in the air immediately raised his hands high, and a terrifying thunder and lightning force gathered in the whole place. The huge thunder and lightning ball was as dazzling as the sun. 2 light bodies, one black and one purple, collided instantly. Boom! The terrifying air wave instantly blew away the soldiers around. An incredible look flashed in the eyes of the man below, and a trace of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. The swallowing black hole was actually blown up. How strong is this person? A vine slowly broke out, tightly wrapped around Aang Shizen, and then quickly pulled him out. Leave them. The commander of the bunker shouted loudly. Teams of soldiers instantly raised their rifles and spit out ammunition crazily. The young man in the air waved his right hand, and the majestic golden light turned into vines to form a vine wall to block all the ammunition. When the vines disappeared, waves of wolf howls, tiger roars, and dog barks came like a tide. Thousands of wild beasts rushed to the bunker frantically, biting the enemy soldiers crazily. As for the previous young man and Aang Shizen, They had already disappeared. Palace Master? Why are you here? In the mountains for miles away, Jiang Rong controlled the puppet car to carry Aang Shizhen, and quickly fled the scene. At this time, Aang Shizhen woke up slightly, and asked in confusion. Jiang Rong was stunned for a moment and then replied, I will sense the golden jade I gave you, if there is any situation. You are a genius of the Thunder Totem lineage. How long has it been since you awakened your spirit seed? You are already a high-level wizard. I'm afraid that your future achievements will be farther than mine. Naturally, I have to pay more attention to you. Later, I will report your situation to the Lord and transfer you to the Witch Hall, so that you can practice with peace of mind. After Jiang Rong finished explaining, he continued to drive the puppet car away from the mountains quickly. Xianggu City. When Qin Yu learned from the Shadow Guard that the enemy had already built a bunker station in Danshan at this time, he was immediately shocked. What shocked him was not the strength of the enemy, but the exaggerated speed of the enemy's construction. But now that he has a clear understanding of the enemy's situation, Qin Yu no longer intends to sit and wait for death. All the previous caution was based on the premise of not knowing the enemy. Now, through Yang Wenlin, Qin Yu has a certain understanding of the enemy's situation. Secondly, the longer this bunker station exists, the greater the threat to Qin Yu. If during this period, the enemy continues to accumulate troops, when the number of troops reaches a terrifying number, it will be like an uncontrollable flood, quickly submerging the surrounding cities. For this reason, Qin Yu immediately convened a discussion meeting on the bunker station. The meeting lasted for half an hour. Finally, a conclusion was made. First, a group of high-end combat forces formed a team to destroy the bunker's defense, so as to facilitate the army to enter directly. According to the intelligence recorded by the Shadow Guard, the number of troops in the bunker should be at least 60,000 at this time. And this number is still increasing. Qin Yu thinks that the bunker's defense should not be difficult to destroy. Let hundreds of underground worms drill directly through and collapse the bunker. Then it is to plan the army. The Thunder Copper Spear army, which can generate thunder and lightning power, is within Qin Yu's main consideration. The second is the Thunder Sword and Shield army with strong defense and close combat capabilities. In the end, Qin Yu decided that both teams should go all out. There were hundreds of underground worms in the team responsible for the defense and destruction of the bunker. In order to prevent accidents, Qin Yu sent 20 foundation building cultivators, 20 high-level wizards, and 20 martial arts masters. All of them were at least at the third level of extraordinary strength, which was enough to deal with it. In addition, there were 30,000 Thunder Copper Spear army and 10,000 Thunder Sword and Shield army. This expedition team was led by Panli. Panli's current strength has reached the 5th level of extraordinary, which is considered the ceiling of civilization. The luxurious Linup is rare. The bunker should be easy to capture. When the track system of the bunker station is controlled, it will be time for Qin Yu to launch a counterattack. Your Majesty, Jiang Rong, the master of the Witch Hall, wants to see you. Let him in. Qin Yu looked puzzled, wondering why Jiang Rong suddenly came to Xianggu City. Your servant Jiang Rong apologizes. Jiang Rong walked in and immediately knelt down with a plop and said in a deep voice, "What is your crime?" Qin Yu was even more puzzled. Your Majesty, I left my post without permission and went to Danshan. Tell me in detail. Aang Shizhen, one of the Shadow Guards, had awakened the Thunder Totem by coincidence. Seeing his extraordinary talent, Your Majesty gave him 2 golden jade. Today, I felt the golden jade shattered instantly. The location was in Danshan. I had a hunch that Aang Shizhen was in danger, so I went to Danshan without permission to save him. Listening to Jiang Rong's description, Qin Yu was stunned. Does he really have such a talent? You think so highly of him. It's been less than 3 months since he awakened, and he's already a high-level wizard. Hiss. Listening to Jiang Rong's answer, Qin Yu took a breath of cold air. To reach the realm of the 3rd level of transcendence in 3 months, this is not an ordinary talent. You have made a contribution by saving a genius, and you have also made a mistake by going there without permission. Since the merits and demerits are offset, I will not punish you. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Jiang Rong bowed gratefully in response. Call Aang Shizhen over. As soon as the voice fell, the official quickly brought Aang Shizhen in. I'm Shadow 13, and I pay my respects to you, your majesty. Qin Yu nodded slightly and checked the other party's attribute panel. Name, Lin Sheng, Shadow 13, gender, male, age 24, force, extraordinary level 3, physique, extraordinary level 3, agility, extraordinary level 3, spirit, extraordinary level 3, intelligence, command, combat talent, long-handled weapon. Talent, concealment, silent movement, ghostly body, hard to avoid, flying over eaves and walls, sharp eyes and hearing. Shadow guard ability, talent 2, body of heavenly thunder, extraordinary talent, effect. This physique is acquired and can speed up the practice of thunder law by 200% and the power of thunder law by 100%. Talent 3, son of law, supernatural talent, effect. This talent has a very small chance of awakening only when the supernatural is triggered. In the field of law, the son of law is favored by many laws and can easily awaken any law, and the power of each law will be increased by 50%. Satiation. 65 loyalty. 99. After looking at the panel of Shadow 13, Qin Yu secretly said, as expected, he had already checked the panels of all the shadow guards during the selection, and these two new talents are those that appeared later. It seems that contact with the supernatural has a probability of forming new talents. Unconsciously, Qin Yu learned another knowledge point. Shadow 13's two talents are not weak. If they are well cultivated, they will also be a great help to civilization when they grow up. Are you injured? This is for you. Qin Yu took out a bottle of rejuvenation pills that can heal injuries from the system warehouse and handed it to Shadow 13. This rejuvenation pill was extracted from the Shianchi of civilization. Although it is only a green quality pill, the effect is surprisingly good. Go back and take good care of your wounds. For the time being, you will practice totems with Jiang Rang. Qin Yu looked at Ying Shizhen and said gently, "Thank you, your majesty." Ying Shizhen knelt down and saluted. Qin Yu waved his hand slightly, motioning him to get up. After a while, Jiang Rang took Lin Sheng, Ying Shizhen, and left. The next day, an army set out from the border one after another and headed for Danshan. Hundreds of underground worms with a body size of more than 20 meters were the first to go out. Behind them were all extraordinary people of the lowest level of extraordinary, and Panli led the 40,000 troops to walk at the end. In order to prevent the enemy from noticing, the army marched very slowly and reduced the marching noise as much as possible. However, it is also difficult for such a large army not to be discovered by the enemy's scouts. Therefore, the team going to destroy the enemy's bunker defense had to set off earlier than the army behind. At this time, in the bunker station connecting the mountains and rivers, teams of soldiers with rifles patrolled everywhere. After the last enemy infiltration, psychics were added to the patrol team inside the bunker. A team of 100 psychics was sent from the rear. This shows the importance of the bunker station. A team of 10 psychics was falling all around. A member of the team with extremely strong hearing and perception had his ears trembling slightly, and his face slowly wrinkled. What? Is there something wrong? There is a vibration sound underground. Is there going to be an earthquake? Could it be those monsters that can burrow into the ground mentioned in the previous intelligence? Whatever it is, we must be vigilant. As soon as the voice fell, the vibration sound from under the bunker became stronger. Boom. 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 Intensive vibration sounds continued to come from underground. Cracks have begun to appear on the ground outside the bunker. But there are very few cracks inside the bunker. That's right, it should be those monsters. Go report to the commander. Sound the alarm. The bunker is on alert. I'm afraid those monsters will be disappointed. The foundation of this bunker is fixed with thousands of steel bars and poured with cement, and the top is covered with hard iron plates. Those bugs can drill through the soil, but it's a joke to think of drilling through the steel plates. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Soon, the sound from the underground put the bunker on alert. The commander of the bunker was also attracted by the sound. What's going on? Commander, there should be giant bugs that can drill underground as mentioned in the intelligence. They want to drill out from the ground to attack us. The commander nodded slightly and then said in a deep voice, notify all psychics to gather. Since the other party can't send these bugs here, they must have a backup plan. I understand. Commander, you are wise. As soon as the voice fell, there was a sound in the air. 20 cultivators in white robes appeared above the bunker on swords. The leader held a golden array plate in his hand and stood in the middle of the team. The others stood at the nodes of the array. Soon, the golden sword array for slaying demons that could rival the golden core stage took shape instantly. The soldiers below immediately raised their spears and aimed at the people in the air and pulled the trigger decisively. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of intense gunfire suddenly rang out. Thousands of psychic bullets instantly bombarded the array. I saw that the array suddenly flashed with golden ripples, and then there was no other reaction. A golden sword with a very strong destructive aura condensed in the air. The golden sword was 5 meters long and extremely huge, and its momentum was as sharp as the white tiger of the god of heaven. Slash. A shout suddenly rang out. The golden sword in the air slashed down fiercely. Chapter 341 Occupy the bunker. Thunderdog puppet. The huge golden sword with extraordinary momentum suddenly slashed down from the air towards the bunker below. The huge golden sword seemed to be able to cover the entire bunker. Protect the bunker. The commander of the bunker suddenly shouted in a deep voice. Hundreds of spiritualists released their majestic spiritual energy together to form a huge spiritual shield to protect the bunker tightly. The moment the golden sword hit the spiritual shield, a huge noise came from the surroundings. The first blow did not break it, and the 20 foundation building period of the fairy palace continued to manipulate the golden sword to cut the second sword. The noise continued to come, and the surrounding land followed the continuous and violent shaking. Hundreds of spiritualists continued to integrate spiritual energy into the spiritual shield to stabilize the spiritual shield and resist the enemy's attack. Commander, if we continue to hold on, the spiritual shield will break sooner or later. This is not a solution. Someone in the team reminded him. The man in the cloak looked solemn, and after a moment, the spiritual energy aura around him suddenly increased frequently. A psychic storm suddenly blew up around him, and an extremely deep black hole vortex gradually appeared behind him, and grew infinitely larger. Go. A roar came from the man's mouth. The huge black hole vortex instantly flew towards the outside world, and collided with the golden knife. At the moment of the collision, the surging ripples scattered. The formation was instantly broken, and 20 foundation building monks flew backwards and finally fell slowly. The commander of the bunker also vomited a large mouthful of blood. Obviously, he would suffer a serious backlash if he forcibly swallowed too strong a power. The next step is up to you. The man shook his cloak and gradually retreated. His injuries at this time were much more serious than they looked, so he needed to retreat to a place where he could not see to heal his injuries. Hundreds of psychics drew their weapons and leaped out, killing towards the outside world. Bang, bang, bang. The ground suddenly shattered. Thick vines instantly broke out of the ground and entangled the psychics who rushed up. Cut. Everyone raised their weapons, and as they jumped on the vines, they suddenly cut the vines into several sections. Swish, swish, swish. As they passed through the vine forest, flying swords stabbed fiercely from the front, straight to the vital point. Several psychics were beheaded by flying swords in an instant without paying attention. Be careful. Everyone was sweating profusely. As extraordinary people of the empire, they had experienced many extraordinary wars. But it was rare to see such a dangerous and versatile enemy like the one in front of them. In an instant, lightning and thunder flashed, and the vines turned into a forest of vines, with flames, arrows, and overwhelming bombardment. Hundreds of psychics were constantly injured and reduced in number. When they were less than 30 meters away from many wizards, they had already killed nearly 100 people. Sharp blades slashed at the wizards fiercely. How can you dodge the close combat of the wizard? Exclamation mark. Everyone seemed to see a scene of a pile of heads falling, looking for death. 20 bloody figures rushed out from behind the wizard. The evil spirit and blood on them were extremely strong. The leader turned his palm into a fist, accompanied by a strong dragon roar, and punched a psychic. The psychic seemed to see a majestic green dragon swallowing him. A huge force suddenly hit him, and he flew backwards dozens of meters, hitting a boulder, and the boulder was shattered and flew out. Finally, he fell to the ground dying, and his chest and lungs had already turned into a blood mist. If you want to compete in close combat ability, the warriors who focus on physical strength and blood must be the strongest. Each of you is like an invulnerable body, with the power comparable to that of a dragon and an elephant. For a while, this group of psychics couldn't find the north and south under the triple attack of warriors, immortal cultivators and wizards. The scene was extremely tragic. Soon they were beaten back step by step. Retreat and defend. Less than 30 psychics left quickly retreated, not daring to attack again. However, the remaining psychics in the bunker quickly gathered together, and the number reached more than 100 again. Teams of soldiers on the bunker leaned against the battlements and set up rifles and began to shoot non-stop. The rifles in the shooting holes also began to spit out flames. Countless bullets turned into a dense net and rushed towards the outside world. With a burst of dense lightning, large pieces of bullets were blocked in an instant. 20 foundation building cultivators also quickly raised their magic shields to block all the remaining bullets. Water can restrain their firearms. A wizard immediately reminded. As soon as the voice fell, the 20 cultivators suddenly realized the skills they practiced can control the celestial phenomena, so it is easy to attract rain. A moment later, dark clouds gathered around and lightning flashed. With a loud bang, a torrential rain instantly poured down. The moment the firearms came into contact with the heavy rain, the jam rate suddenly increased. The firepower instantly decreased. At the same time, the worms in the ground saw that they could not drill out from under the bunker, so they immediately floated near the bunker, and with a violent tremor, the land around the bunker was instantly broken, and a terrifying figure suddenly appeared in the eyes of the bunker soldiers, scaring some timid soldiers to drop their guns. However, the worms did not give the enemy time to appreciate themselves. They quickly drilled into the bunker and began to devour the soldiers in the bunker. Their huge size made their weight comparable to that of several elephants. Just a collision could push dozens of people out. That bloody mouth could easily swallow dozens of people. Seeing this, the psychics around them hurriedly drew their weapons and killed them. Cut the worms one by one. The simultaneous invasion of hundreds of worms instantly caused heavy losses in the bunker. Seeing the psychics in the bunker being dragged by the worms, 20 cultivators quickly formed a demon-slaying golden sword formation and killed towards the bunker. As endless spiritual energy gathered, a huge golden knife flashed with magnificent golden light and carried an extremely violent momentum, fiercely slashing on the outer wall of the bunker. With a loud bang, the iron wall of the bunker, which was poured with steel bars and piled with bricks and stones, was instantly slashed. For a time, sand and rocks flew, countless broken stones flew out, and a huge mouth was revealed at the main entrance of the bunker. A low horn sounded, and the underground worms moved out quickly and slowly drilled into the ground and disappeared. Very good. This wave of underground worms has made great contributions. The cultivators took advantage of the enemy's sluggish state and continued to control the golden knife to destroy the bunker on a larger area. Soon the psychics reacted and rushed out desperately to stop it. The golden knife slashed fiercely. The formation composed of 20 foundation building cultivators, which was comparable to the power of the golden elixir stage, was not something these psychics could stop. The golden knife slashed through the bodies of the crowd in an instant, and with just this one blow, more than 30 psychics were killed. The enemy suffered heavy losses immediately. The spiritual power is insufficient. The army is coming. Let's retreat. As soon as the voice fell, the top combat force quietly left. The enemies in the bunker began to panic. The broken wall cannot be repaired in a short time, but the enemy may come back at any time. At this time, the commander who had recovered from his injuries slowly walked out. Looking at the messy and miserable scene in front of him, his face was extremely gloomy. Come on, send a message. Commander, what to send? Send what? Are you blind? Send me what you see, and you will die if you don't send it well. The heavy resentment frightened the signalman, and nodded repeatedly, and fled away quickly. After the signalman left, the man began to slowly condense a black hole vortex. The huge suction force continuously condensed the surrounding rubble and finally piled it on the bunker. He wanted to use his ability to repair the bunker and condense the broken bricks and stones again. Not to mention that this is an extremely difficult task to complete. Even if it can be done, it will take at least several hours at the current speed. But time waits for no one. The sound of dense footsteps gradually came from afar. The dense and heavy footsteps immediately brought unparalleled pressure to the soldiers in the bunker. Through the dense jungle, the figures of teams of soldiers soon appeared. Damn it, damn it. The commander stopped his movements and stared at the figures of the army in front of him. There was a very threatening aura in the army that locked him. I saw an old figure slowly walked out of the army. He held a stone knife in his hand and slowly said, "I advise you to surrender as soon as possible, so as not to cause the destruction of lives and the death of souls everywhere." The old but very imposing voice immediately enveloped the bunker. "Old man, don't do it." Before the commander finished speaking, the old voice interrupted and said, "Bombard." As soon as the voice fell, rows of thunder copper spearmen raised their spears and gathered the endless thunder and lightning power with the spear tip and then blasted out fiercely. What kind of power is it when hundreds of people blast out thunder and lightning at the same time? It is enough to blast a small mountain into pieces. What kind of power would it be if thousands of people blasted lightning at the same time? It was enough to crack a mountain. Tens of thousands of people. It would collapse the mountain. 30,000 people. It would be easy to split the mountain and cut off the river. As the endless lightning and thunder continued to surge, the bunker was instantly blasted into pieces. Countless soldiers were wiped out in the lightning and thunder. One after another, the ghost-like figures disappeared in the lightning and thunder. The cloaked man had a premonition that something was wrong the moment he felt the power of lightning and thunder, and immediately led the remaining psychics to retreat. The soldiers who were still in place at this time had already been swallowed up by the lightning and thunder, and this terrifying scene lasted for nearly 20 minutes. It stopped only when the 30,000 Thunder Copper Spearmen had almost exhausted their abilities. "Thunder Sword and Shield Army, follow me to charge." The vigorous and powerful voice suddenly resounded throughout the army. "Kill, kill." The earth-shaking shouts of killing suddenly surged up and rushed towards the bunker. The commander in the rear took the remaining 60 psychics and 20,000 troops to quickly board the return train. Without receiving any notice or order to retreat, they ran away in disgrace. "Commander, should we destroy other trains to prevent the enemy from using them?" "No time. Start." As the voice fell, the train slowly moved and drove towards the mountain tunnel. The remaining soldiers in the bunker were still fighting bravely with the enemy. In the fight, the soldiers of the Thunder Sword and Shield Army only needed to raise their swords to summon a thunderbolt to kill the enemy. The strength is extremely powerful. The equipment equipped by the Thunder Sword and Shield Army is the top equipment of the Qin Yu civilization. Therefore, the strength is unparalleled, and it is the king of close combat. As time on the battlefield continued to pass, when the news that the commander took part of the army to escape by train was exposed, the remaining soldiers suddenly lost their fighting spirit and their morale was immediately drained. The sound of surrender flooded the entire bunker like a tide. One soldier after another accepted the fact of surrender in a low voice. They lost. Were they too useless? No, it was because the enemy was too strong. So strong that it was suffocating. In this war, they won and lost, but they were definitely not the winners. The commander's escape also foreshadowed the failure of the offensive plan of the Tang Empire, the firearm civilization. The next step should be to focus on defense. Soon, when the news reached Qin Yu's ears, he was immediately delighted. After the bunker was captured, it indicated that this war had just begun. He immediately ordered Yang Wenlin to draw a topographic map of the territory of the Tang Empire and mark the location of the city he knew. Qin Yu was going to launch a counterattack. However, the bunker needed to be rebuilt. It would be bad if the other party sent people back to destroy the bunker's track. The attack must be fast. If the tunnel is destroyed or even blown up by the other party, it will cause great trouble to Qin Yu's counterattack. Therefore, he needs to send troops as soon as possible and build an outpost base. Your Majesty, the new puppets developed by the Witch Hall recently can be sent over. Oh, what puppets? Qin Yu couldn't help but get interested after hearing the suggestion of an operator in the Witch Hall. The furnace you gave me before can melt or into any shape, so the Witch Hall used it to make a new beast puppet. Using colloid to fuse thunder copper and star iron, the thunder dog puppet was finally melted. Its body is like a dog beast, with a mouth full of steel teeth and 4 claws as sharp as blades. The steel teeth and claws can release lightning when attacking the enemy. Not only that, the rubber makes its body lighter and faster, and the star iron makes it have super high defense and good elemental immunity. Qin Yu's eyes lit up after listening to the other party's report. Great. Using such a powerful puppet to drill into the tunnel to resist the enemy, there is no need to worry about the loss of its own troops, and it also has extremely high power and function. It is simply a cure for Qin Yu's worries. How many Thunderdog puppets are there? Is the production fast? Qin Yu looked at the other party with a burning gaze and asked. Reporting to the Lord. The Wudian operator bowed and said, the current number of Thunderdog puppets is only over 2,000. But as long as the materials can keep up, the production can reach hundreds a day. That's great. Qin Yu praised, and then immediately wrote a handwritten order to the other party. Take it to the Wudian immediately, and order people to send all the Thunderdog puppets into the tunnel, to destroy all the enemies who come to attack. Chapter 342 The army sets out to counterattack. You said you lost the bunker station? Then how dare you come back? A slap sound suddenly rang out in the empty hall. A tall man with a sharp face and wearing a gorgeous brocade robe slapped him hard. The young commander immediately covered his right face, staring at the man in front of him with anger. Don't think that you are the chief of a continent, and you can insult my dignity at will. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Huang Shazhao is close to the mountains and rivers. Now that the bunker is lost, the enemy will march straight in. If you can defend Huang Shazhao, it's fine. If you can't, I don't know whether the Grand Marshal can spare your life. The enemy will kill you. These words immediately made the commander speechless. After a long time, he said in a deep voice, what can we do? The chief of Jin Shazhao slowly said, mobilize psychics to go and blow up the track. Isn't it the same to let the army do this? The commander said puzzledly. You are such an idiot. Don't they know the function of the track? Is it the same as sending ordinary soldiers to die? I know. In the land, covered with golden yellow sand, a track that is thousands of miles long goes straight through the desert. The steel train roars and runs fast on the track. This is a track train with only 5 carriages. The train carries more than 200 psychics, and more than a dozen of them have awakened their superpowers. The commander of the bunker is still the leader this time. Their mission is to blow up the mountains and rivers, so that the mountains and rivers collapse and crush the track route, so that the enemy cannot invade Huang Shazhao through the track. It takes about a day to take a train from Huang Shazhao through the desert to the mountains. The next morning, the train hummed and slowly stopped at the track station connecting the desert and the mountains. Get off. As the train door slowly opened, well-equipped psychics walked out. Commander, we brought nearly a ton of gunpowder bombs this time, enough to blow up the mountains. The cloaked man nodded slightly and said, just in case, be careful. Send a team to search the tunnel to prevent enemy attacks. I understand. As soon as the voice fell, a psychic with a flame in hand led 20 psychics slowly into the dark tunnel. Wow, the flame suddenly exploded in the darkness, illuminating the surroundings. The psychic with a burning flame in his hand led 20 psychics to gradually search in the tunnel and move forward slowly. Their enemies were also extraordinary people, and they were more powerful extraordinary people, so they had to be cautious. As the flames lit torches one by one, everyone held a torch and explored the surroundings. The deep and long tunnel was as terrifying as an abyss at first glance. Everyone couldn't help but get closer to each other in an attempt to be safer. Look, sir. There seems to be light ahead. There is light. Everyone immediately raised their torches forward and looked carefully. From time to time, blue dots of light flashed in the depths of the tunnel, and the dots of light seemed to be moving and growing. Be alert. Everyone be careful. The psychic had been through many battles and soon realized that something was wrong. The consequences were not as expected. As the dots of light approached, several figures gradually appeared in everyone's eyes. Their metallic appearance flashed with cold light. Their eyes were a pair of blue and purple, and lightning flashed around them from time to time. Their bodies were the size of dog beasts. The number began to increase from a dozen to dozens, and then to hundreds. What the hell is this? This thing is not simple. Be careful. Kill. As the voice fell, everyone raised their weapons and took a defensive posture. At the same time, someone sent out a signal for help. As the distance between the two sides approached, the Thunderdog puppets pounced on them one by one. A huge mouth spewed lightning. The psychics dodged swiftly, then raised their weapons and chopped at them. As sparks flew, everyone was surprised at the defensive power of the metal monsters in front of them. The psychic suddenly shot out a raging flame to engulf the Thunderdog puppet that pounced on him. A moment later, a series of swift figures rushed out of the flames and continued to kill the psychic. The jagged steel teeth that were like steel could tear off the enemy's limbs with just a bite. Screams suddenly resounded in the darkness. As everyone fought with the Thunderdog puppet, the original torches fell to the ground and slowly extinguished. The surroundings became pitch black, and everyone lost their vision and their combat power was reduced by half. Retreat. Seeing this, the psychic immediately turned around and ran out. The remaining psychics also followed him out of the tunnel. And those Thunderdog puppets did not chase out, as if someone was controlling them, but slowly retreated into the darkness. The cloaked man saw everyone coming out in a panic and couldn't help but frown and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on inside?" The superpower replied with a sullen face, "Commander, I think we need to ask for help. There are many steel monsters in the tunnel. They are not only powerful in attack, but also in defense. We will pay a heavy price to destroy them." "Well, send another 100 people into the tunnel, and I will have someone send a message to request reinforcement." "I understand." As soon as the voice fell, the superpower led people into the tunnel again to fight with the Thunderdog puppet. From time to time, screams came out of the tunnel, which was extremely creepy. The commander began to order people to issue a message for help. At this time, the enemy had already arranged means in the tunnel, which meant that they had understood the importance of the tunnel and sent troops to protect it. It also meant that the enemy's army would arrive soon. Wait a minute. Rephrase it. The enemy's army is about to arrive. We need to guard this place heavily. We can't let the enemy pass through the desert. Yes, I understand. As soon as the voice fell, the cloaked man led the remaining psychics to slowly enter the tunnel to help. Thunderdog puppets fell one by one, but every time a Thunderdog puppet fell, more psychics' lives would be sacrificed. The commander and a group of psychics fought in the tunnel for several hours. He roughly calculated that if there were not 1,000 Thunderdog puppets killed, there would be hundreds. But there was still a steady stream of Thunderdogs appearing behind. Withdraw. Everyone's spiritual energy consumption is too great. The cloaked man shouted in a deep voice, and then turned around and withdrew with his men. In the coal city on the other side, Qin Yu summoned a group of civil officials and military generals, and mobilized a group of troops to prepare to send troops to attack the enemy. This time, the vanguard army was mainly composed of ghost soldiers, totaling 20,000 ghost soldiers, led by Wang Liang and Li Yuan, two powerful men of the 15th and 14th levels. The main force was led by Yu Qian and Mu Yuan as the deputy commander. Yuming, Yao Zian, Ji, Han Yu, Pan Li, Zhao Te, Shigu, 7 generals followed the army. There were 30,000 Thunder Copper Spearmen, 20,000 archers, 10,000 elite Thunder Copper Sword and Shield Army, 10,000 Thunder Sword and Shield Army, 10,000 Liho Sword and Shield Army, 10,000 Star Iron Wall Army, 100 Wind Catchers, 1,000 Azure Dragon School Generals, 100 Wizards, 10,000 Puppet Army, 10,000 Rampant Soldiers, and 10,000 Zerg Army, including the Yin soldiers. There were a total of 140,000 troops, and almost all of them were elite main battle troops. The gorgeous Command Linoop determined Qin Yu's determination. As long as the front line could capture a city, Qin Yu would lead the army to sit in the battle personally. Although the bunker was still under construction, it did not affect the operation of the train. The Wu Temple would continuously transport the Thunderdog puppets forged and smelted every day into the tunnel. There were traces of the enemy in the tunnel yesterday, and a fight had taken place, so Qin Yu knew that he was moving faster. The army was mobilized and set off on the same day. It would arrive at the station in about 10 hours. As for how long it would take to reach the exit of the track, Qin Yu was not sure. He did not know the speed of the other train, but he estimated that it would not take more than a day. In addition to the 140,000 troops, there were 10,000 militiamen responsible for transporting food and grass. The army transporting food and grass had arrived as early as yesterday. As the saying goes, when the army goes out to fight, food and grass must go first. That night, at this time, the station was swaying with people. The 3 trains were already full, and there were still dense figures standing outside the carriages. The outpost troops set off first, and the soldiers who continued to not get on the train should rest and wait in the station. As the voice fell, a low hum came from the tunnel. The 3 trains started to move one after another, slowly drove into the tunnel and disappeared. The rest of the soldiers rested in the station bunker. The 3 trains carried a total of nearly 20,000 troops, and the ghost soldiers followed the trains and rushed forward from the tunnel. On the other side, where the desert meets the mountains, at this time, rows of positions have been set up 100 meters outside the tunnel, and there are countless soldiers lying in the positions. 200 psychics followed the commander into the tunnel and began to plan to carry out the daily task of cleaning up the Thunderdog puppets. In the quiet tunnel, everyone walked nearly 500 meters. Commander, something is wrong. In the past, we would be attacked as soon as we entered. Why is there no movement today after walking so far? Maybe those monsters are almost cleared out. Maybe they are scared. Impossible. Those are definitely not living creatures. Everyone chattered. Quiet. Everyone be alert. Keep moving forward. The commander shouted in a deep voice and led everyone to move forward. Hoo-ah-ha-ha. A subtle sound suddenly sounded. The dense blue dots suddenly lit up, and a dense sound of stomping on the ground sounded continuously. Countless Thunderdog puppets began to pounce on the enemy frantically. Judging from the number, there are at least thousands of them. In the blink of an eye, everyone was overwhelmed by the Thunderdogs. Almost every psychic was surrounded by several Thunderdogs. Psychics were constantly torn apart by Thunderdogs, and their deaths were extremely miserable. The commander suddenly jumped up and then condensed a huge black hole vortex and began to pull all the surrounding Thunderdogs into the air with gravity and then suddenly smashed them far away. Many Thunderdogs instantly fell to the ground and rolled for a few rounds, then slowly got up and rushed over again. Too many. Retreat first. As soon as the voice fell, everyone turned around and fled quickly. Most of the psychics were dragged by the Thunderdogs and could not escape, and finally they could only die together. Less than half of the more than 200 psychics finally escaped. It can be said that the losses were heavy. The melee strength of the Thunderdog puppets is very strong. As long as they get close to them, it is difficult to escape. If you don't have any ability, you will almost certainly die. The commander fled with the remaining more than 90 psychics in a panic. Something is wrong today. Let everyone be alert. The commander shouted in a deep voice and then slowly left. The huge loss of psychics may affect the defense here. If the enemy attacks with a supernatural army, it will be difficult for ordinary soldiers to resist. The next morning, there was a sudden roar in the track where the mountains and deserts meet. The soldiers outside were immediately frightened and raised their rifles to the track. At the same time, an alarm sounded in the position. The commander immediately summoned a group of psychics to the position. The war was about to break out. It was as if dark clouds gathered, lightning and thunder, and heavy rain was about to pour down. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder of war. After waiting for a long time, no enemy rushed out of the tunnel. Commander, do you want to send someone in to take a look? Idiot, what's the difference between sending someone in and sending them to death? The low roar clearly shows that the enemy is coming on the train. No need to go in. Let the soldiers be more prepared immediately. The other party should not have arrived yet and has not been driven out of the tunnel. The commander gave two instructions in a deep voice. The entire position instantly entered a state of alert. And in the tunnel, teams of soldiers walked out of the train quickly and neatly. The tunnel is very wide, and the open space on both sides of the track can be used to set up tents, so the army does not have to worry about having no place to stay. The military generals who followed this train were Yao Xian, Zhao Te, and Pan Li. The rest will arrive one after another. Half an hour later, all the soldiers on the train got off the train, and then the train began to move backwards. Fortunately, this kind of train can be driven one after another, otherwise the train's reverse ride will be a big problem. General, do you want to send soldiers out for reconnaissance? An officer asked Zhao Te. Zhao Te shook his head and said, according to my intuition, there must be an enemy ambush outside. Wait a moment. Wait until the Yin soldiers arrive, and let the Yin soldiers go out for reconnaissance. After hearing this, the officer on the side nodded respectfully and said, "General, you are wise." About 2 hours later, Wang Liang and Li Yuan arrived late with 20,000 Yin soldiers. Although the Yin soldiers fly faster than the train can travel as long as there is coal stone, while the Yin soldiers need to recover their physical strength and cannot fly fast for a long time. And they also have to fly at a certain altitude, not too high. Of course, this is related to the strength of the Yin soldiers. If they are as strong as the Yin generals, they can also summon a cloud with a wave of their hands, and then fly in the sky on the cloud. "Hello, generals." Yao Zian and others greeted Wang Liang and the others with respect. The two of them returned the greeting slightly, and then asked, "What's the situation ahead?" Chapter 343, Relics of Ancient Civilization, Zodiac Mecha. We haven't sent out any troops to investigate yet, so we don't know the situation outside. Yao Zian and his men responded truthfully. Wang Liang nodded slightly, and then sent 2 teams of ghost soldiers to walk out of the tunnel. As the light shone in front of them, the 2 teams of ghost soldiers slowly walked out of the tunnel. Enemy spotted. Shoot. Bang bang, bang bang bang. Intensive gunfire sounded instantly, and waves of fire snakes entangled each other, and finally gathered at the entrance of the tunnel. The psychic bullets hit the ghost soldiers and bursts of white smoke instantly emerged. "Retreat." Li Yuan shouted in the back. The 2 teams of ghost soldiers hurriedly retreated back to the tunnel. It seems that the enemy has already set up an ambush outside, and we have to find a way to eliminate them. Let's wait for the troops to arrive first. After a brief discussion, everyone finally reached a unanimous agreement, that is, to wait for the troops to arrive before thinking of a solution. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers, and it is more conservative to be cautious and wait until everyone is together before taking action. About a day later, the follow-up troops were still rushing towards this side. Qin Yu and the 7 generals have all arrived at the target location. Everyone quickly discussed the enemies outside the tunnel. Why not let the Star Iron Wall army be the front row? As long as our army gets close to the enemy, no matter how strong they are, it will be useless. No. The enemy has explosive means. If we are not careful, we will suffer heavy losses. We will have an advantage if we attract clouds and rain. The enemy has built a canopy on their position to prevent us. Then let the Yin soldiers go. The Yin soldiers are fast and are extraordinary soldiers. Just as everyone was discussing, Qin suddenly smiled mysteriously. Seeing this, everyone immediately looked over and asked, "Qin Yu, stop talking, what can we do?" Seeing everyone's anxious faces, Qin also said directly, "Before coming here, I had expected that the other party would set up an ambush in advance, so I asked the Lord for the Red Flame Pterosaur Cavalry Corps. All we need to do now is wait patiently. If we hear the sharp cry of the pterosaur, it means that the pterosaur corps has arrived, and then a big fire will be enough to get our army out of trouble." Everyone was overjoyed when they heard it, and they all praised and complimented him. Qin Yu is really a master of strategy. Not bad. Qin waved his hand. Qin, never like flattery, nor fame. I just hope that this war can end quickly, and governing the people of the world is my battlefield. There is a reason why Audio is valued by the Lord. Inside the tunnel, the camps were set up one after another for thousands of meters. A large number of troops were waiting in the tunnel, waiting for the horn of attack, ready to go. Time passed again for several hours. During the long wait, a series of sharp and long beeps suddenly sounded in the silent surroundings. Here they come. Qin and others' faces suddenly brightened. The sharp and long beeps were getting closer and closer, and they were extremely dense. The perspective came to the outside world, and shadows suddenly floated in the air. A large number of pterosaurs attacked like an overwhelming force, and at the same time, they swept towards the enemy's position with raging flames. The pterosaur cavalry holding the red flame crossbows continuously shot down flaming arrows condensed entirely by flames from high altitudes. Anything that could be ignited was instantly devoured by the flames to form a more ferocious flame. The dense flame bombs turned into a large flame net covering the ground, and the enemy's rows of positions began to ignite crazily. As the flames came into contact with the ammunition, the gunpowder was instantly ignited by the flames, and then a violent explosion broke out, blowing countless enemies around into the sky. The calm outside the tunnel suddenly became extremely chaotic, and many soldiers fled in all directions, fearing that they would be swept away by the explosion. Many officers shouted angrily with red faces, but no matter how they threatened and shouted, they could not gather the panicked flock again. Because the evil wolves were coming. There were countless evil wolves. The flames burned the bodies of countless soldiers violently, and the shrill screams turned the surroundings into a fiery purgatory, which was terrifying. Kill. Kill. 10,000 Star Iron Wall soldiers were the first to rush out of the tunnel. Those dense figures poured out of the narrow tunnel like a flood that could not be suppressed by a dam. They rushed towards the enemy on the position with great momentum. The soldiers who still had the ability to fight back immediately raised their rifles and started shooting. The bullets hit the soldiers of the Star Iron Wall army who were covered with star armor all over their bodies, and even sparks were difficult to appear. The terrifying defense immediately frightened the enemy. When the weapons in your hands cannot threaten the evil wolves, then the fate waiting for the enemy is death. A one-sided killing is about to take place. When only 10,000 troops rushed out of the tunnel, the enemy's heart was heavy. When 30,000 troops rushed out of the tunnel, the enemy's heart was heavy. But when 50,000, 100,000, and even 14 armies rushed out of the tunnel, the dead silence and despair instantly enveloped the enemy. The smell of blood filled the battlefield, the scorching sun was blazing, and many vultures began to circle in the sky. The remaining enemies began to drop their weapons and kneel down to surrender. On the other side, a small rail train spit out a burst of black smoke and gradually moved away from the position. Is that the chief officer here? Damn. Let them run away. Clean up the battlefield and rest on the spot. Yukan's serious voice interrupted many people. Although he felt a little sorry for the escape of the other party's main general, he could do nothing about it. However, with the information provided by the Lord, it was dispensable for catching the main general. On the escaping train, the commander of the Huang Shazhao psychic patted his chest and looked relieved. Since taking the train to the bunker, he found that his ability has greatly decreased. Well, this may be because the enemy is too strong. After the first escape, he became more and more cowardly. As soon as the battle started, he took the train and fled as soon as the momentum was not right. Commander, we will not be punished by the governor if we go back like this. With the loss of 50,000 troops, the garrison of Huang Shazhao has been reduced by 20% again. Yes, Commander, the remaining garrison of Huang Shazhao may find it difficult to resist the enemy. Many psychics talked about it. They just saw that the enemies pouring out of the tunnel seemed endless. It was extremely terrifying. Originally, they also wanted to fight the enemy to the death and die together like the heroes and great men in the history of the empire. But when they saw the endless enemies, they only had fear and endless despair in their hearts. Who are qualified to criticize me? What are you talking about? Have you forgotten our identities? Let me ask you again, what is your official rank and position? The cold voice made the other party feel as if they were falling into an ice cellar. The psychic hurriedly said, I said the wrong thing because of my bad mouth. I hope you can forgive me. Okay, I forgive you. As soon as the voice fell, the commander sneered. A terrifying suction force grabbed the other party tightly and then suddenly threw him out of the window. The huge force directly caused him to fly more than 20 meters away. Almost all of his body was broken and his breath slowly disappeared. The train suddenly became silent and no one dared to say a word. Go back and say that the enemy's 200,000 troops attacked the edge of the desert. Our army resisted stubbornly and killed at least 50,000 enemies. In the end, they were exhausted and could not continue to resist. In order to pass the intelligence back, they had to withdraw. After the commander finished speaking, everyone nodded their heads in unison. No one dared to disobey the man in front of them. They soon took the train back to Huang Shazhao. The commander also went to meet the governor in silence. In the empty administrative hall, the governor, dressed in a neat administrative uniform, looked expressionlessly at the commander describing the frontline situation. Is the performance over? After a long time, the governor slowly spoke. What performance? The commander pretended to be puzzled and looked over There are enemies coming to the border. What's the situation? You can treat me as a blind man, but you can't be a blind marshal. It's true that you are a fool. Why did this governor promote you to this position in the first place? Bang. The transparent crystal cup that looked very valuable was instantly smashed to the ground. A sound of shattering rang out in the empty hall. My lord, is the marshal really clear about it? The commander asked in disbelief. The governor shook his head, picked up a remote control, and pressed it slightly. Zizzy. With a sound of electricity, a grey video was shown on a display screen hanging on the wall in the hall. It clearly recorded the number of enemy troops and the scene of the commander escaping by train. After watching the whole thing, the commander felt as if he fell into an ice cellar. The governor shook his head and said, "You are the commander of the Huang Shazhao Psychic Extraordinary Department. This position is only 2 levels lower than mine. You won't die, but I'm afraid this position will have to be replaced." The commander heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, but his emotions were mixed. His life was saved, but it was difficult to keep his official position. In fact, he also understood that, if the governor could come forward to protect him, even the Grand Marshal would give him some face. The main thing about this matter was that the governor felt that he was not capable enough, so he did not want to protect him. According to the normal process, he would be demoted 3 levels, and would be punished. It is rare for a deserter on the battlefield to survive. So, he pondered for a moment and said, "Sir Governor, I was promoted by you. You can tell me what you want, as long as you can keep my position." The governor glanced at him condescendingly, and then said slowly, "The checkpoint to enter Huang Shazhao, Huangfeng Fortress. I want you to assist General Lei Yuan in defending Huangfeng Fortress. This is a newly developed psychic potion that can consume some potential to improve one's own strength. I'll give you 3, and you can transfer 40% of the psychics in Huang Shazhao. There are only 10 psychic armors in Huang Shazhao, and you can take 5 of them." "Psychic armor?" the commander said in a surprised and doubtful voice. "Come with me," the governor said slowly, and then gradually walked to the wall. Click. With a mechanical sound, the wall on the side slowly moved, revealing a passage leading to the underground. The commander slowly followed behind him, and the two gradually walked into the basement. With a dazzling and brilliant light flashed, the two came to the basement with blue walls full of technology. What caught the eye were 5 mechas of different colors. From left to right, they are tiger, snake, chicken, cow, and sheep. Each mecha is 7 or 8 meters high and weighs at least 4 or 5 tons. This is a zodiac mecha chip excavated from the ruins of ancient civilization. It is a mecha built according to the mecha manual and the special materials in the ruins. It cannot be mass produced. It can be said that the loss of one cannot be replenished. Each mecha requires a psychic to operate, and the crisis can reach the highest level of extraordinary level 5. Listening to the governor's introduction, the commander's eyes were fixed. This majestic and domineering appearance, these lines full of technology, and these weapons and equipment that seem to contain endless power. The mechas are defined according to the 12 zodiac signs, and each mecha has different focuses and abilities. The tiger-headed mecha has extremely strong fighting power. Its weapons are 2 long blades, and it has 2 mecha skills. The snake-headed mecha has extremely fast speed and extremely strong piercing ability. Its weapon is an energy spear, and it has 1 mecha skill. The chicken-headed mecha has very fast flying ability and strong long-range attack ability. The mecha is equipped with many flying feathers made of special materials, and has 3 mecha skills. The ox-headed mecha has super high defense, plus extremely strong collision and control capabilities. It is the team's injury-bearing core, and has 2 mecha skills. The sheep-headed mecha has the disadvantage of low defense, but its artillery system can cover the entire battlefield, and it has 4 mecha skills. I hand these 5 mechas over to you. If you can't defend the Yellow Wind Fortress, not only will your official position be lost, but your life will also be buried with you. Even a 2-time deserter marshal cannot save you. The commander's words immediately recovered from the shock of the mechas after hearing them. Don't worry, sir. With these mechas, the Yellow Wind Fortress will be indestructible and foolproof. That's the best. The governor looked at him deeply. Your ability is to devour black holes, so it's best to choose a long-range mecha. In addition, this is a source core crystal of a psychic mine, which can only be dug out from the center of the mine. It's enough to allow your ability to evolve to the next stage. The governor slowly took out a crystal stone that shone with an extremely huge green light and was crystal clear and threw it to the commander, then slowly walked out of the basement. The commander put the crystal stone away as if he had seen a rare treasure. After absorbing the spiritual energy in it, if he meets the boy who controls vines, lightning and beasts again, he will definitely win. Not to mention that there is now mecha technology excavated from the ruins of ancient civilizations. He was beaten by the enemy and fled twice in a row, so he naturally felt angry. Chapter 344. The enemy's powerful firepower system. Connected to the boundless desert is a vast plain, but because it is connected to the desert, the climate is dry, and the plain is like a vast loess, with few plants. Where the loess plain connects to the desert, 2 rocks are located in it, as if it has turned into a natural pass. Among the rocks stands a huge fortress that is majestic and flattering. This is the pass of the eastern border of the Tang dynasty. If you want to attack the Tang dynasty from the east, the Huangfeng fortress is the best place. The reason why this place is called the Huangfeng fortress is that the probability of sandstorms is very high because the 2 places are dry and there are no plants to block them. The locals also call sandstorms Huangfeng, and over time, this place is called the Huangfeng fortress. At this time, the defenders in the Huangfeng fortress are ready. Troops are constantly being sent to the fortress from all over the country. If this barrier is broken, then the eastern border of the Tang dynasty will not be safe. And most people know this truth, so armies are constantly being sent to the Huangfeng fortress. The fortress is extremely well guarded, and the heavy guns weighing hundreds of pounds are mounted on the muzzles of the fortress's walls, which are extremely frightening. In the Huangfeng fortress, there are 600-pound heavy guns, 12 5,000-pound heavy guns, and 32 30-pound medium guns. There are 12 turrets, 12 catapults, 12 heavy crossbow towers, 6 psychic turrets, 6 electromagnetic turrets, 6 fire snake turrets, and 6 aurora turrets. The defense index of the entire fortress is hundreds of times that of the bunker. In the 10 years since its establishment, the Huangfeng fortress has never been breached, and it has firmly guarded the eastern border of the empire. There are 80,000 to 100,000 garrisons stationed there. Now, with the reinforcement sent by various forces, the number of garrisons is close to 200,000. There is also a technological electromagnetic array. The technological electromagnetic array is spread over a radius of 10 miles around the Huangfeng fortress. Once it is turned on, the magnetic field and gravity will increase around it, thus achieving the effect of no-fly zone. And the application of this gravity can be adjusted at any height. If the modulation is in midair, the enemy in midair will be instantly pressed down by the huge gravity, while the people below will not be affected at all. If the modulation is in the same position as the city wall, the enemy will feel an extremely heavy force pressing down when climbing up to a certain height using the siege ladder. This technological electromagnetic array was personally installed by the Emperor and Grand Marshal of the Tang Empire 3 years ago. It is a sharp weapon against the extraordinary and an absolute weapon to suppress the enemy's air force. It has repeatedly made contributions in the defense station. At this time, the command center in the fortress. The commander of the Psychic Extraordinary Department came to the fortress and went to meet the commander-in-chief of the Yellow Wind Fortress, Marshal Lei Yuan. Hello, Marshal. In the command center filled with military maps and fortress defense maps as well as important military information such as troop deployment, organs, and strategies, the commander greeted respectfully. Lei Yuan was wearing a military coat, his whole body was as straight as a pine tree, his back was like a gun, and he exuded an oppressive aura. As expected, he was a general who had been killing people in Huangfeng Fortress for nearly 10 years, and he was also a ruthless man who had risen to the rank of marshal step by step from the sea of blood in the mountain of bones. Lei Yuan raised his head slightly and then said softly, "The governor said that you will be responsible for the enemy's extraordinary team behind." After the voice fell, Lei Yuan waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. The commander was stunned, and then he seemed to have figured it out and slowly retreated. He thought it was normal for the other party to treat him so disrespectfully. If the governor is 2 levels higher than him, then these 2 levels are like the difference between a small mountain and a majestic peak. and there are famous mountains under the majestic peak. Even if it is only one level higher, it is not comparable to any small mountain. The gap between the two is self-evident. The governor has to respect him. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The troops that should be sent to support Huangfeng Fortress have arrived one after another. The garrison of Huangfeng Fortress has also reached 200,000 people as expected. There are about 1,000 psychics in total. This was the most stringent defense since the establishment of the Yellow Wind Fortress. No matter how confident the defenders were, and how much they trusted the defense of the Yellow Wind Fortress, the enemy's previous strength and the record they had created still made them feel pressured. 3 days later, a camp was set up 1,000 meters away from the Yellow Wind Fortress. An extremely large camp with dense black figures. It looked like a black boulder fell into the yellow sea from the sky. That area was full of dense black figures. The 140,000 troops of the Qin dynasty were all present. Yu Qin was the commander-in-chief, Mu Yuan was the deputy commander-in-chief, 7 generals, and 2 Yin generals were in charge. The luxurious lineup was rare. In the commander-in-chief's tent in the camp, everyone sat on the ground and began to discuss the siege plan. The huge and magnificent fortress in front of them shocked them deeply. It was a giant city built between two forwards like a magical work of nature. The dense defense towers of different heights crisscrossed, and countless cold gun muzzles and cannons were pushed out from the city wall. It can be seen that once the army launches an attack, it will endure a terrifying and fierce artillery bombardment. Only by knowing ourselves and the enemy can we win every battle. We now have only a partial understanding of the enemy's strength. I suggest that we send out an army to make a feint attack and test the enemy's strength. A voice suddenly sounded in the silent military tent. Mu Yuan slowly suggested. Yes, Deputy Marshal Mu's suggestion is correct. Yu Qin nodded slightly to express his agreement. Seeing that the commander-in-chief and the deputy commander all agreed, no one objected. However, the life of every soldier in the army deserves respect. This is the first sentence in the officer class. In the end, everyone agreed to send out the Zerg army and the Thunderdog puppet to test the enemy. The Zerg army currently unlocked belongs to the basic low-level army among the Zerg, so it has no self-life. They are all controlled by a consciousness. Some time ago, Qin Yu transferred a lot of meat storage from all over the country to the Zerg nest and produced a batch of Zerg troops. In addition to the Zerg that survived the previous war, 10,000 people arrived at the front line first. Subsequent Zerg armies will also arrive one after another. Half an hour later, a dense and huge Zerg army gathered in front of the camp. A large area of black shadows gathered in front of the camp. Launch the attack. As the attack horn sounded, the black swarm of Zerg launched a fierce attack on the Yellow Wind Fortress. A surging roar of insects broke out from the swarm of Zerg, carrying boundless fear and pressing towards the defenders of the Yellow Wind Fortress. Defense system activated. Technology electromagnetic array activated. A distant voice suddenly resounded throughout the fortress. As a series of alarms sounded continuously, the fortress quickly started to operate. All defense towers are ready. As the lights lit up from the towers, it meant that the personnel responsible for operating the defense towers were already in place. Catapults are ready. Teams of trebuchets quickly arrived and laboriously placed the trebuchets on the trebuchets. The gun turrets are ready. The gunners are all in position. The muzzles of the heavy artillery were immediately moved to face the Zerg army outside the fortress. The enemy is expected to reach the attack range in 10 seconds. All units please prepare to attack. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, attack. As the last order from the commander sounded in the alarm, nearly 100 heavy artillery pieces at the front instantly ignited and roared, bursting out a brilliant burst of artillery fire and falling into the sand in front. Waves of sand fog suddenly covered the sky, and the tragic chirping of insects instantly resounded all around, which was extremely creepy. Green slime and broken insect corpses were scattered all over the ground. Countless Zerg lives passed away in the blink of an eye. The terrifying explosion power even made the insects underground unable to face it, and were blown away. The people watching the battle in the back immediately broke into a cold sweat. The thundering artillery was daunting. When the shells fell to the ground, the sound was extremely terrifying. The battlefield was like a purgatory for the Zerg. 10,000 Zergs. If they want to reach the fortress, at least half of their troops will be lost. Mu Yuan thought so. Soon, an even more shocking and surprising scene appeared. The closer to the fortress, the more defense towers can attack the enemy. How spectacular would a 50-meter long flame snake be? Several flame snakes crossed together to form an insurmountable sea of fire. The dense Zerg army was burned by the flames, making a tragic insect sound. The intermittent aurora cannon could instantly blast a large area of Zerg into dust. The electromagnetic turret was even more exaggerated. One electromagnetic cannon after another instantly restricted the mobility of large areas of Zerg, and then was strangled by lightning. Mu Yuan's idea was broken. Only 30% of the Zerg troops could reach the fortress. Most of them relied on the ability to burrow into the ground to avoid the fierce firepower. The terrifying defensive firepower of the Yellow Wind Fortress instantly put pressure on the officers of the Qin army. This siege was like walking barefoot into a sea of fire and swords. One wrong step would lead to shattering to pieces, leaving no trace. As the remaining 3,000 Zergs arrived below the fortress, an alarm suddenly sounded in the fortress. The fortress is under attack. The fortress is under attack. Pull up the knife mountain mechanism immediately. As the words fell, a roar sounded in the huge wall of the fortress, and steel blades weighing hundreds of pounds slowly emerged from the wall. The huge steel blade was actually 4 or 5 meters long. As the mechanism fell, thousands of steel blades fell violently downwards. As a tragic insect cry sounded, countless Zergs turned into pieces of broken corpses. The danger of the Yellow Wind Fortress once again made many officers of the Qin army gasp. It seems that only by taking the air route can we find the floors to break the city. Yu Qian sighed. He had been an official in the Ming dynasty for decades. He had followed Emperor Chengzu of the Ming dynasty on an expedition to Walla. What kind of battles had he not seen? Hundreds of thousands of troops fought each other on the battlefield. When Walla besieged the capital, he led his army to repel the Walla army. But compared with the fortress in front of him, the capital at that time was really a dwarf compared to a giant. How to capture such a magnificent city? Although he also had some extraordinary soldiers and generals under his command. But even so, this fortress could be called indestructible. Master Yu, why not ask the shadow guards to take action and disintegrate them from the inside? Mu Yuan on the side suggested. Yu Qian nodded slightly after listening to the suggestion and said, it is still possible for the shadow guards to succeed, but in such a majestic city, the mechanism may be difficult to control, and it is difficult to open the city gate by killing some people. As long as we send a large army to attack, in the chaos, let the shadow guards sneak in to open the city gate or eliminate the enemy's defense system. Understood. I will report to the Lord and ask for a shadow guard to come. As the two finished their discussion, the order to retreat was also issued. In less than 10 minutes, only more than 1,000 of the 10,000 Zerg troops escaped by chance. And what about the enemy? No loss. Tragic. It was too tragic. This battle situation made everyone silent. If they finally took this battle situation to the Lord, they probably would not have the face to see the Lord. For this reason, everyone once again discussed the strategy of responding to the defense system of the local city. This time, the subjective direction of everyone was to use the air as a breakthrough point, to attack the enemy and open up the situation. King Lang's school generals can manipulate the weather. I think if we are not in a hurry to attack, we might as well use a delaying tactic. The weather is hot now. If we call for a heavy snow, the continuous low temperature can quickly disintegrate the enemy. When the enemy is in the worst condition, we will launch a fierce attack and victory is inevitable. A young General Han Yu suddenly said. After hearing this, everyone thought for a moment and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, General Han is worthy of being recommended by Mr. Yu. He really has some strategies and ideas. I agree. Zhao Te immediately agreed. Everyone also quickly agreed with Han Yu's idea. Yu Qian immediately passed the order down. In hot weather, the temperature suddenly dropped rapidly, and a blizzard fell. If the opponent has no means, it can almost disintegrate half of the defense system. Yu Qian quickly continued to think along this line of thought. If a heavy rain is followed by a rapid snowfall, lowering the temperature, can the frozen artillery still be ignited? Can the various frozen defense towers still exert their power? He estimated that, if he did so, the enemy's firepower would be reduced by half. Then the army would rush in and quickly capture the city. Moreover, the shadow guards would arrive. When attacking the city, the shadow guards would sneak in and look for opportunities. The Qin school general summoned a blizzard to affect the enemy. The wind catcher summoned a strong wind, forming a blizzard, which made the enemy unable to open their eyes and affected their vision. Qin stood up immediately and couldn't help but smile. This city has been taken. He sighed and said aloud. In the Yellow Wind Fortress, the soldiers in the city looked at the vast insect corpses outside and couldn't help laughing. This enemy army is not that good. Almost all the troops were wiped out before they even touched the city wall. Don't relax, maybe there is a backup plan. It's just a bunch of chickens and dogs, no need to worry, everyone said. However, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, the sunlight was quickly blocked, and the sky became grey. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345. 5 mechas are out. Frozen Fortress. The sky of the Yellow Wind Fortress was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and the sky became dark and gloomy. The humidity around began to rise gradually. The strong wind swept the yellow sand and covered the sky, blocking the vision around. As the first drop of rain fell on the ground, continuous violent storms and rainstorms followed. The rain instantly drenched the entire fortress. The sudden heavy rain caught the defenders in the fortress off guard. Why did it suddenly rain heavily when the weather was originally good? Yes. What a weird weather. This rain may have something fishy. What are you talking about? Hurry up and get the tarpaulin to cover the cannon. The angry voice of an officer immediately interrupted the discussion. Many soldiers ran to pick up the tarpaulin to cover the cannon to prevent rain from entering or rusting. The low-lying areas and the corners of the fortress soon began to accumulate water on a large scale. The wind and rain, the pressure in the air began to increase. The vision of the soldiers became blurred, and breathing became much more difficult. One after another, the shelters were deployed, and most of the defenders began to squat in the shelters to avoid the rain. However, compared to the 200,000 defenders in the fortress, there were very few shelters that could shelter from the rain. After all, this place is close to the hot desert area, and rain is extremely rare all year round. Often, some clouds condense not long, and before the rain comes, they are dried up by the terrifying high temperature. The strong wind mixed with rain washed the fortress for several hours. The accumulated water was 3 centimeters thick, and then it slowly stopped. The rain stopped, but the wind did not stop. The rain dispersed, but the clouds did not disperse, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped gradually. A chill came from all around, followed by heavy snow like goose feathers. In the clouds, 1,000 Qin school generals operated the Qin law to continuously control the weather. Heavy snow continued to fall, and it only snowed around the area of Huangfeng Fortress. 1,000 Qin school generals handed over to each other and continuously controlled the weather in the area of Huangfeng Fortress. Heavy snow continued to fall, and the temperature was getting lower and lower. The soldiers in the fortress were wearing thin clothes and shivered with cold. The original raindrops began to freeze and freeze. The clothes of many soldiers who were originally wet began to freeze hard, and the cold enveloped the entire Huangfeng Fortress. Commander Lei Yuan also began to realize that there was something wrong with this strange weather. An officer walked into the command center quickly and said, "Marshal, the temperature outside is dropping rapidly, and the soldiers can't hold on." Lei Yuan responded with a headache. "Order people to take out all the winter clothes, send soldiers to the necessary posts to stick to them, and distribute winter clothes to them. The rest of the people will temporarily return to the building to avoid the wind and snow. In addition, let the commander of the Psychic Supernatural Department find a way to find out the enemy who is controlling the celestial phenomena behind the scenes. I will do it right away." After the voice fell, the officer left quickly. The piles of heavy military coats in the warehouse began to be placed on every soldier who was sticking to the necessary posts. This made the soldiers who suffered from the cold feel much better. At the same time, he also ordered the kitchen to cook many pots of warm soup for the cold soldiers to drink. The soldiers who hid in the building did not escape the biting cold. The wind kept blowing, the blizzard kept falling, and even the temperature inside the building was constantly dropping. The entire Huangfeng fortress seemed to have traveled to the Ice Age in an instant, and they were wearing summer clothes. Morale also disappeared instantly, and everyone was worried about being destroyed by the cold. The commander seemed to see the figure in the clouds through the clouds. He immediately ordered two of his most powerful subordinates to operate the tiger-headed mecha and the snake-headed mecha to follow him out of the fortress to meet the enemy. He himself operated the sheep-headed mecha with the strongest long-range ability. His ability is control, black hole swallowing. He can control the enemy and use the mecha's extremely strong firepower system to output to the enemy. Therefore, the sheep-headed mecha is the most suitable mecha for him. The tiger-headed mecha is most prominent in defense and strength, while the snake-headed mecha is most prominent in speed and assassination. The 7 or 8 meter tall mechas slowly revealed their shapes. With the blue-purple flames emitted from the power propellers behind them, the 3 mechas instantly soared into the sky and flew into the air in the blink of an eye. They seemed to ignore the blizzard and wind around them, which had no effect on them. Many Qinglang officers in the distant clouds immediately discovered the enemy who suddenly rushed out. Lightning! A deep voice shouted. Thousands of Qinglang officers immediately summoned lightning and struck the 3 mechas. Cut! The tiger-headed mecha held to long swords and saw the lightning and struck back with weapons. With a heavy blow, the lightning and thunder collapsed. The commander who was controlling the sheep-headed mecha immediately used his spiritual energy to condense a black vortex with strong gravity and covered the clouds. The huge gravity immediately made many Qinglang officers unable to move, but this time was only 6 seconds. After all, there were thousands of Qinglang officers, not just one. However, this was enough for the sheep-headed mecha to launch a mecha skill. Mecha skill, thousands of cannons. Swoosh, 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 with a burst of emotionless mecha electronics sound. Countless small retractable high-quality missiles covered the cloud area from the inside of the mecha. Boom, 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 boom. The huge flames and smoke generated by the explosion spread all around, and the surrounding yellow sand suddenly rolled up, and the power was as terrifying as the earth. Thousands of Qinglang officers were blown away, and most of them suffered considerable injuries. The sky phenomenon, that was originally snowing, began to gradually disappear. This also made the commander certain that this strange sky phenomenon was controlled by the group of enemies in front of him. Retreat. A weapon sounded like an order. Pan Li slowly appeared below. He was wearing star armor and holding a star knife. His whole back was as straight as a gun, and he didn't look old at all. After hearing this, the Qinglang officers retreated like a tide. Sensing the breath of the old man in front of him, the commander suddenly felt pressure. This old man is not simple, be careful. He reminded the 2 people behind him, then took off into the air, and dozens of positioning missiles were fired at the old man. Pan Li glanced slightly, waved the long sword in his hand, and the terrifying air wave immediately shook the flying missile. Boom boom boom. The missile was detonated by the air wave in mid-air, forming a gorgeous spark and suddenly exploded. The surrounding fog dissipated, and the 2 long swords of the tiger head pierced through the fog and slashed at Pan Li. A heavy iron shell cannot reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Facing the attack of the tiger-headed mecha, Pan Li was not afraid, even though his face was as small as an ant in the mecha. He swung his long sword, and the surrounding golden light was bright, and the law of force was infused into the blade, and the huge force collided with the double swords of the tiger-headed mecha. Bang! A violent sound came, and then the tiger-headed mecha flew backwards. The huge force made him feel a little scared. The old man in front of him was probably not a mortal. Pan Li, who had reached the 5th level of the extraordinary, had completely mastered the power of the 5th level of the extraordinary as he continued to comprehend himself during this period. Swoosh! He leaped up and flew into the air. The snake-headed mecha below, which was unaware of anyone, had almost instantly arrived behind the opponent and then fiercely and silently stabbed a gun, but Pan Li easily dodged it. Slower than me, an old man. Pan Li's vigorous and powerful voice sounded in the air, mercilessly mocking the snake-headed mecha below. Old thing, you are looking for death. The snake-headed mecha immediately unfolded its spiritual energy and consumed it crazily. The flames rose up, forming a hell of fire around him. Mecha skills, surging snakes. The snake-headed mecha flew into the air at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. A 10-meter long spear suddenly swung out like a flexible snake, and the tip of the spear was surrounded by a vortex of flames, which could affect the enemy's vision, while also increasing its power. Sweat dripped from Panda's forehead. This attack did put some pressure on him, mainly because the flames burned the surrounding air, and the temperature rose instantly, making him hot. Facing this dangerous attack, that was almost impossible to hide, Panda instantly raised his long sword and held it horizontally in front of him. The law of force surged into his whole body and he took the initiative to crash into the snake-headed mecha. Boom. The heat wave was surging, and in the arrogance, two figures flew backwards at the same time and finally landed slowly. Go together. Seeing that the old man was actually unharmed, the commander felt pressure and immediately ordered the two men to operate the mechas at the same time to attack him. The tiger-headed master attacked head-on. The double sword attack was as swift as a tiger, and the huge force made Panda's tiger mouth numb. If it weren't for the use of the law of force, I'm afraid his hands would have been useless. And under the fierce attack, he also had to avoid the snake-headed mecha that attacked from time to time. The situation suddenly became extremely dangerous. The two mechas worked together to instantly smash Panda out. The two mechas combined their strength to reach the 5th level of transcendence. This is not the limit of the mechas, but the limit of the people who control the mechas. Seeing Panda being knocked away, the sheep-headed mecha immediately launched missile bombings, attacking continuously without giving the opponent a chance to breathe. A cloud of dust blocked the view ahead. After the dust cleared, two more figures appeared on the battlefield. These two figures were much larger than the two mechas. Compared with the two, it was really a small witch meeting a big witch. Wang Liang and Li Yun's yin general bodies were revealed, as tall as a mountain. The surrounding yin qi was pressing, and the sky dimmed. The yin wind blew, and thousands of ghosts roared. The huge yin knife in his hand was even larger than the two mechas combined. 3 against 3, much fairer, Wang Liang said with a smile, and then the long knife slashed forward fiercely, carrying a monstrous yin qi, extremely terrifying, as if the sky was collapsing, and the earth was cracking. The tiger-headed mecha flew into the air, and used her swords to defend. The moment it touched the yin sword, it was suddenly pressed down and fell, hitting the ground hard. His body continued to sink, and the terrifying force made him feel as if a mountain was pressing on his back. Boom boom boom. Seeing that it was not good, the sheep-headed mecha immediately launched a positioning missile to bombard Wang Liang, and forced him to retreat, and then saved the tiger-headed mecha. Retreat. The commander shouted immediately. As soon as the voice fell, the three quickly flew back to the fortress. Wang Liang and others did not pursue. After all, the opponent's firepower defense system was indeed powerful, and they did not dare to kill without authorization. The strength of both sides was almost in a state of balance. After all, one defended and the other attacked. It was difficult to break the opponent without more than twice the power. After the enemy retreated, the Qinglang school general attacked again, manipulated the sky, and a blizzard came. The wind catcher assisted and summoned a strong wind to blow towards the fortress. The blizzard had just stopped for half an hour before it fell again. The cold temperature began to fall again before it could recover. The biting cold wind made the soldiers' faces flushed and their ears stiff. The troops hiding in the buildings also huddled together for warmth. A pile of bonfires were lit, and the shivering soldiers wanted to jump into the flames to feel the warmth. Marshal, the enemy's high-level combat power is not lower than ours. The commander sighed and reported at this time. Originally thought that it would be extremely easy to resist the enemy after getting the Zodiac mecha, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult. Lei Yuan glanced at the other party and then shook his head and said, such a harsh environment destroys the will of the soldiers. If it continues like this, the Huangfeng fortress will be broken within 3 days. The commander was shocked when he heard it. If the Huangfeng fortress was broken, he would really have no way to survive. He hurriedly responded, Marshal, don't worry, as long as the other party dares to control the celestial phenomena, I will lead my men to kill them. As soon as the voice fell, he turned and left. This time, all 5 mechas were activated: tiger, snake, chicken, cow, and sheep. 5 zodiac mechas were controlled by 2 extraordinary 3rd level psychics, 2 extraordinary 4th level psychics, and 1 extraordinary 5th level psychic. As the power thrusters ignited brilliant flames, the 5 mechas immediately flew into the air and headed for the distant clouds. Mecha skill: 10,000 cannons fire. Before the opponent's figure was seen, the sheep-headed mecha opened fire directly at the clouds. Fierce missiles like rain were densely fired at the clouds, exploding brilliant light and arrogance. The Qin school generals were immediately dispersed. The surrounding wind and snow suddenly stopped. Wang Liang and Li Yuan took advantage of the situation to kill, and the 5 mechas quickly retreated after a few rounds of fighting with the small one, without any entanglement. They are so tossing, it's quite troublesome for us. Li Yuan sighed. Wang Liang shook his head. Let them do whatever they want. This time, there are 3 martial arts masters in the inner realm coming with the army. If they dare to show up later, call Pan Lijun, you and me, plus 3 martial arts inner realm masters comparable to the 4th level of transcendence, and try to keep a few of them. As soon as the voice fell, Li Yuan's eyes lit up. The Qin school general flew into the clouds again to manipulate the sky. The wind and snow gathered again, and fell towards the Huangfeng fortress. It was less than a few minutes after the 5 mechas left, and they came back fiercely next time. The sheep-headed mecha still opened up as soon as it met, and dense artillery fire attacked the clouds again. The Qin school general fled in advance. 3 martial arts masters in the inner realm surrounded the 5 mechas with weapons in hand. Wang Liang and Li Yuan killed them from the left and right, and Pan Li killed them from the front with the star blade. The commander felt bad when he saw this situation. Oh no, the enemy wants to keep us here. Release your spiritual energy and break through the encirclement with your greatest strength. Don't fight to the bitter end. Chapter 346. Surrender against the wind. Zundu is fake. Mecha skill: Tiger Spirit Slash. A strong vortex of spiritual energy suddenly erupted around the tiger-headed mecha, and its power rushed in all directions. It was seen that it instantly soared into the air, and the 2 giant blades slashed out powerful sword energy to directly force Wang Liang and Li Yuan. Retreat. This amazing momentum immediately made Wang Liang and Li Yuan feel a little threatened. A huge tiger spirit phantom that seemed to be as tall as the sky and the earth emerged from the back of the tiger-headed mecha. The sword force instantly forced Wang Liang and Li Yuan to retreat. A puff of smoke dissipated, revealing a 3 to 5 meter deep pit on the ground. It can be seen that the terrifying power of this mecha skill. The operator of the tiger-headed mecha almost used 60% of his spiritual energy to perform the mecha skill, and therefore he was able to force Wang Liang and Li Yuan to retreat. As the 2 retreated, a gap in the encirclement instantly appeared, and the power thrusters of the 5 mechas instantly erupted with brilliant flames and instantly flew into the air, and then left the battlefield. Oh, let them run away. The regrets of the crowd suddenly rang out. Forget it, just look for another chance. Pan Li comforted them. Everyone had to sigh and leave. The commander and others returned to the fortress in shock. At this time, there were already soldiers in the fortress driving fire engines to spray flames everywhere, to melt the ice in the fortress, so as to raise the temperature. One by one, fire engines sprayed raging flames towards the frozen ground. With the high temperature of the flames, the thick ice layer quickly melted. Water was continuously discharged from the drainage system in the fortress. As time passed, the soldiers in the fortress finally felt the temperature gradually rising. But the good times did not last long. A thick cloud soon floated in the sky, and strong winds blew from all sides. The clouds covered the sun, and the earth became dim. Soon, the goose feather-like snow swept in again, and the soldiers in the fortress suffered from the cold again. The fire engines kept spraying flames, but the continuous heavy snowfall was not something that could be changed by just hundreds of fire engines. At this moment, the power of nature's celestial phenomena is as weak as an ant in front of human power. Li Yuan saw that the situation did not get better, so he called the commander again. I emphasize to you again, the wind and snow outside cannot be solved. Huangfeng fortress will be broken in a few days, and you will have no chance of survival. Li Yuan's tone was obviously a little angry. The commander responded with a helpless look on his face. "Marshal, let me think of a way." The conversation between the two ended in a very quiet atmosphere. After a while, the commander gritted his teeth again and led 5 mechas to kill. This time their goal was very simple. There were 3 mechas, tiger, ox, and snake, responsible for defense, while the 2 mechas, sheep and chicken, used remote power to consume the enemy's arms that could control celestial phenomena. Released 2 mecha skills and left quickly. Mecha skills, 10,000 feathers pierce the body. Mecha skills, 10,000 cannons roar. As 2 mecha sounds without any emotion rang out. Countless artillery fire mixed with sharp feathers rushed towards the many Qin school generals in the clouds. Even though everyone had prepared in advance, the enemy's terrifying power still left them with nearly 100 casualties. Wang Liang, Li Yuan and others who had been waiting in the back also rushed over quickly and also started to attack. Pan Li held the star blade and the surrounding earth continued to tremble. Countless earth veins were infused into the blade and then slashed at the enemy fiercely. Run. Faced with this attack, several mechas fled without looking back. The speed of the sheep-headed mecha was not advantageous, and it was about to hit it. The commander gritted his teeth and used 60% of his spiritual energy to condense a huge black vortex. He used the crystal core to force a breakthrough to the 5th level of transcendence. It was also a 5th level against a 5th level. He had nothing to fear. The huge black hole vortex exuded a terrifying devouring power and instantly devoured the slash containing endless earth veins. Bang! The two merged together in an instant and eventually caused ripples in the surrounding void. Boom! The huge vortex suddenly exploded and the terrifying airwave instantly repelled the 2 waves of people at the same time, flying backwards. The 5 mechas nodded and fled. The attack that just forcibly swallowed the opponent also caused considerable injuries to the commander. The contest between the 2 sides ended with the commander's escape again. The Qin side held a meeting to discuss and decided to increase the number of high-level combat forces again and must keep the enemy next time. For this reason, the immortal cultivators, wizards, warriors, Daoist priests, and the 4 extraordinary forces each sent out several combat forces to ambush the enemy's high-level combat forces. After a moment, the wind and snow came again. 5 mechas soared into the sky and opened up at close range. It was the previous tactic again, run after the fight. Countless artillery mixed with sharp flying feathers once again took the lives of hundreds of Qin school generals. The Qin school generals retreated. When the 5 mechas were about to retreat, the ground around them suddenly shook wildly. Hundreds of thick vines broke out of the ground and entangled several mechas. In the way of witchcraft, the entanglement technique has developed to the peak and is almost one of the witchcrafts that must be learned for beginners. However, although it is a basic witchcraft, it does not mean that it is weak. The control ability of this skill is extremely powerful. As long as you are not facing an enemy with a huge gap in realm, you can get rid of it. What's more, facing dozens of times more vines, no matter how fast the opponent is, it is difficult to escape. The 5 mechas were soon entangled by a large number of vines. Then countless attacks came, constantly consuming the defense ability of the mechas. Wang Liang, Li Yuan and others also rushed over quickly and delivered a fatal blow to them. The commander and others were immediately extremely anxious. The tiger-headed mecha kept waving its blade to chop all the surrounding vines into pieces. But every time it chopped off a dozen vines, new vines would attack again. It didn't work at all. Even in the end, the 2 blades were tightly entangled by dozens of vines and could not move. As Wang Liang raised the huge Yandao, which was more than 10 meters long, he chopped it down fiercely. It hit the body of the tiger-headed mecha heavily. The endless energy quickly condensed into an energy shield to protect the owner of the mecha. Then the energy of the mecha was exhausted due to resisting the attack, and the operator in the mecha cabin also flew out. In an instant, he was tied up tightly by vines and fell to the side and fainted. The fate of several other mechas was also about to be decided. Blood arrows summoned by blood arrows were several meters long and hit the mechas with precision. Finally, 2 psychics flew out of the mecha cabin. Seeing that it was about to come to him, the commander was extremely anxious. He gritted his teeth, pulled out a potion that consumed potential and became stronger from his arms, and then tied it tightly into the blood vessels in his arm and pushed it down. As a burst of silver dots were infused into his blood, he felt that his whole body began to heat up instantly, as if he was burned in a raging fire. But the psychic energy in his body was also increasing crazily. His aura became stronger and stronger, and his understanding of the devouring black hole became more and more. Soon, the terrifying aura spread out, and the people around him suddenly felt pressure. The black mist gradually condensed into sharp blades, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of black blades were differentiated. Hundreds of sharp blades fiercely cut towards the vines around. The dense vines around them quickly withered and disappeared when they came into contact with the black blades. The ability of this blade is not to cut, but to devour and corrupt. The commander, who felt the new powerful force, was suddenly full of confidence. Come on. The sheep-headed mecha, which had regained its freedom, made a provocative gesture to the people around it. Li Yuan was the first one who couldn't bear it. Holding a huge yin knife, his yin body like a pillar of heaven immediately pounced on the sheep-headed mecha, looking for death. The commander slowly uttered 2 words in the mecha cabin. Then the infinite darkness suddenly enveloped Li Yuan's body, and the powerful suction immediately bound him tightly and made him unable to move. Then, black blades continued to pierce Li Yuan's body. Li Yuan was horrified to find that these black blades were actually constantly eating away at his yin body, and his breath was actually getting weaker and weaker. Come and help. Li Yuan shouted in a deep voice. Here we come. Wang Liang immediately condensed endless yin blades and slashed at the sheep-headed mecha. Endless yin blades were seen rushing towards the enemy with their sharp edges. A black vortex suddenly appeared around the sheep-headed mecha again, and then quickly swallowed all the yin blades. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. How did this person suddenly become so powerful? You know, he was beaten and couldn't fight back before. Come together. Without giving everyone time to think, an order was immediately conveyed. Everyone showed their magical powers, but they still couldn't hurt the commander with abnormal abilities. When others were fighting in close combat, he used suction to tie up the opponent and make him unable to move. When others were fighting in a long-range battle, he used his swallowing ability to swallow all the attacks. What's even more disgusting is that the swallowed attacks can actually be converted into his own energy. For a moment, the battlefield suddenly became tense. It can be said that once the opponent's high-level combat power died, the fortress in front of them would be doomed to be breached. Therefore, everyone fought desperately and kept fighting with the commander. After blasting away 2 inner-level warriors, the sheep-headed mecha picked up the remaining snake-headed mecha in one hand and threw it back into the fortress while he continued to fight with the enemy. The ability of the strengthening potion exceeded his budget. Otherwise, how could the governor only give him 3 at the beginning? It turned out that this thing had such a powerful power. He now felt that his strength was more than 10 times that of the past. He slowly stretched out his hand, condensed an endless vortex to swallow Li Yuan, and then squeezed it fiercely. Endless pressure came instantly, and Li Yuan seemed to be suffocated by the throat of fate. Then his body shattered, seriously injured, and flew backwards. Another dense black blade rushed towards several warriors, instantly piercing their body protection. Several people vomited blood and flew backwards. Panli condensed to earth veins of energy and slashed at the sheep-headed mecha. The commander calmly condensed a black vortex, then walked into it. A moment later, he actually walked out of another vortex, and the 2 sword energies naturally couldn't attack him. Is this the ability of the superpower advancement? It's really powerful. The commander sighed and then turned around and quickly left the battlefield and returned to the fortress. Everyone was left looking at each other. Go and treat the wounded. With a loud roar, the surroundings began to move. Regarding the situation just now, everyone unanimously believed that the other party used something to increase strength in a short period of time, which was not enough evidence, but they needed to be careful from now on. The commander felt the powerful force gradually fading in his body, and he quickly walked into the command center. Li Yuan, who was in the process of military deployment, shouted unhappily. You entered the command center without reporting. Do you want to be punished by military law? The commander sneered, and then the surroundings were filled with endless darkness. A huge suction force enveloped Li Yuan's body. Feeling this breath, he was stunned. Have you broken through to the 6th level of superpowers? He asked in disbelief. The commander shook his head and said, I have planted my superpowers in your body. If you don't want to see the devils of hell, don't do things that make me hate you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Yuan's pupils shrank suddenly. You actually threatened the commander? This Huangfeng fortress is not something you can control, just because you want to control it. Control? 200,000 troops are suffering from hunger and cold. You said control? If they are rescued from suffering, who will these 200,000 troops recognize? Among them, I'm afraid there are only less than 50,000 close troops of you. Lei Yuan, your face is the same as the governor, but you are just one level higher in rank. Why are you putting on airs? If you dare to make me unhappy again, I will kill you. The commander immediately stood up slowly and came in front of Lei Yuan. The huge momentum immediately pressed Lei Yuan's body down slowly. Finally, with a bang, Lei Yuan was pressed to his knees. Such a great humiliation made Lei Yuan furious. Pa. The commander didn't say anything and swung his right hand violently to throw Lei Yuan out. What's the use of being a high-ranking official? Strength is the basis of speaking. The Tang Empire won't tolerate me. The fortress is hard to defend, so just surrender. The commander laughed coldly, which made Lei Yuan's face turn black, as if he was struck by lightning. He was at the 4th level close to the 5th level, but he couldn't resist at all. Did the other party break through? Looking at the commander's back as he left, Lei Yuan fell into silence. He couldn't die, because if he died, the many armies in the fortress would not be controlled by the commander. Perhaps this was the reason why the other party didn't hurt him. You are such a villain. I will take revenge for any slightest mistake. Lei Yuan shook his head, slowly walked into a dark room, wrote a letter, tied it to the leg of a metal pigeon, and then released it through the window. When a psychic rushed all the way from the fortress to the Qin army camp, the officers were stunned. In the military tent, Yu Qian asked uncertainly, you said your master wants to surrender the entire fortress to us? The psychic nodded slightly and replied, yes, my master has decided to give the fortress as a gift to your country, just to get an official position. Yu Qian laughed and said, your master is very straightforward. Go back and tell your master to wait patiently for a few hours, and let me inform the king to find him an official position of a few ranks. Chapter 347, Capture of Huangfeng Fortress, Strange Assassination. In the county magistrate's mansion in Coal City, the other side wants to surrender the city. The condition is to seek an official position. Qin Yu looked at the military information sent back by Yu Qian and was stunned. According to the information in the previous intelligence, the other side's fortress was built between rocks and had natural barriers, making it extremely difficult to break the city. The firepower of the other side's defense system was extremely powerful, so it would take a lot of manpower to break through the fortress. Now an official of the other side actually wants to surrender and use the entire fortress as a bargaining chip. The other side also clearly stated that there are 200,000 troops in the fortress, and it is very difficult to break it. Qin Yu's expression entered a state of thinking. He was considering the truth of this matter, whether it was possible to trick the army into the fortress for massacre, or if there was any conspiracy. It is always right to be cautious at any time, which can avoid a lot of unnecessary losses. After Qin Yu thought for a moment, he thought that he should follow the other side's meaning, to see what the other side wanted to do, and whether it was true or false. Come here, prepare a set of official uniforms and tokens, to send to the front line. Qin Yu quickly wrote a letter of appointment for the commander of the Palace of the Dipin, and handed it to the clerk beside him, who sent it to Yu Qian at the front line. That night, a silk package was delivered to the commander. After the commander collected it, he returned to his room, and opened it carefully. The silk brocade with gorgeous texture, after opening it, was a set of brown official robes with lifelike unicorn patches embroidered on it. In addition, there was a jade token and a letter of appointment written by Qin Yu himself. At the bottom was a line of words. The emperor's words are as heavy as 9 tripods and 10,000 gold. When the commander saw it, his face suddenly showed a relaxed look. Isn't the way out now? Since he will die, if he can't defend the Yellow Wind Fortress, he might as well use the Yellow Wind Fortress to exchange for a future and a way out. This also requires more enhanced psychic potions given to him by the governor. He still has 2 in his pocket, which he wants to use as a trump card. Since the commander had Lei Yuan under his control, he began to expand his power and authority in the Yellow Wind Fortress. At the same time, he sent his men to the enemy camp to pass on the message. At this time, a group of soldiers from the Great Qin Army camp welcomed a psychic into the military tent. "Hello, gentlemen." The psychic bowed and greeted everyone around. Yu Qian and others nodded slightly, motioning him to continue. "My master told me that at midnight, if you see a signal of fireworks in the sky, you should lead the army into the city quickly. At the same time, the wind and snow should continue. When you see green fireworks, stop the wind and snow, and rush into the fortress. When you see red fireworks, my master will seize control of the entire defense system, so don't worry." Yu Qian nodded slightly and said, "We believe that you will keep your promise, and our great kin will never go back on its word." "Then I'm relieved." After a brief discussion, the psychic quietly left the Great Qin Army camp and returned to the fortress. "Marshal, the other party did not give the details of the reason. Can we really trust them?" an officer asked Yu Qian. Yu Qian nodded slightly and said, "If they make up a very strict story, which is more real than the truth, then we should be careful. The more so, the more real the story is. However, we should also take precautions before it happens. Send a team of shadow guards to sneak into the fortress to gather intelligence." "I understand." In the silent night, waves of undercurrents flowed. Dozens of shadow guards also quietly sneaked into the fortress to observe what happened in the fortress at night. As the night became darker and darker, looking at his men who had sent the letter back, the commander immediately ordered to take action. He walked out slowly with a team of 100 psychics. The heavy snow outside, like goose feathers, was still ruthlessly destroying the defenders in the fortress in the biting cold wind. Many soldiers shivered in the wind and snow, their bodies stiff. All the people in the defense system have been replaced by ours. Now only the team responsible for the fortress gate is left. Go and have a look." The commander responded and led everyone towards the fortress gate. As the commander appeared, more and more soldiers gathered, and soon there were tens of thousands of them. "Stop. What are you doing?" The officer in charge of managing the gate of the fortress immediately shouted to stop them, pressing the alarm button in his hand, as if he would press the alarm if the people in front dared to take another step forward. The commander slowly raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop, and then looked forward. The thousands of soldiers behind the officer were stiff like candles at dusk, which could go out at any time. The wind and snow blew on their faces, but they were unaware. The blizzard was madly devouring their lives. If they continued to stand, their fate would be clearly met. Look at the figures of your companions behind you. Do you see it? Their eyes are dull, their bodies are stiff, and their lives are like a dying candle. But, has their commander ever thought about them? If I can stop this snowstorm from destroying you, will you follow me? If your commander doesn't care about you, then change your commander. As the loud voice spread around, the soldiers who had originally had dull eyes seemed to show a glimmer of light. Bang! A green firework instantly bloomed in the night sky, and the commander exuded a strong breath and rushed around. The terrifying sense of oppression spread all around. The wind slowly died down and stopped. The snow slowly died down and disappeared. Although the temperature did not rise quickly, the cessation of the snowstorm made everyone feel much better. Everyone's spirit was gradually recovering, and their stiff bodies were slowly becoming more flexible. "Listen to my orders. Open the gate." The commander shouted loudly. Everyone was silent for a moment, and then they moved instantly and went to operate the switch of the fortress gate. As the huge airwave rushed towards the surroundings, the huge fortress gate slowly opened. "Send the signal." As the voice fell, waves of red fireworks bloomed in the air. At the same time, white mist rose in the corner. The soldiers in charge of observing the situation in the Qin army camp saw the signal of the shadow guard and immediately went back to report. At the same time, the army that was ready to charge rushed towards the gate of the fortress at an instant at a command. In the silent night, the dense footsteps and the sharp sound of metal clashing broke the night. The army of 50,000 to 60,000 covered the sky and attacked the fortress. The strange thing about such a violent sound was that the enemy did not react at all. No defense tower showed any abnormality. The Qin army killed all the way to the foot of the fortress unimpeded. Yuming, holding a big knife, led the army to kill into the fortress first. Ji held a dragon spear and chased after him. The army poured into the fortress in an instant. The commander stood in the corner with nearly 30,000 troops, with white flags fluttering in front of him. The Qin army naturally bypassed the team holding white flags and killed the rest. Those who dropped their weapons were not killed, and those who resisted were killed without mercy. The fortress was in chaos. There were sounds of fighting everywhere. Blood and body parts were scattered all over the ground. Voices of persuading surrender were heard everywhere. Yu led the army to find the commander who surrendered, and the two of them lobbied and persuaded the defenders in the fortress to surrender. As more and more defenders walked out of the building with confused faces, they were frightened by the enemies who rushed up with weapons and immediately dropped their weapons and surrendered. For a time, the sound of surrender flooded the entire Huangfeng fortress like a flood. 200,000 troops surrendered without much fighting. The Qin occupied a majestic city with very few casualties. This was something no one expected. At this time, as the front army successfully gained a foothold in the Huangfeng fortress, Yu Qian and others led the follow-up troops into the fortress together. In the command center, Lei Yuan was tied up. Yu Qian walked in with a team of soldiers. "Sir." The commander greeted him with a smile. Yu Qian also smiled and bowed in response. "We will be colleagues in the future. No need to be polite." The commander nodded slightly and then introduced Lei Yuan to Yu Qian. "This man is the commander-in-chief of Huangfeng Fortress and the marshal in charge of military power. He has been stationed in Huangfeng Fortress for nearly 10 years without losing it. He is quite capable." Yu Qian looked over curiously. He knew that the other party wanted to introduce talents to improve his status, but if he really had some ability, the king would naturally not use him. Lei Yuan sneered at the commander and said, "The governor's promotion of you is like letting a wolf into the sheepfold. Don't be complacent, your end will not be good." Lei Yuan rushed down a soldier. Seeing Lei Yuan's hideous face and ferocious as an ox, the soldier immediately drew his sword to defend himself. Unexpectedly, the other party hit the blade with his neck and then swung it violently and committed suicide. A large amount of blood gushed out, dyeing the ground red. The commander's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but sigh intermittently. Why did you commit suicide? Surrendering will also bring you prosperity and wealth." Yu Qian was slightly stunned and then said, "This is a hero. Drag the body down and bury it with honor." Looking at the commander who was stunned, Yu Qian didn't say anything. Let him slow down. Yu Qian began to pay attention to the military data maps on the table. Among them, they were all military data maps about the Huangfeng fortress. 5 hours later, the fortress with undercurrents gradually calmed down. An officer walked in slowly and reported, "Report to the marshal. Our army's casualties are less than 1,000. The enemy's casualties are more than 20,000, and there are more than 100,000 prisoners. The specific number cannot be counted for the time being." Yu Qian nodded slightly and said, "Count the number, and then present it to the king, and arrange for the train to escort the prisoners back to the country. These nearly 200,000 prisoners cannot be left in the Huangfeng fortress. Once a war or sudden changes occur later, these nearly 200,000 prisoners will become an uncertain factor. Therefore, Yu Qian would never leave such a large number of prisoners here. Marshal, in addition to these prisoners, there are nearly 10,000 tons of weapons, equipment, and ammunition, almost all of which are firearms." The officer reported again. Yu Qian's eyes lit up after hearing this and said, "Send them back to the country together for your majesty to decide." The entire Huangfeng fortress brought huge gains to Dakin. Whether it is the opponent's firearms technology, or the 200,000 young and strong men, or the Huangfeng fortress itself, or the defense system in it, they are all huge treasures. You know, in the city captured in the total war mode, after the mode ends, the population in the city and the city itself will belong to the victor. Qin Yu can place this fortress, which has been built and has stood for 10 years, in his own civilization at will. If it is built by manpower and assisted by extraordinary power, it will take at least years to build a city of the same scale as the Huangfeng fortress. At present, no city in Qin Yu civilization can compare with the Huangfeng fortress. If it were not for the contradictions between the enemy forces in the fortress, this fortress would be difficult to capture. Even if Qin Yu stopped attacking and only guarded this city, as long as the time of the total war was over, the winner would be Qin Yu. He would also break through to the silver level directly from then on, and he used two paths. After winning, he would also get a silver treasure chest and a generous amount of civilization points. The next morning, a hurried shout suddenly disrupted Yu Qian's thinking. "Why are you so panicked?" He frowned and asked. "Report to the marshal. Someone is dead. Take me to see." Yu Qian was shocked and went forward. In the commander's room, there was a body lying on the bed. The body was the biggest contributor to the capture of the Yellow Wind Fortress this time, the commander. This? Yu Qian was stunned. Then everyone hurriedly held a meeting. Inside the fortress, the enemy killed the commander without anyone noticing. There was not even a trace of sound. It was not until the next day that anyone discovered it. This weird assassination method shocked everyone. What if the other party's target of assassination is us? A voice suddenly sounded in the quiet hall. Everyone felt a chill on their backs when they thought of this. Yu Qian comforted him. The other party should want to kill and silence him. One reason is that this person betrayed the country and surrendered to the enemy. If he is not killed, the people behind him will follow suit. Wouldn't it be a chaos? So the enemy took great measures to kill this person. The second is to prevent the other party from leaking more national information. The explanation was quickly unanimously agreed by everyone. At the same time, Yu Qian also ordered 20,000 ghost soldiers to be responsible for the defense and security of the fortress at night. In fact, the other party does not have such great ability to assassinate at will during the day. The people present are all powerful, not to mention that it is difficult to enter the fortress in broad daylight. It is different at night. One is that the night is thick and it is easy to sneak in, and the other is that the target is sleeping and easy to kill. Therefore, it is much safer during the day than at night. However, even so, Yu Qian also ordered a group of shadow guards to patrol around during the day just in case. The meeting was to launch the next offensive plan. According to a map of the border of the Tang dynasty obtained in the Yellow Wind Fortress, everyone learned that Huangfeng Fortress was the borderland leading to the eastern border of the Tang dynasty. After opening up Huangfeng Fortress, it was the easternmost land of the Tang dynasty, Huangshazhou. There were only 3 cities with a population of more than 10,000 people in Huangshazhou, one of which was the base city of Huangshazhou, which was the largest in scale. The resident population reached nearly 300,000 people, and the garrison was stable at around 70,000 to 80,000 people. Chapter 348 Fierce Battlefield. Capture the city. Our next goal is to capture the base city of Huangshazhou. But before that, we need to wait for the next order from the Lord and settle the captives, etc. In the White Hall, Yu Qian and others discussed the subsequent offensive plan. The Lord had ordered that, if the first city in the enemy's territory was captured, he would personally lead the army to fight. The king is the most honorable and admired identity of a country. Similarly, if the king leads the army in person, it will bring an unparalleled improvement to the morale of the army. This is why the supreme monarch of the world would lead the army in person. 7 days later. It has been more than a month since the total war mode was launched. After the non-stop transportation of nearly 200,000 captives in the Yellow Wind Fortress in the past few days, they were finally settled in the territory of Dakin. The Yellow Wind Fortress has eliminated all unstable factors. At this time, the gate of the fortress facing the east has been wide open. The weather is sunny, and teams of soldiers are patrolling around. From time to time, dozens of terrace cavalrymen holding red flame weapons fly in the air. The raging yellow sand made the world seem to have turned into a yellow earth color. Yu Qian, Mu Yuan and other military leaders also stood at the gate of the fortress, as if waiting for some big man to come. After a long time, a low hum of a formation car came from the distance. Everyone immediately perked up and looked straight ahead. After a while, a dense group of shadows appeared in the distance. A majestic young man with high spirits sat on a sweat-blood horse with hair like flames. The young man exuded endless majesty, wearing a purple treasure fairy cloud armor, holding the Emperor Dragon Soul Sword, and wandering around him with several golden dragon phantoms, was a holy scene of the Emperor's destiny. Around him, 2,000 mighty human Emperor Guard cavalry protected him. Behind him, there were tens of thousands of endless guards. Behind the guards, there were dense and orderly armies of nearly 100,000 people. The soldiers of his army were all in high spirits and full of confidence. Each of them was a ruddy-faced, strong, and battle-ready soldier. "Welcome the king." As a loud shout rang out, the voices behind were even more numerous. "Welcome the king. Welcome the king. Long live the king." The respectful and passionate shouts seemed to break through the heaven and earth, full of momentum, extremely shocking, and made people feel numb all over. "All soldiers, stand up." Qin Yu used the power in his chest and shouted loudly, which spread to all directions. Then there was an even more turbulent voice in response. "Thank you for your grace." The voice like a raging tide slowly calmed down, and many soldiers slowly stood up. Qin Yu rode on a sweat-blooded horse, and led 2,000 Emperor cavalry into the fortress first. The troops in the rear also poured in one after another. At this point, the Qin army in the Huangfeng fortress had at least 200,000. It was the foundation of Qin Yu's personal expedition this time. After arriving at the Huangfeng fortress, Qin Yu immediately summoned officers of all ranks to hold a military meeting. As the saying goes, speed is of the essence. The new garrison has been added to the Huangfeng fortress. The enemy will know this news soon. Therefore, we must launch an attack on the enemy immediately. If we wait until the enemy sends reinforcement, we will have to consume more troops. After all, this is the enemy's territory. Our logistics and reinforcement are naturally not as good as this. As soon as Yu Qian said this, he immediately agreed and said, "Your Majesty, what you said is the truth. The Huangfeng fortress is only 50 miles away from the largest base city in Huangshazhou. Now we can arrive at it by dusk today." Everyone agreed immediately. So Qin Yu immediately selected 50,000 troops to send troops to Huangshan City, the largest base city in Huangshazhou. Previously, in order to ensure the safety of the Huangfeng fortress, the army of Huangshazhou had transferred almost 50% of its troops in the territory. At this time, the troops in Huangshan City should not be full, so 50,000 troops are enough, and the burden of marching is reduced. What's more, these 50,000 troops are marching first, and there will be another 50,000 troops chasing with logistics supplies. The leader of the army was Mu Yun, and Ji, Yao Zian, Pan Li, and Han Yu were the generals. The army rushed all the way to Huangshan City. After the army left, Qin Yu ordered someone to send back and transport all the Qin troop transport vehicles currently stored in the Wu Temple. If the marching speed can be increased, the speed of the subsequent attack will also be accelerated. In Huangfeng City, at this time in the city hall, the governor of Huangshazhou sat on the chair with a dark face and said nothing. "Governor, according to the latest intelligence, after the enemy occupied the Huangfeng fortress, they sent reinforcement to the Huangfeng fortress again this morning, and the number of people is more than 100,000. After the official reported, the governor's face darkened again. He waved his hand and signaled everyone in the hall to retreat. After everyone left, he finally couldn't help but overturned the table in front of him. He hated it. He hated that he had misjudged the person. Although the man has been solved now, as the saying goes, one fish smells like a pot of soup. If something happened to this fish, he couldn't escape. The Grand Marshal issued a death order. The commander's surrender led to the loss of Huangfeng fortress and the sacrifice of Marshal Lei Yuan. The root cause of all this was because of him. But now that the commander has been dealt with, he has been spared the death penalty. But he will live and die with Huangshazhou. His family was quietly taken away. The Grand Marshal comforted him that as long as Huangshazhou was not lost, his family would not be implicated, whether he lived or died. If Huangshazhou was lost, he would live, and his family would die. If Huangshazhou failed, he would die, and his family would be exiled to fend for themselves. It's still the same ruthless leader as before. The governor sighed. Now that Huangfeng fortress has been lost, it would be difficult for him to defend Huangshazhou, even if he gathered all the troops in Huangshazhou together. After a long time, he regained his composure and began to order people to count the number of defenders in Huangshazhou, and then began to mobilize everywhere. As the sky gradually darkened, the sun slowly set over the mountainside. A large number of enemy figures appeared several miles outside the city gate in the east direction of Huangshan City. Woohoo! The most numerous types are giant apes, giant birds, flying dragons, and some giant beasts and strange beasts that are good at crawling and close combat with high damage, which are specially used for attacking the city. As the army launched the attack, the cannons on the top of the city also roared with fierce artillery fire and fired at the enemy troops under the city. The heavy shells were blasted out and fell to the ground and then exploded with fierce flames, engulfing the surrounding soldiers and even the giant beasts. A 5-meter tall giant ape was hit by a shell while running at high speed and then exploded. The whole chest was blown to pieces and the power was extremely terrifying. However, there were only dozens of cannons on the top of the city and it was extremely difficult to suppress the offensive of the army. The dense gunfire was difficult to work on the huge beasts. It was often difficult to die directly without being hit by dozens or even hundreds of bullets. Therefore, soon, the huge beasts climbed up the city wall and fought with the surrounding defenders. I saw more than a dozen giant apes rushing into the enemy group, as if they were in an empty space. A heavy punch hit the cannon, and the cannon weighing hundreds of pounds flew out of the city in an instant. He jumped into the enemy group and smashed several people into pieces with his fists. Perhaps the ancient archers were long-range soldiers, but their melee ability was not weak. However, if the long-range soldiers of the Tang Empire were forced into close combat, it would be like a devastating blow. What's more, their opponents were giant beasts whose bodies were dozens of times stronger than theirs, and the gap between the two sides was constantly widening. The entire city was crumbling and would soon be completely occupied by thousands of giant beasts. The soldiers defending the city were beaten back step by step, with heavy casualties. Seeing that the giant beasts were about to rush into the city along the city, a group of well-equipped strange soldiers holding strange weapons and carrying large jars on their backs suddenly emerged from the ladder below. When the giant beast saw them, it immediately burst into an angry roar and then rushed over frantically. Wow. In the vision of the giant beasts that rushed over, a brilliant flame suddenly exploded and gushed out, turning into a sea of fire that surrounded them. The flames continued to gush out from the strange weapon, gradually burning the entire city. Thousands of giant beasts and soldiers were instantly buried in the sea of fire, roaring in pain. Then the ruthless sea of fire did not sympathize with their screams and extinguished, but turned their bodies into dye, making the flames burn more fiercely. The flames on the top of the city stopped the soldiers and giant beasts below from climbing and attacking. Seeing this, the officer in charge of defending the city couldn't help but shout excitedly, "We repelled the enemy! We repelled the enemy!" The many soldiers behind him shouted excitedly with joy. Qin Yu, who was in charge of commanding the attack outside the city, frowned and ordered, "Let the Qinglang school generals send down a heavy rain, so that the army can continue to prepare for the attack." "Yes. I will do it right away." After the voice fell, the herald quickly conveyed the order to the many Qinglang school generals who followed the army. On the top of the city, the sea of fire was still burning. Behind the sea of fire, there were the enemy's excited shouts and their cheers for victory. However, as large patches of dark clouds gathered overhead, the arrival of a downpour caught everyone by surprise. The raging rain quickly extinguished the sea of fire, and with it, their cheers of joy. As the sea of fire dissipated, a roar of anger broke out again outside the city. The charge horn sounded loudly. The dense footsteps made the earth tremble. A group of huge beasts rushed to the top of the city again. Counterattack! 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 The roars awakened the silent and dazed defenders. They took the flamethrowers and began to spray flames at the giant beasts in front of them. However, the flames ignited the bodies of the giant beasts and then were quickly extinguished by the heavy rain. In the end, most of the flamethrowers could no longer be used. The order to retreat came immediately, and many soldiers began to retreat. Kill. In the heavy rain, there was endless murderous aura. A team of hundreds of psychics shuttled through the retreating soldiers from the opposite direction, carrying weapons and killing the giant beasts. Their agile and nimble figures kept shuttling around the giant beasts. With a slash of the long sword, blood flowed like a column of blood. With a sweep of the long sword, the giant skull rolled to the ground. As the extraordinary forces of the Empire, they bravely stepped out to fight against the battlefield where extraordinary forces intervened. Soon, Han Yu, Pan Li and others in the rear climbed up the city with tens of thousands of Thunder Sword and Shield army and joined the battlefield. The characteristic of the Thunder Sword and Shield army is that all members are awakened totems, and they are the focus of power. Their equipment is the most sophisticated in civilization. In the rainy night, they raised their swords and pointed them at the enemy. Or thunderbolt instantly descended from the sky, splitting the enemy away and leaving him dying. Equipment with skills and passive abilities is one of the main sources of output for the Thunder Sword and Shield army. Qin Yu originally spent hundreds of thousands of civilization points in the elemental forge just to produce a few weapon blueprints with the most and strongest passive skills, and then mass produce them to equip the army. All the soldiers who can use this batch of equipment are the best in the army, and they all have the talent to awaken the power of totems. Their starting point is much stronger than that of ordinary soldiers. The brave and fearless soldiers of the Thunder Sword and Shield army fought with the psychics. As extremely rare extraordinary people, psychics have very strong individual strength. Therefore, it often takes several soldiers of the Thunder Sword and Shield army to fight a psychic on equal terms. On the top of the city, a well-equipped soldier holding a thunder iron sword slashed at a psychic. The thunder iron sword suddenly burst into a burst of white light. The passive talent was triggered. The terrifying thunder damage immediately caused double critical damage to the enemy, causing it to fly backwards. As more and more troops climbed up the city wall and fought with the enemy, a psychic standing far away from the battlefield under the city raised the pager in his hand. Suddenly, a low voice came from inside and slowly said, "Closing the net." As the voice fell, the hundreds of psychics on the top of the city suddenly exuded strong psychic energy. The originally light green psychic bodies suddenly became as dazzling as daylight, and then suddenly spread and exploded in all directions. The entire Huangshan city seemed to be shaking and collapsing. The terrifying airwave made the surrounding ground rumble. The entire east city wall collapsed into ruins in an instant. Chapter 349. The enemy's conspiracy was completely shattered. As the Qin army entered Huangshan city, the city welcomed a new master. The residents in the city seemed a little uneasy about this, but because the Qin army had strict military discipline and never disturbed civilians at will, there was no unrest in Huangshan city. At this time, the high wall on the east side of Huangshan city had turned into a ruin. Before evacuating, the defenders of Huangshan city used the lives of hundreds of psychics as dye to turn the entire wall into ruins. The terrifying explosion caused the Qin army to lose nearly 10,000 troops, which was cruel. For this, Mu Yuan was criticized by Qin Yu. Later, Yu Qian came with the follow-up troops and took over the overall command of the army. In the wide hall, everyone discussed the subsequent battle plan. "Marshal, I think that the enemy detonated the entire wall, not just to consume part of our army's troops, so we should be more cautious." A young general came out and said. Yu Qian nodded slightly after hearing this. Han Yu, the talented general, although his marching experience was a little immature, had experienced the hardships of the border, and with his talent, he had a unique understanding of military strategy. "What Han Yu said makes sense. So I order you to lead 5,000 Lihuo Daoist army to monitor the enemy's movements and quickly send troops to suppress them if there is any situation." Yu Qian shouted in a deep voice. "I obey your order." Han Yu responded respectfully. "Please look, everyone, there are only two cities with more than 10,000 people in Huangshazhou, namely Fisha City, 19 miles away from here, and Dongcheng City, 28 miles away from here. The defenders of Huangshan city did not put up much fierce resistance, so I guess that the enemy must want to take advantage of their familiarity with the terrain to launch a war of attrition against our army. Therefore, our subsequent offensive plans must be based on one word throughout, that is fierce. Fierce. Once the attack is launched, don't give the enemy a chance to breathe. Capture it in an instant, and dispel the enemy's ideas and plans." Yu Qian's insights and analysis were unanimously agreed by everyone. After pondering for a moment, Yao Zhan thought for a moment and then said, "Your Majesty once said that war is a game of deception. Since the other side wants to fight a war of attrition, we might as well send out a group of baits to distract the enemy, and then send out a main attacking army to attack other cities." "I agree." Yu Ming nodded. "It's indeed a good idea. In this case, let the Wudian send out 10,000 puppets as baits to confuse the enemy. In addition, Ji, Pan Li, Wang Liang, and Li Yuan will lead an army of 50,000 to take Fisha city directly. I will obey your order. As soon as the voice fell, everyone moved quickly. One army after another began to get ready and set off with the army. In the vast yellow sand land, in a hidden area, where rocks were piled up, many soldiers were wandering around. Governor, what is our next plan? An officer in a neat military uniform slowly walked over and asked. The governor of Huang Shazhao was haggard at this time, but his face still revealed determination. The enemy and us have a huge disparity in strength and power, so defense is not a wise strategy. Now that we are going from open to covert, do we still need to be afraid? Send a death squad to Huangshan City to create chaos and drop bombs everywhere in the city. Listening to the expressionless and cold face of the middle-aged man in front of him, the officer on the side praised the other party's plan. There are still relatives of these soldiers in Huangshan City. If chaos is caused, the most casualties are still our own people. However, it is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. The orders he received only respect for superiors and servitude for subordinates. I understand. The governor nodded slightly and asked, has the pager contacted the imperial headquarters? Huang Shazhao will not last long without reinforcement. The officer on the side lowered his head silently and responded in a deep voice, at present, the pager has not received the next instruction from the headquarters. The governor sighed slightly. My lord, there is a letter from the headquarters. Just when the two were in low spirits, a communications soldier with a pager on his back hurried over to report. A letter? Tell me. The governor urged anxiously. The headquarters replied, ordering the Huang Shazhao garrison to stay in Huang Shazhao for 12 days. The Grand Marshal personally ordered the Empire's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and extraordinary divisions to rush to Huang Shazhao. In addition, the two neighboring continents are expected to mobilize 200,000 troops to shrink the Huang Shazhao and try to swallow the enemy. Our task is to delay the enemy for 12 days. After hearing this, the governor's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope. Delaying for 12 days should not be difficult. A big move. The Empire's extraordinary divisions are here. The strength of that batch of cyborgs is the cornerstone of the Tang Empire's unshakable existence since its founding. 2 years ago, the Grand Marshal waved his hand to summon a huge and terrifying building, and no one was allowed to enter without permission. Since the building appeared, people have been sent in and out every day, but most of the people sent out are dead. The reason why cyborgs are called cyborgs is that their bodies are spliced from beasts, machines, or even psychic equipment. They have gone beyond the scope of ordinary humans. The mechanical bodies make their physiques harder, the organs of wild beasts make their vitality stronger, and the psychic weapons make their attacks sharper and more powerful. The combat power of this batch of cyborgs is higher than that of ordinary armies. Even the higher the fit rate after the transformation, the higher the level they can advance to. The Empire's extraordinary 1st Division, also known as the Empire's Cyborg 1st Division, has a monster whose body is like a giant elephant and is full of psychic weapons. The fit rate is very high, and the terrifying strength can cause the mountains to collapse in an instant. Although the strength of cyborgs is not as good as that of psychics on average, they are better in number. If psychics are picked from hundreds or even thousands of miles, then 2 or 3 cyborgs can be picked out of 10 people. Therefore, they are regarded as the backbone of the Empire. Datan can be without psychics, but it cannot be without cyborgs. This is a rumor that has been spreading more and more in the past 2 years. Continue to closely investigate the enemy. Once we find the enemy on the move, we will disrupt and stop them on their way. The last 2 cities must not fall into the hands of the enemy, otherwise it will not only be the life of this governor, but also yours. Huangshan City. In the empty and silent ruins of East City, dozens of figures sneaked into Huangshan City silently like black spots in the world of yellow sand. Quickly drop the bombs in the target corners and then evacuate. With the order issued, everyone began to run around. Because the civilians in the city were still in a state of panic, it was difficult to see people on the streets, so it looked extremely bleak. Several figures quickly shuttled through the corners of the city. Just as they took out the bombs from their arms and were about to place them, they heard a swoosh sound from all around. The arrows filled with burning flames instantly pierced through several people. After killing several people, the soldiers in flaming red armor turned around and left, gradually disappearing. A silent assassination began. When the leading officer walked out of the city with sweat on his forehead, he was puzzled to see that there was not even a figure of his own behind him. Did I come out too early? Or did I set the time wrong? He said to himself in doubt. Don't wait. A figure of a young general in silver armor suddenly appeared on the ruins. The officer looked over in panic, and his back suddenly felt cold. Discovered? He quickly took out the remote control of the bomb and tried to press it. After a series of continuous pressing, there was no reaction in the city. Obviously, the soldiers who went to bury the bomb had been killed before they opened the bomb. Qin Yu slowly raised his right hand and silently chanted, Fu Vine Arrow Rain. The witchcraft was activated instantly, and a large amount of spiritual energy was consumed rapidly. And in the air, vine arrows full of spikes began to condense continuously, instantly nailing the officer's limbs to death, but not hurting his life. The surging pain suddenly hit the officer, who could not help but scream loudly, as if he had experienced some inhuman torture. Marshal, an enemy officer was captured alive in the ruins in the east, and is being interrogated. I believe we will soon get the coordinates of the evacuated garrison. Qin Yu reported respectfully in the empty hall. Yu Qian nodded slightly and praised generously. You are worthy of being praised as the most talented young general in the army. After this battle, I will propose to the king to promote you and reuse you. Thank you for your cultivation, Marshal. What's the point of cultivation? If it's a good seedling, it can thrive, even if it's not carefully nurtured. At this time, 10,000 puppets have already rushed from Huangshan City to the direction of Dongcheng City. Because the puppet army is a bait, the target of the puppet army must be the counter target of the main army to achieve a confusing effect. The main attacking army's target is Fisher City. When an enemy sends troops to block the puppet army, the main attacking army will quickly rush to Fisher City and launch a blitzkrieg against Fisher City. A batch of Dakan troop transport vehicles have already arrived at the front line, which can play a big role. On the marching road of the puppet army, the originally peaceful yellow sand land is now blowing an extremely exaggerated sand fog. The main feature of the puppet army's march is a turbulent momentum. 10,000 people marching can create the momentum of a 50,000 strong army, and this momentum is naturally difficult to escape the attention of the defenders evacuated from Huangshan City. After the scouts came back and reported the situation, the governor immediately sent troops to set up an ambush halfway along the enemy's advance. The failure of the plan to destroy Huangshan City and cause unrest was not unexpected. After all, the enemy is not blind. If the commander has some ability, he will think of this. Therefore, he tried 5 times with a fluke mentality and organized 5 suicide squads, but all of them failed without exception. None of the personnel came back. Although each member of the suicide squad would leave a bullet for himself to commit suicide in order to prevent the disclosure of military secrets, the governor was still worried. After all, things always happen unexpectedly. However, when he heard that the enemy sent troops to prepare for the siege, he put this worry behind him and solved the matter at hand first. If the enemy can be hit hard this time, the enemy's subsequent offensive will surely be reduced by half, and his task, that has been delayed for 12 days, will be more likely to be completed. Psychic Team 1, Team 2, Team 3, Infantry Brigade 1, Brigade 5, Brigade 6, Regiment 4, Regiment 5, follow me to stop the enemy. The governor immediately selected several troops with relatively strong combat effectiveness and began to rush towards the enemy's advance. On the silent Loess land, endless dust and yellow sand raged in the air. Tens of thousands of puppets were galloping in the yellow sand. Some of them were straw puppets, some were stone puppets made of boulders, and some were iron puppets made of smelted iron ore. There were tens of thousands of them, and the momentum of tens of thousands of puppets running together was as terrifying as a torrent of wild beasts. Drip drip drip. Amid the dense running sound, there were inconspicuous dripping sounds. After a moment, boom. Boom boom boom. The ground shook violently, and countless puppets were blown into the sky by the sudden explosion. The range of this explosion was extremely wide, and the sound was enough to cover most of the puppet army. After the explosion, there was a burst of artillery fire, mixed with countless gunshots. A shell fell into the puppet group and exploded violently, and more than a dozen straw puppets turned into ashes in an instant. The fierce bullets smashed the body of the giant stone puppet. This ambush was expected by both sides. Large groups of puppets fell down, and even most of them could not even form a complete corpse. The smell of gunpowder began to fill the yellow sand. Half an hour later, only a piece of debris and broken bodies were left on the yellow sand land in front. Seeing this, the governor smiled happily. After being frustrated for so long, he finally got the upper hand. The soldiers behind him couldn't help but smile victoriously. On the surface, they did win the war, but they also had to pay an extremely heavy price for it. Just when the puppet army was attacked, the location of the enemy's retreating army was also asked by the interrogators. Speed is the essence of war. In order to prevent the other side from escaping, Qin immediately ordered Yao Xian to lead the giant beast army to attack the hidden enemy. Although the marching speed of tens of thousands of giant beasts is not as fast as the Qin troop transport vehicle, it is always faster than the running speed of humans, not to mention that they have better physical strength. Rushing all the way from Huangshan City to the enemy's hiding place, it took only half an hour for the army to arrive quickly. Yao Xian did not hesitate at all and waved his hand, ordering the entire army to attack. A brutal fight began immediately. As if boundless, a large number of giant beasts suddenly rushed into the enemy's camp. The speed was so fast that the enemy in the camp could not react at all. Letting the giant beast get close is no different from judging death. Soon, blood and body parts were scattered all over the ground in this camp. The land, which was originally full of yellow sand, was dyed dark red by blood. Yao Xian caught several officers and asked them about their commanders, who took the army to ambush. After asking for the location, Yao Xian continued to kill with the army without stopping. Chapter 350, Another City, Subsequent Plans. Captain. The camp was attacked by the enemy, and another group of enemy troops are chasing us. The governor of Huangshazhou, who was enjoying the tragic battlefield in front of him, was shocked when he heard the words shouted by the soldiers running in the distance. "You said the camp was attacked? There are troops chasing us?" he asked in disbelief. "Absolutely true," the soldier responded anxiously. Looking at the soldier's expression, the governor did not dare to joke with his life for a while. "Immediately retreat to Qingcheng City, you can't stay here for long." As the order was passed down, the governor of Huangshazhou led nearly 30,000 troops to flee towards Qingcheng City. A moment later, when Yao Xian led the army to chase, he had already found nothing. "Damn it, I'm a step late," he sighed regretfully. Return to the camp. Seeing that the enemy had already fled without a trace, Yao Xian knew that it was not appropriate to pursue the enemy if you didn't know the situation, so he returned to the barracks with the remaining troops. After several twists and turns, the governor of Huangshazhou led the army to Qingcheng City. On the other side, the vanguard of the Qin army was about to arrive at Fisher City in another direction. At this time, Ji, Pan Li, Wang Liang, and Li Yuan led an army of 50,000 and headed straight for Fisher City. On the desolate lowest land, there was a small town with a population of 50,000. The garrison in the city totaled over 60,000. Such a small force was a piece of cake for the army outside the city. If there were no powerful weapons to defend the city, it would be like trying to stop a chariot with an army of 50,000. Outside Fisher City, 50,000 troops gathered densely outside the city, as if there was no limit to the number. Attack. With a loud horn sound, the order to attack instantly alerted the entire army. Ji rode a giant wolf and ran in front with a dragon spear in his hand. The army behind followed closely and madly. At this time, Wang Liang and Li Yuan, two generals of the Yin soldiers, summoned a large cloud and attacked from the air with nearly 10,000 Yin soldiers. Thousands of Thunder Copper spearmen raised their spears high and faced the city wall in front of them, summoning thunderbolts and smashing them fiercely. This overwhelming offensive immediately frightened the defenders in the city. Even though there were hundreds of psychics in Fisher City, they all showed fear in the face of such a terrifying offensive. If you are afraid before fighting and don't have the courage and confidence to win, then you are doomed to fail. The enemy's reaction seemed to make the sound of gunfire weaker. Due to the disparity in the strength of the enemy and us, even if the enemy is fully equipped with psychic bullets, it can't slow down the pace of the army outside the city. At a distance of hundreds of meters, the army arrived in the blink of an eye. Ji rode on a giant wolf and jumped onto the nearly 8 or 9 meters high city wall. He swung the Yaolong spear in his hand violently, and a terrifying aftermath knocked more than a dozen soldiers around him away, and finally vomited blood and died. Die. The blood splashed around, and Ji's eyes suddenly turned red. The evil spirit on his body suddenly rushed to the surroundings, like an evil ghost in the underworld, which made people tremble with fear. Looking at the terrifying enemy in front of them, the soldiers around them raised their spears without hesitation, and kept pulling the trigger. Countless psychic bullets attacked Ji. The golden totem power instantly shook in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, all the psychic bullets that rushed over exploded. The terrifying airwave suddenly flew away the enemies around. Kill, kill, kill. A dragon spear kept swimming on the city wall, shuttling among thousands of people, making countless enemies feel terrified, and the brave momentum filled a lot of straw to break the camel's back. As Ji delayed time on the city wall, the ladder car behind was quickly placed on the city wall. A large number of troops instantly climbed up the city wall from the ladder. For a time, the city wall began to become traceable, and countless corpses were filled. This blitzkrieg that caught the enemy unprepared was very successful. Fisher City did not receive any information about the enemy's attack on Fisher City until the enemy arrived right under their noses. The army on the city wall was quickly defeated. Among them, there were also loyal and brave men who detonated the explosives on the city wall with bombs in their hands, taking away many soldiers of the Qin dynasty. However, this had little impact on the victory of the war. From the beginning of the war to the breach of one of the gates of Fisher City, the Qin army took less than half an hour. On the top of the city, there were countless corpses of the enemy. Soldiers surrendered one after another. As the trend of surrender appeared, the defenders of the entire Fisher City seemed to be irreversible and began to surrender in large batches. And Fisher City was completely occupied by the army as expected. 5 hours after Fisher City was occupied, the head of Huang Shazhao, who had already fled to Qingcheng City, received the news. He was immediately dizzy with anger. The so-called great victory before now seemed as ridiculous as if the other party was fooling a fool. If he had retreated a little later, he might have been trapped in the enemy camp. Now, of the 3 cities and 1 fortress in Huang Shazhao, only Qingcheng has not been lost. You want to delay for another 10 days? Oh my god, is this what despair feels like? He collapsed and covered his face. Separation from life and death. Is it really impossible to see his wife and children again? He knew that it would be difficult to continue delaying the enemy's offensive. The other party is a powerful empire. The other party has the power of the entire empire, and the elites of various industries have gathered. How could he defeat them? In less than a few days, 2 cities were broken one after another, and even the Huangfeng fortress, known as the Iron Wall of the Empire, did not hold out for a few days. Wanting to delay for another 10 days seems like a foolish dream. Captain, you have been sitting in this position for a long time. Don't you have any friends to ask for help? The political staff of Qingcheng couldn't help but ask in confusion. The governor glanced at him and sighed. You used to be unworthy of asking questions in front of me, but now, do you understand? As the saying goes, a phoenix in decline is worse than a chicken. My life and death are unpredictable, so how can others risk betting? It is the most ridiculous thing to talk about friendship in the officialdom. But you did remind me how much spiritual energy is stored in Qingcheng. Give me a catalog and then send it to the secretary of Governor Lin, who is in Jinmuzhou next door. The political officer on the side was stunned and hesitated. The governor on the side could not help but scold. How stupid. You will die in a little while, but you still care about these things? When the war is over, Huang Shazhao will hold on. I will multiply it several times for you. A loud roar immediately stunned the political officer on the side. The other party quickly replied, don't get excited. I'll do it right away. As soon as the voice fell, the other party turned and left as if escaping. Looking at the figure of the political officer leaving, the governor breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had some transactions with the secretary of the governor. Over time, the 2 sides have also established some trust. Don't think that the position of the secretary of the governor is to do chores for the governor or to meet his physiological needs. This is a big mistake. The status of the secretary of the governor is second only to the governor, and he is the successor of the next governor. Most of the governor's secretaries are chosen by the governor to accompany one of his own people or his heirs in advance. Therefore, in the Tang Empire, in recent years, the signs of families have begun to appear in each continent. If this continues for many years, the major families will be in power in the empire in the future, and the status of imperial power will begin to decline. However, the emperor of the Tang Empire is very smart. He holds 80% of the military power of the empire. Even if the political power is only 10%, these families cannot surpass his control. What's more, the longer the qualifications of the civilization players, the stronger their own foundation, and no one knows what the trump card behind the civilization master is. It may be a nuclear bomb that can destroy half of the world, or a mecha army, or a mysterious and powerful army, or a prop that can travel through another world, or an opportunity to develop again. Everything is possible in the game of civilization. The first batch of old players heard that someone had the ability to cross the system and reach out to the new area. With continuous development, perhaps someone can really develop civilization to a level beyond the 9th level and reach the ultimate god level civilization. Governor, when will the 120 tons of ordinary psychic ore be delivered? The political officer hurried back and handed over a catalogue of psychic ore. The governor nodded slightly with satisfaction, and he handed over a letter. The contents of the letter were first sent to this number in a confidential manner, and then the express train would first deliver 20 tons. The political officer nodded to understand, and then turned and left. At this time, Qin Yu had already entered Huangshan City smoothly with a part of the army. In the wide hall, listening to the officers below reporting the situation, Qin Yu could not help but nodded slightly and fell into thought. According to the information Yang Wenlin said, and the information obtained from the interrogation later, there are more than 40 cities in the Tang Empire with a population of more than 10,000 people, and the territory is vast and boundless. Therefore, it is not realistic for Qin Yu to capture more than 40 cities in a year and still have enough troops to defend. Therefore, he should set the invasion target in advance. In terms of the current productivity and civilization, Qin Yu can probably digest more than 1 million people, so it is about enough to swallow 2 more continents. However, in order to prove that there is still strength to continue the attack, Qin Yu has to capture 1 more continent as a bargaining chip. If the other party wants to sacrifice 1 million people to avoid further losses, then agree to a peace agreement between the 2 sides until the end of the mode, and Qin Yu will return the population of 1 continent to the other party. If the other party disagrees, then he can only continue to fight, or use the existing troops, to defend the captured cities until the end of the full-scale war, and the victory will be his. Your Majesty, I suggest that we should pursue the victory, and not give the enemy a chance to breathe. I guess the enemy army has already begun to gather troops to Huangshazhou, Yu Qian proposed. Qin Yu nodded slightly. Yes, I think so too. Yu Qian, listen to my order. You will immediately mobilize troops to besiege Qingcheng City. In 10 days, I will transport all the people of Huangshazhou back. I will do my best. Yu Qian bowed his hands to receive the order and then walked out. After Yu Qian left, the army began to mobilize from all sides. Since the Qin army had already attacked the enemy's territory, and the mountain tunnels in the Qin army were also guarded by the Qin army. Therefore, Qin Yu did not need to worry about the safety of the rear at all, and therefore he could wantonly mobilize most of the country's troops to the border and engage in a fierce battle with the enemy. With a total force of more than 500,000, Qin Yu could easily mobilize 400,000. The force structure of the Qin army and the Tang dynasty is different. One is based on the strength of the individual soldiers themselves, and is equipped with powerful weapons and equipment. The other is mainly based on equipment to provide the source of strength. It is equivalent to one being strong outside and strong inside, and the other being strong outside and weak inside. However, it cannot be said that the other party is weak, but on the basis of having a strong advantage in some aspects, it will also have many disadvantages in other aspects. For example, when facing ordinary armies, firearms have an almost abnormal advantage, and can almost create a war of overwhelming slaughter. When facing ordinary extraordinary armies, psychic equipment can also have the power of suppression. But when facing high-level extraordinary powers and extraordinary arms with various incredible abilities, the firearms army with a single characteristic almost fell behind. Qin Yu also knew that a silver player must have a lot of his own foundation, and he would also know his own pain points. Naturally, there should be countermeasures or other means. However, no matter how strong the opponent is, it can't withstand the existence of a cheater. It can't be said that Qin Yu has today. It is nothing more than persistence and hard work. The army set out from Huangfeng Fortress, Huangshan City, and Fisha City, and finally gathered on a road to march towards Qingcheng City. The army totaled 80,000 people, and it was natural to besiege a small city of Qingcheng. The dense army was endless. On the land full of yellow sand, it was like a black torrent. This torrent is rushing towards Qingcheng City at a rapid speed. Huangshazhao, Qingcheng City. This is the only green city in the land of yellow sand, but now it is full of the smell of gunpowder everywhere. In the city hall, you order a group of soldiers to lay minefields everywhere on the road leading to Qingcheng City to delay time. Give me 3 days, and the reinforcement from Jin Muzhao will arrive. The governor took the reply from Jin Muzhao and excitedly held the shoulders of the political officer and said in a deep voice, "Great. Your Excellency is worthy of being the governor of Huangshazhao. You are really a hero who saved Huangshazhao from fire and water and supported the collapsing building." The political officer praised with a flushed face. Okay, the difficulty at hand is how to delay the enemy for 3 days. We have no hope of defending the city, so we can only make moves on the enemy's marching route. Find a way to delay the enemy's marching time. The governor frowned and said, at this time, he felt that it would be difficult to delay for long just by laying minefields. He had already sent people to investigate the strange victory before, and found out that the bodies of the dead enemies were actually straw, stone and iron. This made him more cautious of the enemy, as the enemy actually had the incredible means to turn these dead things into living things. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.